Hi, everybody. Sorry I was a little late. I just got back up. How are you today? How are you doing today? Hi, Spooky.
Everybody, I just want to do a real quick video. Just got done shooting about 4 videos, so a little tired right now, but just wanted to do a real quick update on the ministry computer. I've had a lot of suggestions, a lot of people saying, what's going on with the ministry computer? Are you still getting the blue screen of death? Well, no, I haven't had that in a while. I did try some of the suggestions that people had made. Took the cover off, the side cover off, cleaned things, made sure everything was plugged in.
Hi, Lupin. Lupin, Tupin, Lupin Dee Dee. He's a Lupin living in a tree. Hi, Lupin.
What's up, Gangster? How you doing, man?
Alright, how are you?
I'm doing good. We just have a couple minutes here, and I can't stay for too long.
Okay. Sorry I was late. I just got back up.
It's all right.
What you doing?
It happens.
Oh,
Uh, I'm just chilling right now. I'm taking a little bit of a break before I go and do some work.
that's good. Uh,
I'll be right back. Hold on.
CRP.
Howdy.
Hi, Brother
Hey,
Pie.
Logan. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Who all we got here today?
Got Big Bad Mama. Hi, Big Bad Mama.
Hey, can you hear me?
Brother Pike.
Yes, greetings
Yeah. Greetings and salutations.
and
I can't
salutations.
stay long, Logan.
Okay. Thank you for joining us.
I'm going for a hike
Who
right
else
now.
we
I'm up
got?
in Yosemite, but I just want to say hi to everybody.
Oh, take me with
Hi.
you.
Come on, cruise over here.
Man, I sure would if I
I
could.
discovered some good spots on Google Earth.
Oh, that's awesome. I'd
Wow.
sure come if I could.
You Google Earth, but you ever Google the Mars?
Have you Googled Mars?
Can
That's where.
you? That would be cool.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Yeah. It's
Okay, you
crazy.
guys take care and have a great day.
Okay, see you,
Thank you for
buddy.
joining us.
Bye.
Hey,
Have a
Sure.
good day.
Bye bye.
Bye. Hi, Brother Pike and Lupin. How are you
Oh,
guys
Lupin's
doing
here.
today?
Hey, Lupin, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm blessed.
Hope everyone's having a good day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree, Lupin. We should bring back your channel.
sure.
Yeah, you're a good young man. We're all proud of you. You too, Brother Pike. Uh, Lupin,
So,
uh, how you been today? Been all right?
yeah, I've been good. My sleep schedule's been a little bit off, so I'm a little bit tired, but a little bit awake. It's kind of weird.
Uh,
How
uh,
about you?
I've been all right. Uh, Brother Pike. Oh yeah, Brother Pike's having a show tonight about. What are you thinking about, Brother Pike? Are you there?
Hey,
What
can you hear
No.
time?
me?
Yeah, I
Can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
We will
Seven
be
thirty.
beginning our series on the devil. It'll be either a 2 or 3-part series.
Devil's overrated.
I think he's underrated, actually.
Huh, something, something doesn't surprise me about that.
Yeah, he's a very prominent character in both the Old and the New Testament, as well as Revelation.
Mm.
Brother Pike. Besides Job, what else the devil was in the Old Testament?
He was in a couple of the prophets. He was in the garden. He was in the Old Testament. Yeah, he was in one or two of the different major prophets. He was in the garden account, and he may have been in one of the minor prophets.
I heard this one guy on YouTube before try to say that the Old Testament when it's talk about he tried to say that the God of the Old Testament is really like Yahweh or something was really the I can't say he
He's
tried to say
Satan.
yeah
Wait,
I
he
heard
said
this
what
one
now? I'm sorry.
I
He
heard
said
this one
the old God of the Testament is Satan.
yeah
Oh,
talk about
that would make a
here
lot of sense because there's like conversations where Satan has with that God.
yeah
Yeah,
what would you say to that Lupin and Further Pike?
I would say show me scripture and let's talk about it.
It's a good
What would
answer.
you say?
Probably the same answer.
Oh, yeah, because I think it's another form of agnostics. Do you think so?
Sounds a little bit Gnostic.
I don't know. I don't really know what that means. But as far as the devil, I said earlier that I think he's underrated. I think he's much more of a major character than people even fully appreciate.
Did he became Harry Clinton?
Wait, what?
He became Bill Clinton.
I don't understand the question.
This,
He probably resides in all of those people.
oh, could he also be this guy? Let me show you. Let me show you. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. Is that him?
I feel like that's like Al Capone and Adam Sandler all kind of put together.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
That's
Oh, that's Joe the Sound Guy.
no, it's not Joe the Sound guy.
Oh, it's not.
It's supposed to be Miss Harris.
Oh, Kamala. It's Kamala. Yeah, I see her.
It's a joke on
It's,
her.
That's
Like
uh,
this
cool.
guy. That's a gangster.
Yep.
to answer Mark's question, yes, he definitely did.
I never heard of Bill Clinton going down to Georgia. That's actually,
Bill Clinton.
Well, he's been down in Georgia, all right.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Bill Clinton spent a lot of time in Georgia.
Oh, do you see that one show with Ted the Atheist? I don't know, that guy just, I don't know, something about him really strike me the wrong way. Like, he's a bit annoying. What do you think?
Are you talking about Azzo?
No, not him, Ted the Atheist.
I don't know if I know Ted. I did. Is that the guy that was on Steven's channel the other day?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't get to hear a lot of what he was saying because they were all just over talking him. But I don't really know him.
I know he just, what do you think of him? Looking?
I've never heard of him.
Yeah, he's a bit annoying, but, Azzo, he's a lovable teddy bear.
Yeah, I
Mm.
like Azzo.
Kind of remind me of this guy, a gangster.
There it is.
What do you think of him, Lupin? That gangster.
He's something.
Here's a Jesuit priest.
There it is.
Bless you, my child. Yeah, we all knew it. Lupin's the first one to expose him for being a Jesuit priest.
Got him.
Someone's got to do it.
Busted.
Yeah, and then Tim also. What? Haven't any of you heard from her?
I talked
I,
to her last night.
oh, that's good.
Does she have power?
No, I don't think so. I think she said her power went out.
Yeah, because I know it was like 4 million people that lost power.
I did text her this morning. I didn't get it back, anything back yet.
She probably just waiting on her power to come back on like everybody else.
Yeah, smart. But
Ask
yeah,
Mark. That's wrong.
yeah.
Y'all wrong for that.
Anything happened to her house get blown up. There would be all her pictures of Mark everywhere he goes, everywhere, and her statue of him on the ground, and her blow up
That's
Mark.
wrong.
I'm joking. I'm
She's
just
gonna wish she got killed by the hurricane.
joking. She's joking. I'm imagine her powers on. Oh no!
Yep. To
Mark
Krampus
almost slipped
situation.
up and said our power is out.
What do you think?
That's just a bad situation anytime the power goes out.
Oh, guys, is your house and everything back to normal again?
I'm not talking about that.
Oh, sorry. I hope everything's back to normal for you. All generations.
thank you.
Uh, I think there's something like 3 million people without electricity. But
Yeah,
perfect,
Hot shower.
there's a lot of people.
No hot shower for them.
perfect.
No AC.
Uh, you got a generator? I can imagine you having a generator.
I got a
Hopefully,
bunch of
see,
tools.
we may have a generator,
Uh,
or maybe our friends.
what about you, Perfect? Do you have a generator?
I have a lot of tools, including generators.
What about? Well, do you have a generator? Great Lupin.
Um, yeah, but it's got a leak in it, so I gotta fix that.
Sorry about
Mm.
that. But Perfect.
You know what else has a leak? Every roof in Florida right now.
Hmm.
Wow. Perfect.
Yes.
First it's gonna be about the devil. Then are you
Logan,
talking
there's a
about
lot of static. Is that you or me or somebody?
you? I don't know. There ain't
There's like
anything
a
going
lot.
on.
I went down. Yeah, you helped it. I'm sorry. What were you asking?
Uh, you say you're going to do about the devil? Or any other angels you're making stories about?
Well,
Like
that's
figure?
actually what I was. That's actually what I was going to say. Is I'm going to segue into the nature of angels generally. So I've actually decided to write a book about this. Believe it or not. In doing my studies in preparation for these teachings, I found out that this is a really big and very interesting subject. So once I get done with the teaching series on your channel, I'm going to start work on a new book on the subject. And the book is going to be about angels generally, but it's going to focus on the character of the devil because that's the angel that we're given the most information about.
Oh, guys, does the Bible ever say his name was Satan or Lucifer or
Satan is
Harry?
used.
Both.
Satan is used very frequently for a name. The devil is used as a title. There are other like demonic titles that the Jews had that were kind of superstitious, like Beelzebub, that they used.
Oh,
Um, but the only thing that's ever said that you would consider would be a name would probably be Satan. Now, Lucifer, me and Mark have discussed this. The word Lucifer is used as also kind of a title, and Mark feels that it was used directly at Nebuchadnezzar. I feel like it was used at Nebuchadnezzar and the spirit of Satan behind Nebuchadnezzar, but that's neither here nor there. It is more of a title, like the devil. The only name that I can think of is Satan.
oh. What about Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton is also a name.
Oh, okay. Oh, what would you guys say to Ted the Atheist? He said on that show, he said, "Well, what is God besides a creator of the universe? What is he?"
Oh,
So,
that's
what?
a really good question. Actually, this book is going to answer that question.
What would you
That
say,
is a
Luke?
good question.
What is God beside the creator of the universe, the creator of everything?
Yeah, of everything. I mean, literally, what he is he like a spirit, of energy, or
He,
something?
he's he's something that our minds can't comprehend.
Ted the Atheist likes to talk to Mark the theist.
I don't know who that is.
Ted the Atheist guy. That's what he asked on there. He said, "Does property say what God is? Does
Does,
he?"
That's a profound question to be honest
does
with you.
what? Does
Actually,
what?
Uh,
it's
hey,
funny.
oh, go
It's
ahead.
funny to mention that because that is like the very question that the book is going to aim to answer.
Oh yeah,
The
he's
Bible answers the question.
what is God made of?
Legos.
They,
What is God? What is God made of?
yeah. Sorry, Lupin. Go ahead.
Lupin, what is your answer to the question? What is God?
What is what is God made of, or what is God?
What is
My
God
question
made
is
of?
what is God? Logan's question is what is God made of?
What answer do you want?
Give him his answer first.
Uh,
What was it again?
uh, Ted was asking, what is God made of?
Something we can't describe. Good
Mm.
love, good, righteousness, um, Yeah, everything that encompasses good and love.
Oh, Legos. Legos. That was one word back.
Legos can be pretty rough if you step on them.
Yeah.
with their wrath.
The wrath of the Legos.
That's a good question, though. Lupin, if I asked you what is God, how would you answer that question?
The creator of everything, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords,
It's a good answer.
the creator of everything.
That's a good answer.
What would your answer be?
I think that's more of an answer of who is God, though. Like, I'll give you an example. So, if you said, Christian, who is Joseph? I would say Joseph is a carpenter. But if you said, what is Joseph? I would say Joseph is a man.
Oh. Well,
And
what
what is
is
the
a
static? There's so much static.
This might be my mic. I don't know.
It sounds like the hurricane's here with us.
oh? Might be my fan.
It helped. Whatever y'all just did helped.
Uh uh.
Um, that's a good question though. Like, what is God? The Bible does say a few things about this. In one place, it says God is a spirit. John wrote, God is a spirit. In another place, it says God is the great light unto which no man can approach. And I think that was also John that wrote, God is the great light. And so there's different statements like that that are made in the scriptures to answer the question, what is God? But I think there's a simpler answer.
well, what is Christian
Jesus
Pie?
Christ. Jesus Christ.
That is who is, but that's an answer to the question, who is God? But the question really question because he, angels were made of.
Oh, you're breaking up, Burger Pack. Burger Pack is
We
breaking
can't
up.
hear you. Yep, there goes his icon. Yeah, I think God is made up of something that is not of this realm, not of this reality. Well, this reality, sure, but not of this realm.
Well, what is a Burger Pie? Is it a leprechaun?
Well, just some dude from Georgia,
But Lupin, uh,
gangster.
what do you do if you met? Oh, what do you think of that guy Bruce?
Bruce is cool whenever I talk to him.
And he's great. I like to see him talk with Tim. Him and Tim have so much in common.
Yeah, yeah. Tim's really cool too.
Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, I have a good conversation with Bruce. Sometimes he can be like a little obnoxious.
Yeah, but I don't know where he what he told you about. Say you do that other day. He tried to tell you go to church and stop drinking
Yeah,
and
he's
stuff.
been doing that for couple days now. It's a little bit annoying. Like
He's just
we've already talked about it. Yeah, I saw that little argument that he was having with your panel. I was like, ah, man, that was
sorry.
not fun for him.
Yeah, it was crazy. Him and Aiden don't get along at all.
Aiden doesn't get along with anybody. At least the majority of the people on here, the ones who tolerate him, I guess. Gesundheit.
Oh, thank you.
All right, but I'm gonna go ahead and take off, man. I gotta go take care of some stuff.
Okay,
I'll talk to you later, maybe. Okay.
okay. Thank you for joining.
All right, man.
Bye. We'll talk about what's the crazy Amish man time. Crazy Amish man. just a crazy Amish man. Amish man. Amish man. He just a crazy Amish man. He just a crazy Amish man. Watch it.
So the future, even if all going to go to hell, and world saints are going to be meeting there, that's a real wise philosophy. What? You know, and it's been said before, and I'm going to say it one more time. Huh? What did you just say? Can you see in the corner there's a fire starting? There's a fire starting over there. There's a fire starting in the Babel buildings. It'll give you a door of opportunity. And that fire is going to consume a lot of people in the lake of fire.
Crazy. Crazy Amish man. Talking about the crazy Amish man. He's just a crazy Amish man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's just a crazy Amish man. Crazy Amish man. Amish man. Amish. Amish man. Crazy Amish man.
Today I want to talk to you about Mary, the Roman Catholic Queen of Hell.
Oh, thank you.
And there's other Marys, of course, throughout. Build big statues with her and stuff like that, and you know, pray rosaries to her and all this other stuff. You are punk, you know. That's their sources. Okay, if you don't really know what they and the biblical Mary, and you know, I'm assuming in this video, stay tuned because we're going to be covering it from. It's not the modern politically satanic. That the Mary system is not the Mary of the Bible. Oh boy, lots and lots of stuff to do, and always just great to hear from you. It's like they are extremely violent and bloody, and they call themselves the Knights Templar. They dismember bodies. I mean, just decapitated heads. See this stuff. I mean, open ties. I'm not saying veiled stuff. I'm talking open tie movement. There's a lot of tie-ins with Roman Catholicism. I went into occultism as a young man growing up. Give Christ to be able to spot these things. Alrighty. Come to Jesus today. The gates of hell would not prevail against it. It is, you know, the fact of the matter is talking about. But there was that movie with the big fish, you know, the shark, and is that the jaw? I guess the jaws of death, whatever that is, you know. What is it? What are the jaws of death? And the jaws of death shall not prevail against it. Jaws of death. Okay. Gates of hell. But you know, okay, like I remember that. Okay, I'm sorry, I remember now. And the gates of hell will not, you know, already know. He said that. Again, I'm not teaching you anything that you don't know. How does that work? Now coming out, he's even said atheists are good, very good atheists will go to heaven. I'm not going to get into a whole lot of proof. We must be saved. Okay? Now we're going to look up in the Reims 50th edition New American Bible. That's the words of St. Peter. Acts chapter 4, verse 12. The words channel.
Guy's a crazy Amish man. Crazy Amish man. He's just a crazy Amish man.
Then go to hell. Simple as that. Well, but I need, if you could just show me some proof. If I just had a little bit of proof, then I could believe in God. No proof. Are you a sinner? Do you have heavy labor? Are you depressed? Do you have problems in life? Then Jesus said, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I'll give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me. Are you willing to have the yoke of the Lord put around your neck? Oh, that's so demeaning. That's so terrible. Oh, I can't believe such a terrible picture to these African slaves being chained up by the hands, and they got the yoke around their neck, and they're being led along. But what if you were being led along by the Lord? I don't mind having his yoke upon me. I don't mind it when the Lord says, hey, son, I don't want you drinking that. Don't look at that, please. Don't eat that. Because you see, when I listen to my Heavenly Father and he tells me don't do that, and I listen, my life gets better. I like his yoke to be around my neck. I like the restraint. Oh, that's just so demeaning and terrible. Okay, go to hell. Simple as that. Well, I just need proof. You're not going to get any proof. You're a sinner. You don't come to the Lord his way and say, I know I'm a sinner. Then you go to hell. It's very simple. Extremely simple. You don't need to come up with all kinds of proof and study science and study creation and evolution and all the debate back and forth and whatever else, and textual criticism and all that stuff. That stuff is, it all goes back to the very simple thing. Are you a sinner? That's what we preach to the lost. And if they reject that, it's on them. You've done your job as a Christian. We are to go out and to preach righteousness, temperance. And that's why they hate us too, by the way. We're the spoil sports, the party poopers, the two shoes, the narrow-minded, bigoted, whatever. Because we their sins. They come out, we're so advanced now, have sodomite marriage, gay marriage, LGBT, we're so cool, and we just, anybody can use any bathroom that they want to, and you can dress however you want to, and perversion is wonderful. I often think to myself, these sex perverts out there, these dirty, filthy sex perverts, is there a level that's going too far with sex perversion? I mean, is there something that they would consider to be wrong and immoral and filthy?
What's
See?
sex pervert?
The answer to that is no. If they're honest, they'd have to say no. Because a man raping a child or something like that, well, that's his way of expressing love for the child, See? What's the level that you say, okay, that's going too far? When you get into the mindset of there should be no boundaries, there should be no limitations.
This guy's a crazy Amish.
But we as Christians have to be there to say, hey, knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men. You're going to stand before a holy, righteous God.
How much strength?
Yeah, you'd be just doing it. The eternity of hell. You've seen eternal torments of hell. Anybody that denies punk is living Illuminati blood sacrifices, Illuminati this, Illuminati. You are blind if you think the scripture, because Daddy wouldn't be that way. That's why I got broken. Come out of their mouth and say, you know what all I've done. They're hypocrites. You're going to get down there to hell and just be like your father, the devil. Oh, it's not too bad. We're going to hell, and nobody will. Burnings. It's as simple as that. They don't like that. There's just no way around it. And right in front of your face. All right? You can't forever and ever and ever wicked believe in the eternal torment of hell. And you're going to see why in this study. Torture chamber and man pleaser is all evil, but he doesn't believe any version of Scripture. He said that there's no proof for whatever his last name is. He's come out and he's a little punk kid. Another aspect of it. Doctrine of Vigilant Christian Mario
Crazy Amish man with his crazy Amish man sinkings. We'll watch more of the Amish man. Crazy Amish man. He's just a crazy Amish man. Let's see him take on Aces in a fight.
All right, I want to talk to you today about 3 logical fallacies of atheism. This is going to be a slightly different message than what I currently do. This is directed to the atheist. Okay, this is not for Christians about what atheism is. All right, this is to atheists, and I'm doing this sermon, this little study here for the atheist people out there because I understand a lot of things that atheists stand for. I understand why you take certain stands. And I myself was, I don't know if you could call it an outright atheist, but atheistic for a little while there as a teenager. I was raised, forced to go to church every time the doors were open, kind of a deal. And for a while, I kind of wanted to have a belief that God did not exist. And because I was looking at organized religion and not at a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today. And before you jump to conclusions and start putting things in the comments and whatever else, what about this, what about that, whatever else, just open your mind a little bit and watch this video and think about some of the things I'm saying here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually tell you what I'm going to be talking about so that you know what's coming up, so that there aren't any surprises for you, okay? I've separated this into 6 different little subjects. I'm going to talk about 3 categories each. So first we're going to talk about the 3 logical fallacies of atheism. Okay, why atheism is not logical. And I'm going to talk about 3 types of atheism. Okay, and I'm going to talk about the future of atheism. 3 scriptures directed at atheists from the King James Bible. 3 serious, scary warnings for atheists, and 3 things an atheist does not have to do to be saved. Okay? That's what we're going to talk about. Now, a Christian channel, and I typically do not allow profanity in my comments section, just as a matter of respect. There are people that have small children that don't need their children seeing a lot of the filthy language and everything else, and so I would ask you, if you're an atheist, that you would please respect me enough to not fill the comments up with a lot of profanity. Now, I'm going to leave, if there are atheists that are going to post profanity, I'm going to leave the comments there, because I do believe that there's a group of atheists that are very, very militant, aren't really concerned much with facts and statistics. All they are trying to do is militantly spread their religious faith of atheism, and they're going to have a good time posting lots of profanity in the comments. So I'm not going to delete the comments for this one video. Right? Whatever the comments are, they're going to be down there. Whatever you post, down there. Okay, now if you're putting links to, pornographic websites or something like that, that's inappropriate, okay, then you're going to be off. But whatever people write, whatever people say, it'll be down in the comments section. Now, 3 logical fallacies of atheism. Number 1, and this is from years and years of dealing with atheists, okay? I'm not, and by the way, I wrote some notes down here because I don't just run my mouth in front of a web camera someplace. This is real outdoors here, by the way. This is not a green screen in a multi-million-dollar studio inside my Babel building, my church building, excuse me if you're not familiar with my terminology. This is not some multi-million-dollar studio, okay? This is on a lane going back to some land that I own, all right? Out in the northeastern wilderness of Maine. Okay, the state of Maine. All right, this is not rehearsed. There's not going to be any stopping, starting. If I mess up, it's just me. That's the way it is. I'm not really one of the fake preachers out there. Okay, I don't exactly ascribe to a lot of their philosophies. But anyhow, we're going to talk logical things now. All right, logic. All right, a lot of atheists out.
Bruder Pack!
Hey, buddy, sorry I lost service. I guess Lupin must have left.
Yeah.
I was actually enjoying having that conversation with him.
Sorry about that, Brother Pike. I need to
No,
talk to
it's just
Brother
my
Pike.
service.
How are you today?
I'm good. I've been bubbling over with ideas on this book I'm going to start working on.
That's good. Oh, Brother Pike, did you ever donate to St. James?
I don't remember, Logan, honestly. I'll go back and check.
Okay, thank you.
I
Sorry,
meant
I
to. I
don't
know
mean.
that I meant to. No,
Oh,
you're not
sorry, I
bugging me. I
don't.
should have already done it. I'll double check.
Oh, sorry about that, Brother Pike. But Brother Pike,
All
I
right.
need to ask you something here, Brother Pike. Yeah, what would you say to that guy? Say, what is God? What is God's made of? You
That
say
is a
God.
great. What is God? Is a question. I think that's not even a question that deserves an answer. But what is God is a very interesting question. And the reason I say that is because made of something is constructed from atomic matter. And we know that things like God and angels are not constructed from atomic matter. So the phrase made of doesn't even work there because you're not talking about matter. That's a cool question. Doesn't mean anything. It's like me saying, what is the speed of left? Not a that can be answered. But the question of what is God is a very interesting question. And that is the question that I aim to answer with the book.
Oh, wow. What would you do if he asked you, uh, what proof they have for God?
Oh, a person shouldn't think of God in sense of proof. We're supposed to have faith. It's something you believe in without proof. If a person has proof of something, then
What about what would you say? They ask you for evidence.
that'd be the same question. It's the same exact thing. If a person believes in God because they feel like they have evidence, that person is lost because we're saved by faith or by grace through faith. If you don't have a relationship with God through faith, then you're not saved. If you think that you have some sort of naturalistic evidence that makes you believe there's a God because you can prove it scientifically, then you don't have faith. So we're supposed to have supernatural faith. We're supposed to have the belief in God without evidence.
Oh, what would you say to someone who says, "Well, you prove that the God of the Bible is the right, true God"?
That's sort of a different question, I guess. That is a matter of personal persuasion, I guess you could say, because a person can believe in a creative supernatural and then have a difference of opinion about how that force has interacted with mankind. So that would just be a conversation about why I feel like this is the best account of God. So that would just be telling why I think that the Bible is the most reliable account of God. But a
Uh,
person can believe in God without believing in the Bible.
I mean, like uh, the Islam book, it says the Bible is true and cannot be corrupted. It called Jews and Christian liars about the Bible. That's all, but it contradicts both the Old Testament and New Testament. Brother Pratt?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna make that judgment based on prophecy, then Testament is prophecy and not Quran. It could become a student decide for themselves what they think is.
What do you think of? What would you say to Claude?
What was the question?
Oh, he's. I think he was saying that in response to the crazy Amish man. When the
What
Amish
was
man
the?
said no, he was saying not to use not to cuss or anything.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, I agree with the Amish guy. Christians really shouldn't use bad language.
he said in his comments, he's saying that to atheists who come to his comments, not to cuss. What would you say?
Um, People are going to troll your comments. Believe me, I wish that people wouldn't do things like that, but they're going to. So there's not really much you can do about it on a public platform.
Oh,
But Christians definitely shouldn't be doing it.
did you went live the other day on your show?
What's the question?
Did you went live on your show the other day?
No. When I was down at that church over the weekend, we did broadcast some of the services on Facebook, but that wasn't on the YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. Just want because I want to make sure to share it for
Oh yeah, yeah, that stuff's not on YouTube.
you. But I just want to ask you, what do you do if uh, Do you think? Did you say when man fell and we became form of sin and that we became apes or something? Is that what you? I forget. Sorry, I'm not very good at remembering stuff.
No, that's all right. I believe that the body that you and I now occupy is not the image of God, but is in fact the coats of skins that are referred to in Genesis chapter 3.
Is it that God turned people into apes? I guess.
I just believe that he robed us in these bodies. These are the coats of skins. This is the animal sacrifice that was prepared to cover that first transgression.
Oh. What about? So, do you think we, when that happened, made us common ancestors with apes?
I don't believe that because I do believe in special creation. And so even if this body is very similar to a gorilla's body, that doesn't mean that I necessarily believe that they're related, but I do believe it's an ape. I do believe it's a beast.
Do you think Aiden is a monkey?
Aiden kind of smells like a monkey.
Oh, what about it?
What about that?
You ever read this? The Epic of Gilgamesh?
A long time ago, yeah, I can't really remember of it.
Steven said he's going to do a video about that in Noah's Ark one day. He said the original book didn't have a flood. Is that true?
I'm not a scholar on this.
I know it talked about zombies.
Zombies.
He said break down the nether realm doors and let the dead outnumber the living, and they eat them.
Yeah, honestly, I don't remember all the details, Logan. I have read the Epic of Gilgamesh, but it was a long time ago, and I just don't remember. But I do believe it's based off the flood myth that come from Noah. I do believe that.
Oh. But I want a pet monkey. Pet monkey.
I knew somebody in Florida that had a pet monkey. I helped house sit it one time.
Oh. Was it anything like Aiden?
It smelled the same.
Oh. Oh, I want to ask you. So that be saying that humans became monkeys.
Well, what I'm saying is that the body that you and I currently occupy is a beast. It is an animal, a primate. I don't think that necessarily means that it is related to other primates because I do believe in special creation, but I wouldn't care whether it was or wasn't because either way it would still be a beast.
What about Aiden?
Aiden smells like a monkey.
Does he dance like? Oh, you said his name enough.
Everybody get their loop and bingo cards ready.
Yeah, you said his name.
That's the thing the Proverbs guys don't understand, Logan, about my position on this is I don't care whether or not it has a common ancestor with other great apes. That does not affect my opinion on the matter one way or the other.
How,
I really don't. But even if I did, it wouldn't change the fact that he's not the image of God.
do you think? How great are these apes?
Pretty great, obviously. I mean, they're,
As great as Aiden,
they're as great as Aiden.
but he is the mighty Aiden. He's 8 dens. Well, let me show you something.
I do got to jump off here.
Okay, but I'm gonna ask you. Anytime you ever want to do a special show that's not teaching, you can have that too if you want. You got teacher shows, any shows you want. Okay, Brother Park?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what other kind of show I would have. Maybe just an open discussion or a Q&A or something.
Whatever you want, little guy. Look, bring back Brother Park. Oh, look at what Mark said.
You're all pretty pretty great at it. Yeah, when people say how great are they, I say very great. I mean, they put apes on the moon.
What about Murder Pie?
Brother Pike is a name that was given to a spirit that has thus far in life personified itself as this particular great ape that you're speaking with.
Wow. Who is this great Murder Pie?
That's the question we don't know. Because in the book of Revelation, he said, I'll give you a white stone, and written upon that stone a new name that no one knows but me and you. So we don't even know who we are. John said we don't even know until we see him as he is. We don't even know who we are.
Wow. Who are you?
It's a good question.
What is a Murder Pie? Really?
That is a deep, mysterious question. That's one for the
Okay.
philosophers to answer.
But Murder Pike is a leprechaun. A leprechaun.
And I feel like that's not the answer.
Oh, do you think humans, after they die, can miss the tunnel to afterlife and be trapped on Earth and haunt people? I would haunt Steven.
I don't think that's what happens.
Oh. But if you did, would you hunt Steven?
Yeah, I mean, I probably would. If given the opportunity, I would haunt Steven. I've
And
tried
then
to
you
do
go,
that in life, let alone the afterlife.
but Steven's just a funny little guy. Now I just take his cup, put it somewhere else every time he put his cup down. And
He said on one of Missing Mods shows that if I had to think of him as a little girl to leave him alone, then that was okay. And I was like, way ahead of you.
that's crazy. Steven's just a funny little guy. He's just an adorable little guy. He's so crazy. Can't mind me of Burger Pie. Like
I do got to
this.
jump off here, Logan.
Okay,
That's
thank you for
a.
joining us.
What is your last and final question before our show this evening?
Uh, what's the meaning of Burger Pie?
So far, cappuccinos,
Oh,
but that may
bless you,
change.
my child. The
All right.
Jesuit priest is here. See you soon, my child. The Jesuit priest is here. He blesses you, my child. Like these guys, this guy, this guy, some other guy. Who's this? Before you go. Oh no. Dan should start a new Mexico. Dan answers in Genesis. That'll be funny. We'll watch some more crazy Amish until someone comes on.
Out there say, well, we believe in reason, we don't believe in the faith and all this other. Okay, let's deal logically. And this, like I said, this is from me dealing personally with atheists. Logical fallacy number one that I get from most atheists is, number one, all Christians are or support hypocrites, pedophiles, and murderers. Okay? And I've gotten that thing for years and years and years. If you're a Christian, then you support all the wicked stuff that organized religion does. Okay, number two, everything must be proved with science before it can be believed. That's another logical fallacy that atheists claim that they believe, but when you actually start to examine the facts, they don't really believe it. And if they believe it, they aren't really putting it into practice. And the third logical fallacy is being a Christian means you are part of organized religion. The third one kind of ties in with the first one. Okay, now it doesn't take a whole lot of study for an atheist or anybody.
Crazy Amish man. See some more crazy Amish man.
So don't let a bunch of little spooks out there laugh right now and get your little fun laughs, but you're going to burn in hell and you're going to be screaming like little girls, the little girls that you are. All right?
Oh no.
All right, I thought this was extremely telling here. What on earth was that? what's going on?
Oh no.
Lie to you of this Mandela effect, I feel bad. And if you're gullible enough to fall for this whole nonsense, it is CERN. CERN is behind the Nestle's text.
A crazy Amish man. Crazy old 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 Amish man.
So it's just win souls, win souls, win souls, win souls. Don't do anything else but win souls, get them in here so we can get their money.
Yep.
And they've perpetuated this thing for so long that they twist scriptures to make you feel like you're just scum of the earth if you've not won 12 people to the Lord in the last hour. It's ridiculous. Our job is to preach righteousness, temperance, judgment to come. That's what we're supposed to do. And if people reject that, that's their problem.
Yep. It's all their problem.
1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 17 through 21. For Christ sent me not to baptize, but to preach the gospel, not with wisdom of words, lest the cross of Christ should be made of none effect. Wisdom of words? Let me talk about science to you today. It's about sin. You see? It's about the cross of Christ. Why did Jesus have to die on the cross? Very simple thing that you can say to people. They say, I'm not a bad person. Okay, then who did Jesus die for? You get in because you're not a bad person? Did he die for the really bad people? You know? He didn't die for your sins. He just died for those that are much worse, apparently. I mean, if Jesus, he dies on the cross, if you can earn your salvation, why on earth did he do that? Verse 18, for the preaching of the cross is to them that perish, foolishness. But unto us which are saved is the power of God. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this world? Hath not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? If God's made foolish the wisdom of this world, then what on earth are you doing trying to use that to witness to the lost? For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. You're going to look like a fool. Oh no, because I've gone to the university and I have a PhD. Let's all welcome Dr. whoever. And he's a very highly educated man. He taught high school science for 15 years. And, he's been this great professor, and he's been this, and he has 4 degrees and all these other things. And he's debated some of the top evolutionists in the country. And no, the preaching of the cross is foolishness to them that perish. And you can't make it different than that. I was going to say unfoolish. I don't know if that's really a word. It's foolishness. But you see, when somebody's broken, when their pride is finally broken, and they come down to that level, and they're just like, I can't continue like this. I don't know what's going on. My life is just a wreck. Everything's falling apart. God, if you're real, I need help. They're ready for salvation. You see? And you hear, and all of a sudden they hear, and they say, the Bible says that you're going to go to hell if you die in your sins. And you get that fear coming into you, and you go, hell? You mean it gets worse than what I'm going through right now? I'm going to burn forever on top of this? And then you hear the good news of the gospel. Jesus died for sinners. He didn't come for the righteous. He came for you, sinner. All those things that you struggle with, all those things where you just mess up and mess up and mess up. He died to pay for all of that. His blood can wash that all away. That's the good news. Not saying, well, actually all the earthquakes out there in the world right now, there's all these big earthquakes, and the Bible says that there'd be earthquakes in divers places in the end times. And let's look at the seismic activity of the last 3 months or things like this, and whatever. And I'll admit I've probably been guilty of some of this, the apologetics type of stuff, where you try to show lost people proofs of things and stuff like that. It's not supposed to be that way, brethren. It's about sin, not about science. Matthew chapter 11. Let's kind of talk a little bit about this, but we'll continue here. Matthew chapter 11, begin in verse 25. At that time Jesus answered and said, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. Even so, Father, for so it seemed good in thy sight. God hides certain things. Jesus spoke to the masses, the great groups of people and things. He spoke to them in parables. He could have just come down and just said simply, hey, I'm God, here I am. You want to see some science? You want to see some proof and things like this? Okay, whatever, done things. And he did, by the way, some of that stuff. And yet the people still didn't believe. We'll see that as we continue. But God hides things from the wise and prudent. Interesting. Verse 27. All things are delivered unto me of my Father, and no man knoweth the Son but the Father. Neither knoweth any man the Father save the Son. You can't say, I believe in God, but I reject Jesus Christ. It doesn't work. And he to whomsoever the Son will reveal him. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, and learn of me. For I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. The hardest thing you can go through as a Christian is still better than living out there in the lost world. And all the junk you go through as a lost person. And notice there it says, take my yoke upon you and learn of me. When the Lord saves you, he puts a yoke. You're a bondservant now. Your life is not your own. You're bought with a price. That blood that was shed on the cross, that was the purchase price to purchase you. Or the price that was paid to purchase you, to say it that way. You don't have the right to say, hey, I'm not going to this, I'm not going to that. I'll just do what I want with my life. You don't have that right anymore. But notice it says, take my yoke upon you and learn of me. And I've said this many, many, many times throughout my sermons, and that is the way that you judge if somebody's really truly saved is what is their attitude towards the truth. Now, I'm a Christian, but I reject the King James Bible only position. I'm a Christian, but I'm not dispensational. I'm a Christian, but I believe Christians will go through the time of Jacob's trouble and could lose their salvation. But I'm still a Christian. Sorry. Nope. I'm a Christian, but I don't have to change my life. Well, then you're not taking the yoke of the Lord upon you. You're not a bondservant. You do what you want with your life. But you've believed, and that's all it takes. Your own belief. It's really something, isn't it? Again, do we see science? No. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Not to come unto me, all ye that are convinced by the mighty arguments of my saints down there, proving scientifically that I exist. Are you laboring? Are you heavy laden? Come to me, I'll give you rest. And he will, and he does. Luke chapter 16. Old saying is very, very good, and that is, a man can't be saved until he knows he's lost. Absolutely. Luke chapter 16, verse 27. You have the rich man in hell, and he sees Lazarus over in Abraham's bosom. This is talking about the Old Testament here, before Jesus died on the cross. Now when Jesus, now that the blood is there, you go right to heaven when you die. You don't have to go down into, the earth, down there to wait for the resurrection. You don't need to do that. Or wait for Jesus to die on the cross, the perfect redemption. Luke chapter 16, verse 27. This is the rich man speaking here. It says, Then he said, I pray thee therefore, Father, that thou wouldest send him to my father's house. Lazarus, in other words. For I have 5 brethren, that he may testify unto them, lest they also come into this place of torment. It's a prayer of a lost relative that went to hell. They're praying, they're saying, please, God, I want them to be saved. I don't want them coming here. Verse 29, Abraham saith unto him, They have Moses and the prophets, let them hear them. At the time the New Testament wasn't written, Abraham says, they have Moses and the prophets. They have the Old Testament. The Word of God. He doesn't say, well, there's a lot of scientific proof out there that will point people to God. The Bible. They have the law, the 10 Commandments to convict them that they're sinners, that they need to get saved. Verse 30, And he said, Nay, Father Abraham, but if one went unto them from the dead, they will repent. They need to see scientific proof. And he said unto him, If they hear not Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rose from the dead. Exactly. You can show people scientific proof and waste your time. Because if they're sinners not wanting to be saved, you aren't going to convince them of anything. Turn back to Revelation chapter 10. Revelation chapter 10, verse 7. But in the days of the voice of the 7th angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of God should be finished, as he hath declared to his servants the prophets. In the time of Jacob's trouble, there's no longer going to be any atheism. It will be true Luciferianism, which is exactly what atheism is. I did a video on that. People that are atheists, predominantly, there's some that might have just never heard the gospel yet, but those that have heard the gospel, those that mock the gospel, hate the Bible, they're Luciferians. That's all that they are. They are Satan worshipers. But you see, at the end of the time of Jacob's trouble, the mystery of God is going to be finished. They're actually going to believe. I believe that they're actually going to be able to see God. They're going to know that God is real. Scientific proof, Turn to Revelation chapter 16. What happens when they see God? Well, towards the end of the time of Jacob's trouble, you have the outpouring of the vials of wrath. Let's see what happens when these people are seeing God and they know God is real. They know that He exists. Revelation chapter 16, verse 1. And I heard a great voice out of the temple saying to the 7 angels, Go your ways and pour out the vials of the wrath of God upon the earth. And the first went and poured out his vial upon the earth, and there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon the men which had the mark of the beast, and upon them which worshipped his image. And the second angel poured out his vial upon the sea, and it became as the blood of a dead man, and every living soul died in the sea. And the third angel poured out his vial upon the rivers and fountains of waters, and they became blood. And I heard the angel of the waters say, Thou art righteous, O Lord, which art and wast and shalt be, because thou hast judged thus. For they have shed the blood of saints and prophets, and thou hast given them blood to drink, for they are worthy. And I heard another out of the altar say, Even so, Lord God Almighty, true and righteous are thy judgments. All right? Is there any doubt that this stuff is supernatural? When these events occur, there will be no doubt. None. And again, let me kick another little thing while I'm at it here. You get all these people that are into Reformed theology, and they'll try to tell you, and Catholicism and Reformed theology are just, pretty much the same thing. But anybody's Reformed theology, scratch them, don't even listen to them. But they'll tell you that all these events of Revelation happened in the past. Really? All the water on earth turned to blood? Men had the mark of the beast, and they had a noisome sore and things like that. Well, that's symbolic. Just of the devil. Wicked, stinking people. Absolutely disgusting. But the atheists, they say, we need to see scientific proof. There it is. The mystery of God's finished. They understand that God's real. They can see Him, I believe. And God's pouring out supernatural miracles upon the earth. that you can't explain away with science. What's global warming? It's climate change. No, no. He's doing miracles. Verse 8. And the fourth angel poured out his vial upon the sun, and power was given unto him to scorch men with fire. Now look at this. And men were scorched with great heat, and blasphemed the name of God, which hath power over these plagues, and they repented not to give him glory. They know that God is real, and they hate him. Scientifically proven to them that God is real, and they still hate him. Verse 10. And the fifth angel poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast, and his kingdom was full of darkness, and they gnawed their tongues for pain, and blasphemed the God of heaven because of their pains and their sores, and repented not of their deeds. That's where we're going to end it. That's the whole issue, brethren. They don't want to repent of their deeds. They don't like you coming along and talking about righteousness and temperance and judgment to come. They can't stand that. And so they will sidetrack you, and they will say, don't some of your own apologists and your own Bible there, doesn't it say that you're to give an answer to every man? Hey, I'm just asking for some scientific proof that your Bible is true and that God is real. Don't fall for it for 1 second. Are you a sinner? I reject the book. Then go to hell. Simple as that. Well, but I need, if you could just show me some proof. If I just had a little bit of proof, then I could believe in God. No proof. Are you a sinner? Do you have heavy labor? Are you depressed? Do you have problems in life? Then Jesus said, come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I'll give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me. Are you willing to have the yoke of the Lord put around your neck? Oh, that's so demeaning. That's so terrible. Oh, I can't believe such a terrible picture to these African slaves being chained up by the hands, and they got the yoke around their neck, and they're being led along. But what if you're being led along by the Lord? I don't mind having his yoke upon me. I don't mind it when the Lord says, hey, son, I don't want you drinking that. Don't look at that, please. Don't eat that. Because you see, when I listen to my Heavenly Father, and he tells me don't do that, and I listen, my life gets better. I like his yoke to be around my neck. I like the restraint. That's just so demeaning and terrible. Okay, go to hell. Simple as that. Well, I just need proof. You're not going to get any proof. You're a sinner. You don't come to the Lord his way and say, I know I'm a sinner. Then you go to hell. It's very simple. Extremely simple. You don't need to come up with all kinds of proof and study science and study creation and evolution and all the debate back and forth and whatever else, and textual criticism and all that stuff. That stuff is secondary. It all goes back to the very simple thing. Are you a sinner? That's what we preach to the lost. And if they reject that, it's on them. You've done your job as a Christian. We are to go out and to preach righteousness, temperance, judgment to come. And that's why they hate us too, by the way. We're the spoil sports, the party poopers, the goody two-shoes, the narrow-minded, bigoted whatevers, because we judge their sins. They come out and they say, look, we're so advanced now. We have sodomite marriage, gay marriage, LGBT. We're so cool, and we just, anybody can use any bathroom that they want to, and you can dress however you want to, and perversion is wonderful. And I often think to myself, these sex perverts out there, these dirty, filthy sex perverts. Is there a level that's going too far with sex perverts?
He's crazy. He's a crazy little Amish man. He's just so crazy. Amish man. He's just a crazy Amish. Amish man. He's so crazy. And he's not Amish. He like to talk about the sex perverts. Him and his sex perverts. Him and his sex perverts. Amish man and the sex perverts. Who joined? Who joined? Dan the man. Hi, Dan.
Account on Kaiser Dad.
Hello, GG. Just headed out the door, but um, nobody's headed in yet. Missing Mod is gonna try because that dude is a little over crazy.
Who, the Amish man?
Whoever he is.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I gotta.
Oh,
Sorry.
he's a crazy Amish man.
Forgot to turn off my my YouTube sound. Sorry.
How are you today?
I'm doing great. Woke up at 6:30 a.m. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get going, and I was like, well, I'll just lay down for a second, and and what time is it now? It's like 10:53. I got up like at 9. My wife finally came in. I was like, you ready to get up?
Oh, hi, Miss Maud.
Can you hear
I'm
me?
glad you're all right.
Can you
Hi.
hear me? My phone's barely getting any signal.
Yeah, we can hear you. Even
It
Okay,
is
Dan.
good.
perfect.
Oh,
Thank you.
Miss
I'm
Maud,
okay.
uh, Ada asked a question earlier. If Dan started his own ministry called Dan Answers and Genesis. Dan.
Say that again.
He said, what if you Dan start a ministry called Dancers and Genesis?
That little brat. I'm gonna have to give him royalties because that is awesome.
What's up,
No,
Christy?
I'm not gonna be able to. I'm not gonna be able to stay on very long. I just wanted to come on and say that I'm okay and everything's fine. And
Well, that's good.
yeah, thank you guys
You're all
for loving me and Karen and stuff. Everybody was messaging me last night and trying to make sure I was okay. So I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. We're glad you're all right. Oh,
Missed you this morning, MM.
Oof, I know I miss you guys for sure. I'm going crazy. I'm having like
miss
the
you.
worst time emotionally, but I'm all right.
Aw.
I'll live.
Oh, look, this way. Aiden. Hi, Miss Mud. Glad you're on. Came on. Glad you're all right. Well, look, this way. Aiden said, Dan should start a ministry called Dancers and Genesis.
Yeah, but now I'm gonna have to say something nice about him because that is.
Listen, Mud.
Sorry, it kicked me out. I don't know why.
Oh, that's all right. We love you. We're glad you're all right and everything's all right. Do you have
Yeah,
anything?
I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off here so I don't run my phone battery out. But
All right.
um, thank you for doing a show. I'm gonna watch though. I'm gonna listen. I can only do it outside though because my house doesn't get any signal. So
Oh, sorry about that. Do you
it's
have a
okay.
generator?
Yeah, we got a generator going.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so we're good on that front.
Oh, that's good.
But
We're glad. We all love
but
our Miss Mom, Angel Lady.
oh, thank you. If I get signal in the house later, or if my power comes back, I'll definitely come, do something to let you guys know. And then of course the shows will start right back again. So I'm hoping that I can do a show tomorrow, but I don't know if the power will be back on by then. Because the power's
Oh,
on where I was staying at, but it's not here. So that sucks.
oh, sorry
But
about that.
I got hope it'll come back on pretty quick.
Oh, that's good. We all love missing the mod. We all love
Oh,
mod. We all
well, I
miss
love you
the.
guys too.
GG, you can dedicate this to the missing mod and with much prayer.
Yeah. We all love you, Miss Mod.
I love you too. Thank you guys. I'm gonna
Send
jump
you
off here.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
joining us.
God bless you.
Uh,
Hey, Chuck's out there. I gotta go. Chuck can come in and he can be my dancer.
They always talk about you dancing.
I know. So, Phantom, you can be one of my dancers. There's probably a way to put dancers in my show too. So, Phantom, that means you're gonna volunteer. You can dance, and Claude's always dancing around. He can be one of them, and Chuck. I can have the 3 dancers on the Dancers in Genesis show. How's that, Gigi?
Yeah.
Now, all we got to do is make sure they're not blocked over on Proverbs, guys, so they can actually get in, so they can dance while I'm talking.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
How you been?
I've been great. Jet lag is a real thing. And about 2:00 in the morning, which is actually daytime in the Philippines. 2:00 a.m. I'm wide awake, and then, but I'm getting better now. This morning I woke up at 6:30 a.m., which is about somewhere around 7 p.m. My wife just told me 9 p.m. So it's a weird thing. Chuck, come on in and keep him company when I go. Actually, Chuck, serious, miss you. I actually love your humor, Chuck. Good 60s, 70s kid like me. And Claude's probably running around busy as heck as always. But somebody come on in. I want to listen while I'm off working, and I don't want to hear that old Amish guy.
Oh, Amish. Be careful, Mod. What do you think of that crazy Amish guy?
Sounds like he wasn't talking about the love of Jesus.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's just a crazy guy. He says, "You're a filthy sinner, atheist." That's why I say to the atheists, they're filthy sinners. They take a bath, so they can be clean sinners, right?
That is true. And Chuck, I like that one. Dan, did you wake up dancing? Chuck, I've seen you and you've seen me. We don't dance. Come on, Chuck. You know that. Maybe inside in our praise and worship, but I don't know about you, Chuck, but I got 4 left feet.
Oh. He's just a crazy guy. Well, would you like to see a debate between him versus Tim?
Tim versus Tim?
No, Fire Chalk versus Tim.
If I can get Tim not to be so, kind of mean sometimes. I like to be mean when we're sparring and stuff, but if I'm talking to somebody, I want to keep that out of there. And sometimes my boy Tim, I love what he does, love how, but sometimes, talking down, not tongue down to people, but it's like, oh, that's a stupid idea. It's like, well, Of course, you're going to think it's a stupid idea if you don't have it, but you don't have to tell people that. But I'm working on him. But yeah, otherwise, because Father Chuck is always, just pretty well. He'll throw in his zingers that I love because I understand them. But yeah, pretty well just right. Oh, wait a minute. Dan's one. You know what, Claude? I'd rather have you just cuss than say stuff that sounds kind of like totally perverted. Let's see. I'll be your reader because I'm not a good reader, so it's fun to try. Missing mod. What a dumb little B word.
Look at what he said. Dancers, Adventure Land. What do you think of that?
Now that's good, Claude. I like that, Claude. That one, thumbs up to Claude.
It's crazy. What I asked, would you ever debate Bruce? Mighty Bruce. 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 You there, Dan?
Sorry, Dan's son just came and he said,
Oh.
if I don't like cussing and stuff, he said, just tell him that is code word for them actually believing and knowing that there is a God and that you have to believe him. So that's good. So Claude, now you don't cuss, but any crudeness, any twisted stuff, Claude, that just means you know there's a God, you know there's right and wrong. Good. See, and that's why I love my little tech guy, because as you guys can tell, he's much smarter than I am. Did you like that, Gigi? If people cuss or if people are crude, it just means they know there's a right and wrong, and which points to a creator. One comment, because before I came on earlier and I saw in and out that about the whole evidence and God thing, and Romans, chapter 1 says how it is evident. Just the creation out there makes it evident, which is plain and simple truth. No, that's the truth wasn't. It's plain and simple evidence. You can look up the dictionary part of it. That there is an almighty creator. Just the trees, just the biology, just the stars gives evidence. It makes it evident, which is kind of like evidence for God. Now our faith in the Savior has to come without sight, like John 20:28. And when Thomas goes, I'm not going to believe Jesus rose from the dead unless I put my finger in his side, touch the holes in his hands. And then Jesus pops in there and Thomas goes, my Lord and my God. And Jesus said, well, blessed are you because you've seen and you believe, but blessed more are those that haven't seen and won't see and still believe. That's the faith end of it. Thomas did not believe in Jesus without evidence. And so Romans in that, it shows that, yes, evidence, God, there is evidence. That's too much fun. I hope my wife... Gemma, are you ready? Oh, she's ready. Okay, one more, Claude. The perversity is in your mind, Dan. Okay, Claude, that's a really good thought. He said it's the perversity. We don't in English. Oh well, in lower just living English, we don't say that. But I love that, Claude. Yeah, Claude, we're all sinful and unclean. And if, Claude, you are saying that those things that you always say, you are not using as a double meaning, missionary position, if you're saying that and not saying it with the double meaning, Claude, I apologize for ever thinking you're such a smart guy, because I really do think you're smart, Claude. But if you say those things and you don't know those are double meanings, we got to get you into an old folks home or into where they wanted to put me, which was a place for mentally incapable people that were kind of retarded. So thanks, Claude. Thanks for that. Yes, that's why I thank God he forgave me for that. Thank God I tell people I don't want to hear cussing. I know all your cuss words, but they've been cleaned. But my human nature wants them still there. The humanity that I fight with inside of me would love to tell you guys off. It's only the spirit inside of me is like, no, Claude. Remember, Dan, you were just like Claude. 40 years ago, you remember, Dan remembers the darkness I was in, the blindness I was in. So anyway, my wife, I'm going to be I'm not going to be blind, but I'm probably going to have some body aches. Thank you, Gemma. She's over there smiling because she's ready to go to work. I've been off for a week and then we've been off a lot this summer with my ailments. So thank you, Gigi. Come on, somebody else pop on. Oh, one more, Claude. Don't say anything more, Claude, because I'll have to keep. Wait a minute. Oh, where was that? Can you put that one up there? So crudeness proves a creator. Can you put that one up there, Gigi?
What
And
was
I'll
it?
end on that one. Claude, and it's
Oh,
just
there.
losing on our screen there.
Oh.
The crudeness proves the Bible that without what is crudeness? Crudeness is because we know there is a right way, a good standard. Bad is only there's no such thing as bad unless there's good. There's no such thing as imperfect unless there's perfect. So, yeah, Claude, the fact that there is evil and we know it proves that there's good. All right, Achilles, take on over. I got to get to work. I love you, buddy. I'll be
Hi,
listening.
Achilles.
Hello, brother. Hello, hello. Hello,
Uh-oh.
Gigi.
Hi, how are you today?
Now good.
That's good. Hi, Dan, with the master plan.
Man, everyone's around,
Yeah, how are you today?
but no one's joining. I'm fine.
Sorry.
No good.
Oh yeah, Achilles.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, how you been? Been all right and stuff?
Yeah.
Good. How was your, oh, there, I think the PGs are doing a show tonight too, I think. Is that right? Is that one preacher doing a show tonight?
Yeah.
Jacob, that's it. Yeah.
Um,
Is his dad Isaac? His grandfather Abraham?
now, well, I'm gonna ask. I don't know. I'll forward your question. See
Okay.
what he says.
The kid, Jonathan was on the other day with the PGs.
Yeah.
And is it him and Dan's son going to be co-hosting a show?
Um, I don't know.
Do you think
No.
Aiden could go on there? Because he kind of looks teenager-ish.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been off from being online. I just got to my computer and I saw your stream, and I was like, I saw Stefan in the chat, so I asked, and then so if she's okay, because
She's okay.
yeah, and then
She's
I heard Dan asking for someone to come in to cover him, and I'm like, okay, let me go say hi to my brother here. But
thank
I haven't been following much what is going on,
oh.
and I can't answer the questions. I'm gonna have to
But
yeah
can we
ask.
call you the Great Achilles?
Well, no, we gotta keep our pride low because the greatest enemy that we have is ourselves. Eh, That's why Jesus said, "Deny yourself and follow me. Pick up your cross," which is the symbol of denying your own self. And if we keep calling me great, the great, Achilles the great, Achilles the great, remember what happened with Alexander the Great? They
Yeah.
kept they kept calling him great, and he tried taking over the world. So
Oh, that why people go around with the cross necklace?
with what cross necklace?
Yeah.
If I mind that.
I mean, is that why people like to wear the cross? You know, the cross on their neck.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm wearing mine,
Oh.
but it's
Oh,
not from that verse.
could we call you the Amazing Achilles?
Or yeah, that would make a good NBC show, MSNBC show. The Amazing Achilles.
Oh, I need to tell you, Steve Adams, he's just a. I always had so many videos of him and joke around with make him look like he teleports around. It's just so funny. He's a funny guy, but it's sad what found out what happened with him and his kids and stuff. Wait a
With
second.
whom? With whom?
Steve Anderson.
Mm, I just burned my tongue. No. Yeah, it is crazy. It is crazy, and I don't know. Deep down, there are some aspects of Steven Anderson that I like. Um,
Uh,
Part of the gospel is um, brings you some anger about this world, but there are some things in his teachings that I don't enjoy. And when you are a child of God and you don't preach the true gospel, God is going to not punish you, but kind of put you aside, put you on the bench. You know, he's the
like
coach.
this guy was shown. I call him the Amish guy because he looks Amish. He
Mhm.
this what remember the other day I showed you that video. This is what Claude asked. He said, "Could purple guys
I
explain
don't
why?"
know. I don't know. I think Claude had a lot of Raki here in Greece, and he's seeing things where they are not. If he's still in Greece, then he's still probably drunk. So we're gonna take him seriously when he crosses the border and leaves Greece. That's when he's gonna have some headaches, hangovers. But
Oh,
till
uh,
then,
well, I have some questions. What is do you think it's send a drink beer or wine?
well, I actually don't. I don't like them anymore. I used to, but I'm not doing it because of the Bible. God turned me into being disgusted by them. Like I can't, I don't like alcohol anymore. That happened before I arrived at the Bible, and the Bible is all right with you having a drink, which is wine, not like the chemical stuff that we have today, but not getting drunk. Drunkenness is not uh, something that the Bible accepts.
Here's
Now, yeah,
here's this guy last night on the PGs, Ted the atheist. He said, uh, what is God?"
when that guy was like
Yeah.
a baby,
Yeah.
I think guys said that Aiden gave a good comment, but I think they missed Aiden's best comment, which I believe was the comment of that stream, the best comment in the stream, and they didn't highlight it, and I wasn't there. He said, I think that the Proverbs guys planted that guy to make atheism look bad.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know, something about that guy just he's a bit annoying.
yeah, yeah, he was. And it was like one more case where, if you have nothing to say, you just have to run around, say weird stuff like you guys are this, you guys are that. I liked how Jeremiah was trying to approach it, which is not from the Bible philosophically, because philosophers have arrived to the existence of God before Christianity, and it comes from reasoning. So we are able to do that again. Like it makes sense. Now, if it is the God of the Bible, that is another debate. That is a separate debate. But when we talk about whether a God exists or not, and you start attacking the Bible, you are forcing the other side to defend the Bible, and therefore it becomes a Bible discussion.
This one guy, Brian Dingwitcher guy I showed on there, the crazy Amish guy, he liked to say that he says, "You're a filthy sinner, atheist." It's what he preaches to the atheists. He's crazy.
Uh,
He's
he's still Amish?
he's not actually. I think he's an ex Amish guy. But I call him Amish because he looks Amish.
Ah, right.
But yeah, he's a crazy guy. He used to be a
The,
fan of.
the Orthodox Jews look Amish.
Yeah.
Yeah, like with their hair, they leave them curly and under the hat, and it reminds me of Amish people.
Yeah, same thing with Sky. He kind of looks Amish.
Have you watched the movie? It's a long time ago, but it was a great comedy called
This is
man
the end.
Kingpin. I think it was
Oh,
Kingpin.
Kingpin, yeah.
Yeah, I love that Gamish guy.
Yeah. He's fun. Okay, so this is what Mark asked. He says, "Hey, Akira, is the world still ending this year?" That
Well,
what Mark
Mark
asked.
Mark seems to have the IQ of a potato because I never said it's ending this year, and he keeps asking that, so it makes me think like the guy is probably an IQ of like 4.
Oh,
So 2024, according to my theory, was the end of what the United States doesn't even see yet, which is the tribulation, because the rest of the world was going through it. So at the end of that time, at the end of that period, another period begins, which is called the wrath of God. And it has begun with being crazy. Like 2024 is crazy. And it is mind blowing to me how there are so many dead in North Carolina and nobody in any other state gives a shit. So why do I expect them to care for what happens in Ukraine or what happens in Israel and Palestine, Lebanon, Syria? Why? They don't. They don't care. And people that don't care can go around make jokes. Ask me if I care.
sorry about that.
I'm sorry for them too.
Oh, Akira, guys, would you ever debate Father Charles,
Or what?
church history?
Well, I don't think I am well equipped to debate church history because I started learning stuff about church history very recently. I first got saved. I had a complete transformation starting from within, and then I started studying the Bible, understanding the Bible, and then later down that line, I started understanding what Protestants are. I had like no idea. So I don't know. But there are other things that we could debate, but for me, they're not debatable. I'm saying things about some stuff, not to debate them, but to inform people about them, like what Orthodox is doing here, what it's like. It's not, I don't care to debate them. I mean, I'm having more fun debating with BBM about whether a flood took place or not
Oh,
than, yeah.
I
than,
need to.
than somebody asking me, do you know all the councils that took place? You know, yeah.
I need to. Here's this one guy we met before back in the
Okay,
day.
no, you know what? I changed my mind. I will debate Chuck
Yeah.
if we do it. If we do it in Greek,
Oh, the Greek.
yeah, I'll translate the whole thing for the rest of you.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yeah. Father Charles, what do you think? Somewhere around there. Well, I need to. Here's this one guy I talked before a while ago. He lives in Greece too. Uh, he said that Greece sometimes do have problem with Israel at times, but that's all. There is that true?
Yeah, we've never been the most friendly nation to the actions that the state of Israel has been doing for the past 50 years. But we are one of the very few countries in the world that took the Jews in. And when Hitler was asking for them, we never gave him the names. We hid them. And we know when something is wrong and when something is right. But yeah, concerning the actions that it has been taken as a nation, um, I don't think we are with what's going on.
Oh, let's see, oh, Claude is comparing Lot to Brady Bynum. Is that weird?
I'm, I'm not even sure who that guy is. Not Lot,
That's
the other guy.
Braden
I've,
Bynum. I think
I've
that's
heard about him. Somebody from the AL that, with that crazy background that he has. But yeah, it's another silly, because I don't want to say stupid. I'll use the word silly thing to attack the Bible with. So
it's crazy. Like he
Claude
was.
has a lot of hatred for the Bible. When he loses that for some reason, when a miracle happens in his life and he realizes that he's not alone, he will not. He will start not hating everybody that talks about the Bible so much.
Oh,
It's nothing personal. It's between him and God.
well, Big Bad Mama was on here earlier.
Mhm.
He's on a vacation.
Oh, good. You know where?
He did say he was hiking. I think.
In the
Uh,
States.
yeah. Uh,
Okay.
I think when he comes back, would you like me to talk to him about you two having a discussion again, like about evolution or Noah's Ark?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I like discussing with them.
Whatever you guys want to talk about.
But sometimes, the creationist crybaby wakes up in him. But other than that, when he's BBM, I like her. I mean, him.
He's a crazy guy. But you ever remember?
But he's a respectful guy, and he's not mean. Like he's not like, I don't know. That's why he doesn't annoy me, even though we disagree on on our opinions. I mean, 7 billion people cannot agree on anything, can they? On everything. So we can disagree as long as we respect each other.
Far Trucks said he's going to be in Greece next month.
All right,
What
I'll
if?
go meet. I'll go meet him.
Yeah, he could talk. That'd be great. What if you meet him and Claude at the same time?
Yeah, what is this? The YouTube convention taking place in.
That would be funny. But like I said, what would you? Yeah, that guy Ted guy. Yeah, last night he just I don't know something about who kind of gets on your nerves. He just
Ed.
Ted, the AC's guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. And I was only in the chat. I wasn't in the room, so there wasn't like we didn't gang up on him or anything. But he ganged up on himself. Like he was bringing it upon him.
yeah, he's been yeah he was a bit crazy. But guys, have you ever? What do you think? Oh, that guy Brian Dingwincher. He used to be a fan of Kent Holwell, but he turned on Kent when Kent became a
Throw
what's
the
it
link.
called?
Throw the link out there.
Pulse what pre-trib? What is it called? Not the one where they get raptured first, but after.
Um, that after would be a post trib, but before would be a pre trib, pre tribulation. But the correct, and I'm saying the correct, is because the more you study, the more you understand it. What the Bible talks about is a mid trib. So uh, no, post. No, I'm sorry, post trib, like after the tribulation, before the time of wrath.
Yeah, he turned on Kent when Kent changed his mind about that.
All right. Hey, hello,
That's
Steph.
Hey,
hi, we missed you.
hi. I was just here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, it was like centuries.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Oh, we
I,
missed.
I
Hello,
told
hello.
I told Achilles I would come on, and then I see everybody is coming at you, huh? What happened? It's just been a day.
I know. I
What did I
know.
miss?
I love it. They can bring their friends too. The
And
more
they
the
will. You know they
yeah.
will. Let me
And
see if
I
I can
love
switch this.
how Chuck says that. Claude says, Chuck, is vacation or are you making it a mission? And he's like, I'll definitely be on a mission. Because Stephanie, you missed that when you came in the PG's chat the other day. I had just after playing for like 2 hours with Chuck's threats that he's going to expose me and expose my past. We've had a lot of fun about it, but then he insulted Steven in a way that forced me to ban him. And that's when you came in, so you didn't see all his comments. Like, for some reason, Chuck is now out there to expose me. And my main question about this is why? Why would you do that? Like, who am I? I'm a nobody. Why sit down and look at my past? I mean, looks to me like he's coming over here just to do that. The way he says that he'll definitely be on a mission, I'll direct him to the right places, like people that know me.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry about all that. I don't.
I'm sorry for him too. Oh, she dropped. Hello, team.
Hi, Tim.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
No.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh no, am I robotic?
Yeah.
A lot.
Dang it.
Uh,
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Yeah,
Hello.
you're not our team, AVBTM. You're somebody else.
Oh, dang it.
I don't know why. I have a good connection. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a good connection, and I have my. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be rough. A couple of days, but it's all right.
Yeah. Did the power come back? I've heard about so many outages.
No, it didn't. But where I was staying, their power was good. So I don't know. I don't know when it'll be back on for me. I have a generator, and I got my laptop plugged in right now because it was dead. But yeah, we're good. We're all good.
Um, Something with the laptop. There might be a chance that it is on not performance mode, but power saving mode, and that keeps your internet lower.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. So what you gotta do is go to the control panel and find the option called Power Options, or if it's Windows 11, just search for Power Options. Just
Okay.
write Power in the search, and it will give you the Power Options, and you need to change the power saving to balanced profile, not even performance profile, just balanced profile.
Okay.
That should fix the internet issue if it is that.
You ever heard of this guy who's a wild heart?
Where'd
Yeah,
Tim go? Tim left.
yeah,
I think.
that wasn't our team. It was somebody
Oh,
else.
who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, probably. You know who.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least who I think it is.
He spoke a little bit. His voice didn't sound familiar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they got that voice mod now that can just totally change your voice. It's insane.
I think the rip off of you, the true mod.
What?
The missing mod. Yeah.
Yeah. Now she's officially missing mod because she didn't have a show today, and she's not at her house.
I'm hoping if my power comes, but as soon as my power comes back on, I'll do a show.
Oh, that's good.
I almost did one last night, but
what is the worst thing about a hurricane in Florida?
what's the worst thing about it? Probably the power outages, but damage and wind and just everything. And actually, it was crazy because last night there was no rain, just wind. It was insane. I don't know, and it was so strong. It woke me up like 1 or 2 times because I just went to sleep. Then I came home and went to sleep.
I was watching the Lupin show, so I was listening to your news and I heard you saying that until you dropped out. I saw a video because all the things that you mentioned happen on every state. Power outages, wind, devastation, it happens on every state. But there is something very specific with Florida, that if you get a hurricane, it sucks.
Yeah.
And that is, some people were in their car and they got flooded all around, and they tried exiting their car, and there was a crocodile biting on their tire.
I wouldn't believe that, but
I saw it. I swear, I have the video. Like
oh,
it was,
really?
yeah, I was crazy. It was a gator. It wasn't even like a small crocodile.
I would
It
love
was
that.
a big mama. I would be like, I'll die in my car. Thank you very much.
I love alligators. That's why I'm staying in Florida, no matter what.
Oh, you
There's
ever seen
tons of
this
them.
called X about this crazy lady, and she have crocodiles in her water?
Um, no, I haven't. Sounds like
Yeah,
somebody I could get along with.
Yeah,
Because
but the
that's what you
thing,
do when you don't like someone. You just feed them to them.
yeah, she does.
you tell
Yep.
them, I have a pool. Do you want to try it out? You you go first. I'll make us a drink.
Oh, what'd you say? You want nudes? They're right this way, sir.
Yeah.
Freaking
Get
perverts.
naked, get in the pool. I'll be right with you. I'll just go freshen up, you
Am
know?
I too old though? That's the thing. I don't know if I can pull them in still. I got to be really young for that.
But you only look 20, Miss Ma. You only look 20.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you do.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's nice of you guys. Thank you. I'm good. I don't care about my age. I got somebody. I don't need anybody. To care
I
about my
read
age. It just doesn't even
Oh,
matter.
I read some
okay,
very
now it should
okay.
be working. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
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 Are you Tim from the
Okay.
PGs?
No.
Yeah, it's me.
I
No.
was gonna say it sounds
Oh,
like
it is.
him.
Yeah. No, I just
Okay.
got. Yeah, I'm driving, so I got you guys through my little Wi-Fi connector here. I'm just trying to make sure it sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. What's up,
Only a
brother?
little bit.
Oh, I said I'm driving.
Where are you
Driving us
going?
crazy. No, I'm just kidding. Oh wait, which way does this chat go?
Tim, would you ever
Um,
debate Friar Charles?
on what? The last time
On
we talked
churches?
about church history, he kept on saying he wanted to debate about in the beginning, which I don't even know what that means. Like in the beginning, what? Like,
Genesis.
oh, come through okay?
Spooky.
Like,
Yeah.
what do those
Kind
phrases mean?
I think he means Genesis with that statement. I, that's the
Well, what are we
beginning.
going to debate if he
So I
believes the
don't
book
know.
of Genesis? I believe the book of Genesis. There's nothing to debate on that part.
Hi, Spooky.
Or does
Yeah,
I
he's
mean, I don't even
here.
know what he believes. I don't know what that guy believes at all.
I'm not sure he believes in a 6-day creation. I'll be right back.
I'm not sure what
I'll be front.
100% sure what he believes. I think he might be theistic evolution. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But Tim, yeah, I'm not sure what he believes.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm not sure he believes in theistic evolution. I'm not sure. You have to ask Friar Charles about that. I'm not sure. But
Right.
what if he debates you about was the original Christians Orthodox Catholic?
Yeah,
None
they
of
were
the two.
definitely not Orthodox or Catholic. I mean, I don't know what he would cite as his proof for that, but they definitely were not.
Guys, I'll be right back.
Okay,
I'm putting the AFK tag on.
we're gonna miss
I'll
you.
be front again.
In fact, in the what was it? In the letters of Saint Ignatius to Antioch, Ignatius was trying to push the Eucharist on the Christians back then, and they were rejecting it.
Oh,
They're abstaining from the practices they were bringing into the early church. So that's one proof that early Christians did not accept Catholic traditions.
I didn't know that. Oh,
Yeah, it's in the letters of Saint Ignatius to Antioch, chapter number 6.
oh.
Sorry, I keep
I
getting
didn't know
kicked.
that. What happened?
I was trying to change my
I don't know.
avatar,
Am I
and
still coming through okay?
yeah.
Yeah. At
Oh,
first,
okay.
we barely when just we barely recognize your voice.
I thought it was
Are you
Yeah,
talking about
earlier,
me?
but
yeah. Now we can recognize you. Now you sound like the Tim. But Tim, yeah, that would be a good debate between you and Father Charles.
yeah, Spooky, come in and serenade me. That would be funny. Sorry, I was talking to Spooky out there.
But Miss Amon, is it true? Yeah, you know, Brother Pipe's going to do a show. What the? Oh, it should be back. He's going to do a show about angels tonight. First, the devil. Huh? You know that, Tim? T-I-M.
What? I'm sorry. I'm driving. I'm tuning. What'd you say?
Oh, be careful while you're driving, buddies. He's tonight. Brother Pike's going to do a show about angels. The first one is going to be about the devil.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
said the devil's.
angelology's in it. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I was just saying, angelology is a fun subject.
Yeah. Do you know Miss Maud's part angel, part princess? She's a princess angel. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Tim,
Isn't that a song?
sweet angel. No, earth angel. Earth angel. Will you be mine?
Oh goodness.
Oh, I need to. Here's this guy I was watching earlier. I call him the crazy Amish guy because he looks Amish. Heck, he's ex-Amish, but he kind of
Ooh.
reminds me of crazy guy. He said that. Oh, this is what Aiden said. That Satan didn't need to write letter to the Antioch camp he was from there. He wrote a letter to the I can pronounce it. Is that true, Tim?
I didn't hear a word of that. What was that?
Sorry, I had a hard time. Right here is. I want you to be careful while you're driving, buddy. Saint, that guy you're talking about, didn't need to write to the place you were talking about, Tim. He was from there. He wrote a letter to the
To the to
EP.
the to the Sumerians.
I think so.
Yeah, it doesn't make what I said any less true though.
Oh. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. Oh, here's another. His name is literally Saint Oxy of Emmons. His way of doing things were perfect. I can pronounce it. Sorry, I have a hard time pronouncing stuff, but yeah, music. Is that crazy?
I'm
Spiritual.
what part of his? I mean, again, I heard what you said. It sounds like he was trying to say that what was it? The letter wasn't written to Antioch. It was written to it was written to the Sumerians. That was my mistake. But the point being,
I,
they were rejecting the Eucharist in its earliest forms. So that's just proof number one of how early Christians rejected any kind of Catholic garbage.
well, actually, I think it's the EPHESIANS. I can pronounce it. Expectations, I think. Oh, oh. What is it called? What does the place start with? The E-E-P? I can pronounce it. But he says here that the Sumerians
Is
didn't exist anymore. Oh, oh. But he was talking about the E-A-E-P. I can pronounce it. I forgot the name, but uh, I can pronounce it, but yeah, what do you think of that? There's this other guys, I forgot what they're called. It start with an E. Do you know them?
Well, if you talk, the only thing I can think of with an E right now is ethicist.
I think so. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, that's what he said. Well, that someone joined. But yeah, those. That's what he said. Like Spacey, I can pronounce it. But yeah, that would be a good debate between you and Car Charles. Yeah, I'd love to see that. And Tim,
Yeah, well, what's up, Gigi?
oh, this is it. E P H E S U S.
Yeah, that's ethicist.
Yeah, emphasis. Yeah, that's it. No, I got it. Yeah, he said it was those guys. Something, I don't know, but what do you think? Yeah, and it's, yeah, I would love to see that. You can debate on here if you want, or on my channel or something. That'd be an ultimate debate. The Great Tim versus the Great Father Charles.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, again, when it comes to a debate, it would have to be formal. Everybody would have to have a certain format, and I would probably want to do it on Standing for Truth, if anything.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be a great
But
debate.
the first actual debate that I would like to do, that I'm very much interested in, I wouldn't mind debating Kent Hovind on the rapture issue, because I've seen a lot of people attempt to defend the pre-trib rapture, and I love those brethren. They do a good job, but I just think some of their points and some of the debates I've watched in the past are a little weak. And I think they could. I felt like they could do a lot better. And yeah, I have some arguments against that.
Yeah, here's this guy, the crazy Amish guy I told you about. He said he used to be a fan of Kent until he turned away from the pre-trib rapture.
Yeah,
The
I mean I love Kent Hovind. You know, he's a good brother in Christ and everything. And I do have a problem with his doctrine, but um, you know, like it wouldn't be something that I would like not fellowship with somebody over. The only time I could trib versus post trib issue being an issue of people splitting away from each other is if one person won't leave the other one alone about it, which that just becomes a huge annoyance.
Where would you like to debate? You would like to debate Kent on Stand for Truth too?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while. I just don't. I mean, I have a lot of things going on, so I don't. I need to find the time to put it all together. But yeah, I've been thinking about it. Been chewing on that for
Oh,
the last like 6 or 7 months.
I heard Kent doesn't like the debate anything but evolution. I think he debated once against
Oh,
uh like 3 times he debated Brother Pike about actually that was about evolution. One he debated this one guy about pre preterism. Uh, have you seen that debate?
what is it? What'd you say?
Kent debated this guy on preterism before.
Oh, did he? I haven't seen that. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, and he also debated. I think he might debate Brother Pike about predestination before. I think he might have did.
Okay, interesting. I haven't seen any of those. That's good stuff. I'll check that out later, or attempt
Yeah,
to. Those debates are like 2 or 3 hours long. That's kind of because that's a lot to go through. Like I already went through 2 of the pre-trib rapture debates on Staying for Truth channel, and it was like after about like the next hour, after about the first hour and a half, I'm just like, oh my, can we finish this? Yeah, it's a lot of time to spend going through that stuff.
Yeah, Brother Pike debate would be on the PG channel. I think the first one, Private Guy's Ministry, and his debate against the Preterist guy that would be on Mark Stoney's channel.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and he debated Aiden before over evolution 2 times.
Oh yeah,
I got
I think I saw a clip of that. I believe I saw a clip of that because that's why I remembered. Sure, that he's got the roses or whatever that is he's got going on.
yeah, I got that debate too. It was a pretty good debate. It was on the PG channel.
Hey Aiden, what is that you got as your picture, man? It looks like you got roses and some sort of. It's a cool looking picture, but I wonder where it came from.
I think it might be about. That's why I would think.
Looks like roses on like a grave something.
Oh, I think I know what that's about. He said it might be about the unknown soldier. Yeah,
Is that
I
what
think
you
that might have been what it was.
about?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Not
I don't know.
100%.
I don't know what that is, but I like the artwork.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, Mark, I think he got to the original to his one show. Yeah, would you ever debate uh, Far Chalk over are the traditions of orthodoxy okay by the Bible?
What is this dude doing?
Well, what happened? Are you right?
I'm like literally like boxed in. Some dude just came up right behind me.
Wow.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I hope you're all right, buddy. Yes. I miss a mod. Everybody, would you like to see the debate between Kent versus this Gary guy over preterism?
I believe the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate. God made the world in 6 days, just like he said he did. And everything was made in 6 days. So dinosaurs lived with man. They did not live millions of years ago. That's why we have Dinosaur Adventureland. I have with me tonight Gary DeMar from Georgia, Presbyterian, who takes a slightly different position on end times. And we're going to discuss what on earth is about to happen.
Are you there, Tim? What about you, Achilles? You guys want to say anything? Just say pause. I'll pause it for you.
For heaven's sake, tonight, my book I wrote on the topic in my chart, you said you disagree. I've never had anybody disagree with me on anything, brother. This is brand new. You disagree on a few things? Get your hand down, woman. Okay. So I'm going to discussion / debate, whatever you want to call it. He asked if I would go first and present my position, and then he will present his position, equal time. Then just have a discussion back and forth over particular topics. Is that the goal, brother? Gary?
Yes, I thought we'd start with the rapture first, defense of the rapture.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'll start off then. I think we could all agree the world is in a royal mess. Okay, there are wars and rumors of wars and famines and pestilence and violence, and it's getting worse. I think most folks would agree we've got problems on planet Earth. Everyone is expecting there somebody to come save the world, okay? Who's going to come straighten out this mess? The Jews have been weeping and wailing at their wailing wall, hoping the Messiah would come soon to save them and straighten out the mess. The Muslims teach their people that someday the Mahdi, the 12th Imam, will come and save the planet. The 12th Imam, the coming of the Mahdi. There are many good books on this topic if you want to read about that. They teach their people that the 12th Imam is going to come and fix everything and force everybody to submit to Allah or kill them, okay? The 12th Imam. Joel Rosenberg did a great book on that one if you want to read about that, the 12th Imam. So they're waiting, though, for hoping this guy will come and fix the world's mess. Islam will dominate the world by force or sword, okay? Now, the Hindus are teaching their people someday the Krishna is going to come and fix the world problems. There'll be peace on earth, goodwill toward men, etc. The Buddhists are sitting around contemplating the hair on their navel while they wait for the 5th Buddha to come fix everything. Yeah, everybody's going to, the 5th Buddha will fix it. Yeah, maybe he's going to come and straighten out the world mess. Now, the Theosophists, they're busy waiting for their Lord Miatra to come. They think he's going to fix the planet. And all these groups are teaching somebody's coming to straighten out the mess. I think it's normal to hope and pray that some leader would come along and fix this mess. They're waiting for Lord Miatra to come straighten things out. Now, the Satanists, they actually worship Lucifer, and they think Lord Lucifer is going to come fix the world's problems and put it all back like it ought to be. The Chinese communists are waiting for their supreme leader to come on the scene and fix everything. The North Korean communists have their guy with the funny haircut who think he's going to fix everything, okay, the supreme leader. The Russian communists are waiting for a supreme leader. The Christians are waiting for the Messiah, Jesus Christ, to come back. What's going on? Well, in John chapter 14, Jesus told his disciples, "In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you." Pretty clear. Jesus said, "I'm going to leave and prepare a place and come back and get you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself." I don't think it could be more clear. The Bible clearly teaches Jesus is going to come back to the earth. Now, when and what are the events surrounding that? That's what we're going to be talking about today. In the book of Acts chapter 1, after Jesus was crucified and rose from the dead, he met and worked around for 40 days. He met with his disciples on top of the mount, and he said, he was ascended up to heaven. And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven as he went up, behold, 2 men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, "Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven." I think that's pretty clear. Guys, you watched him go up in a cloud. He's coming back in a cloud. That's the obvious teaching of this verse. So we're waiting for the Messiah, the Lord Jesus Christ, to come. Now, there are plenty of scriptures that are sometimes difficult to understand, but if you're going to start understanding what the future is, I think you need to start with understanding how the world was made and the whole thing. In my book, What on Earth's About to Happen, which you can get from our website, drdino.com, or my charts behind me over here. The big ones are $25, the little ones are $10. If you want to get one of those, I spent 5 years while I was in prison unjustly working on this diligently, reading I don't know how many 100 books on this topic from all kinds of different perspectives. I said, I just want to know the truth. I had been taught as an independent, temperamental, fundamental, right-wing, radical, chicken-eating Baptist that the Lord comes back any minute. You know, all kinds of songs in our songbook. It happened in a moment. Soon and very soon we're going to see the King. And I was excited, thinking, boy, I might not wake up in the morning. I might be raptured. And for 40 years I believed that and taught it. And I'm sorry, it's not true. We're going to be here for the tribulation time. So you really got to start understanding the future by looking at the past. The Bible teaches God made everything about 6,000 years ago. This is the bottom timeline on that chart behind me here. About 4,400 years ago, there was a flood. Destroyed the world. Before the flood, the people lived to be 900. That's the time of the great dinosaurs, because reptiles never stopped growing. So when people are living to be 900, everything was living longer, and dinosaurs lived with Adam and Eve. Noah took them on the ark, probably babies. After the flood, things changed. Lifespans dropped off to 400 and 200, and today hardly anybody makes it to 100. But that's all covered in my seminar series. So most of the dinosaurs died off or were killed off by man. They called them dragons generally. During this first 1,000 years or so after the flood. Some may still be around. That's my video number 3 about dinosaurs. But along comes Daniel about 600 years before Christ, and God gives Daniel a vision of the future. Oh, well, the Bible says in 2 Peter, the scoffers in the last days would be ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God, 2 Peter chapter 3. And I think many Christians are ignorant of the creation. What was it like? They're ignorant of the flood. Where'd the water come from? Where did it go? And they're ignorant of the future, the coming of the Lord. He said he's coming back in a cloud.
Tim, are you there? Are you there, Tim?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Tim. Yeah, this debate right here I got from Mark. It's about Campbell versus this Gary guy about uh over preterism. Would you ever debate him?
That's what this is. What was that?
Yeah. Yeah. Would you ever debate him over preterism?
Debate who? No, it's not a
Gary
subject I
DeWitt
really care
guy.
that
The
much
guy.
about. Now I'll let other
What
brethren
about
handle that one.
would you ever debate someone over predestination?
I'm kind of done with that one too. I've already said my piece on it. So.
Oh, we watched your video the other day on here. Your video about preterism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I asked you about the spiritual generation. I wasn't sure what you meant about that. Is it me like this generation that's spiritually another generation? Like they say that. I forgot. Like they say that.
One generation. Speaking in Matthew 23, it makes it very clear that the generation Jesus is referring to is a wicked generation of the devil. So that would be one generation. It wouldn't make sense to have multiple generations of the devil.
Oh, like that generation that fits the generation of the devil type.
Yeah.
Is that? Oh. Oh. Which generation do you think that's going to be? This generation.
That's the point. Is it's like it's not generation by generation. It's one generation, and it's whenever the signs actually come to pass, which they will at some point.
Hey, what up, guys?
Hi, Achilles.
What are we talking about?
About the spiritual generation.
He was asking me about my video that I did the other day debunking preterism.
Yeah, this debate show here until you guys came back is about Kent versus Gary guy.
Gary DeMar. Who is that
Yeah.
guy?
It was over preterism. Yeah.
Mm.
Normally Kent doesn't debate over stuff like that. He debates evolution. Is that right?
Yeah, he has said that he has taken up that dragon. He leaves the other dragons to the rest.
Could you slay that dragon?
Well, I see that dragon being dead already. I think it's a waste of time talking about it.
Oh, okay. What about the magic dragon? Like, spoke the magic dragon. By the... Like that?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Hey, Achilles.
Yep.
Why'd you kill Hector, man? That wasn't cool.
Dude, he was such a character. I had to drag him over to our camp, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but his brother...
Yeah, you know.
But his brother got me. So I wasn't paying attention.
Man. He used a cheap shot. He used an arrow on you.
It was a cheap shot. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Archers. You know, they're not coming close for the close contact. It just hits you from afar. And the thing is, like, if you have that vulnerable spot, why do you go to war with sandals? I mean, I never figured that out.
I know, that's gotta hurt. You would think, man, you catch a rock on your foot. Oh.
Right, like put a shoe on or something. You go with a sandal? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, he was invulnerable, but he was wearing an armor. Like, why do you do that? You are invulnerable. Just put all the armor on that one vulnerable spot. But no, I'll just wear sandals go to battle.
Oh, oh, Achilles. What if you
Yep.
saw a dragon? Would you slay it?
I'd run away, man.
But
I'd
knowing
run
you,
away even if I saw a Floridian gator.
but knowing you could rip a dragon apart with your bare hands.
Um, it
Yeah.
was never recorded Achilles took care of any dragons.
But
I think they were long gone by that time.
you're the great Achilles.
But there are no dragons to slay. I'm getting bored.
Oh. You think Tim? Well, we'd love to see Tim debate Father Charles.
Well, according to his recent behavior, I don't care for whatever he does anymore. Not him, the other party.
Oh, sorry about that. But, are you all right? Oh, are you all right?
Me? I
What
just
happened?
brought some bolts over. I'm cleaning them.
Oh, that's nice. Oh,
Yeah.
Achilles.
Yep.
Man,
Would you ever do
this
another
muffin is
series
fantastic.
like you did with Revelations?
Well, the thing is that I did that whole series of the Book of Revelation, and people are not even don't even care. So why even go further?
I
Yeah.
watched it.
Thank you, my brother.
Oh,
I'm glad that it didn't go to complete waste because I didn't do it for me.
oh, thank you. Would Tim watch it? Oh, yeah, that was before Tim, right, Tim?
Yeah, Tim
What?
was around. He's talking about a 24 part revelation study that I did in the Proverbs guys
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
when
Oh
I have
yeah.
Stephen was busy at the time, and I didn't want the channel to be like without content, so I just started one day and I just kept going.
I need to eat some. I have proof for what Tim said. Look, uh, yep, preterism leads to being Catholic. Look, Mark the Jesuit priest.
What happened? What happened to our mod?
To who?
To our mod? What happened?
Well, Ma, I don't know where she go. She left. She's still in the comments with me.
She's in the chat.
Yeah.
Tim, where are you at?
I'm at this new place that just opened up in town and showing them my support. They do like coffee and donuts and pastries, and I just got here and I got this this pumpkin spice. I think it's a latte, but it has like white chocolate in it. It's fantastic. And the muffin I just had has chocolate chips and espresso in it, and that was fantastic too.
I
Wow.
love espresso coffee. My favorite.
Oh.
Yeah, I've never had a muffin with espresso in it before. That was good.
Yeah, me neither.
I was coming here for the donuts, but they don't do that on Thursdays, unfortunately.
You ever been to the country hungry?
Ooh,
Achilles?
so what up?
The country hungry?
I'm sorry, what?
You ever been to the country hungry?
No, I always eat before I go.
You know, like the country called Hungry?
Yeah, man. The guys were probably starving when they came up with the name.
Yeah. I ran to Iraq because I was hungry for turkey. Okay. But
Tim, there is a lot of background noise.
Is there?
Yeah, like I think muting could work because it's a lot. It's coming through the microphone. It's a lot of people to the new pastry. That's good.
Yeah.
yeah, I love. You all right? But Achilles, I
Yeah.
love, I love that discussion you had with Big Bad Mama the other days. It was good. I'd like to see when he comes back. Maybe you guys could do another one. Would that be your third one? Maybe.
Uh, I'm not counting, but I do think it's like the third time. Yeah,
Uh,
if it would.
yeah. I want to make sure only just you and him in there, and you guys talk about uh the Noah's Ark. Or would you ever talk to him about Ron White?
Um, I don't know what he has to say about Ron White
Uh,
because he doesn't believe in the Bible. So
yeah.
like, I don't get it when atheists have opinions on who is right and who is wrong concerning issues that have to do with the Bible. You don't believe in that book anyway. So why do you take any position? I mean, I know that I can debate about Ron Wyatt with Tim or with somebody else that is a believer,
Uh,
but with non-believers, I don't get it.
uh,
Like imagine Aiden talking about post-tribulation or pre-tribulation. Like I don't see the point. He's gonna be left behind anyway.
you ever seen that movie Left Behind?
Well, no, I have read a couple of books about issues like that based on that movie. But no.
Uh, I wish I had. Oh, look what Mr. Mod said.
And accomplish a ton of other stuff. Wait, I'm missing context here.
Okay.
Oh, she's talking about fasting, and then no wish, not enough for me. Yeah, that's about Wildheart said that she's skinny, and she said, Lola wish, not enough for me.
Oh, this is what Wildheart said. Atheists complain about the Bible because 90% of the population vote based on their beliefs.
Well, if it was 90%, you wouldn't be having a Democratic party running the show right now, giving $700 to everybody that lost their homes in North Carolina, would you? That
Oh,
would be a majority vote.
uh,
But
Farch,
again, that was a response to what I said, and it's completely out of context because I said they should not be caring to debate issues that are a little deeper. They should leave that to the believers. Now, what a wild heart means is why they hate believers. All right, that's a good reason why somebody could hate believers because they think that they are ruining their life by voting for the wrong party. But that's democracy. What can you do?
oh, Father Charles said, Keely, will you pick me up from the airport?
If I can find enough thugs, maybe.
Oh, next year I'm going to be going to the UK.
How come I thought you would go this year?
No, it's going to be July of next year.
All right, make sure to drop by. It's only a 2-hour flight from the UK to Greece.
Oh, okay.
Come by, brother.
If I did,
I might come meet you in the UK.
oh, okay. If I meet you there, can I have your autograph?
I don't sign autographs, man.
Because one day it will worth billions of dollars.
No, it won't. I'm nobody. I know you like me and I like you too, but I'm nobody.
But you're the amazing Achilles.
Nah, I'm just. You know how many Achilles there are in this country? Got so many. Achilles, Alexander, so many of them. I'm just the one that goes public on YouTube. That's all.
Oh,
There are,
Achilles.
if you look up the name Achilles 7 in on YouTube, the first channel that pops up is not even me. It's
Yeah,
somebody else that is copying my name.
yeah. You
It's
should.
copyrighted.
Oh, I need to. You ever heard of P Town?
Of course.
You look his channel up. You get that or different stuff.
Um, where I think I heard Steph say that he had a show recently.
I think so.
I didn't even watch it. He has disappeared a little bit. I think becoming having a second child is too much, for doing YouTube.
Oh, you say you're kind of close to ATHENS.
Yeah, well, I'm in Athens. If he wants to look me up,
I have no
there,
idea. But
there are
please.
like around 500,000 Achilles around Athens, so you'll
Do you
find me.
know anyone named Zeus Achilles Alexander?
Well, I don't think people name their children Zeus
Oh,
at all. I've never. No, okay, yeah, we name dogs Zeus,
oh,
especially if it's a Labrador. I don't know why. When somebody has a Labrador, you go to him and you're like, let me guess its name. It's Zeus, right? And they're like, how did you know? Well, everybody names their Labrador Zeus. I don't know what's going on with that.
oh. I seen a movie called about a dog named Zeus and a dolphin. I think.
And a dolphin.
Yeah,
What was the name of the dolphin? Apollo?
I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember the dog was named Zeus. And the
Because Apollo, being a homosexual god, he liked dolphins a lot. He named Delphi after a dolphin. He rode a dolphin to go to Delphi. You know, homos and dolphins.
oh, I didn't know. What about uh have you ever seen the there's these old time great Greek god movies like of Hercules back in the 70s, like uh the Titans, something about the Titans. You ever heard of them?
I don't think I have. I've probably watched a couple, but I'm not sure.
Oh, I
I,
seen. Oh,
I remember the series Achilles, the American series. Not Achilles, Hercules.
oh yeah, by the guy who went on to be in the Gods Are Dead movie.
Yeah,
Oh, oh, have you ever seen Hercules cartoon movie by Disney?
I think only part one. I haven't. The one that the Titans rebel against Zeus. I think I've watched a little bit of that one on YouTube, but I will have to say no.
Oh, he said he was going. He's looking forward to have dinner with you.
Yeah, sure,
Oh
but
yeah.
no, no, I reject the offer because we are known for our hospitality here, and there is zero chance that we are having a dinner and you'll be buying it.
Oh,
I'll be buying the whole day. Like,
oh,
we can start with a coffee, we can move to dinner, we can continue with a drink, but it's gonna be on me because of my hospitality genes. I wouldn't allow somebody to come to Greece from the States and have them pay for dinner. No way.
oh.
And
That's nice.
that's for everybody from this community that decides to visit. And to Stephen, I've also told him that he can come here and live on my house on the island for as long as he wants. He won't need rent. I don't live there, uh, but I would go to be
Okay.
with Stephen and Krista.
Oh. What would you say to an atheist? They say that humans are apes.
I don't know, man. I've said enough about that. It's a little dumb,
Yeah.
but it's like that's what science tells us. Yeah, right. Like, science never lied to you about anything else, right? So we're discussing with Tim about a very interesting presentation of some molecular biologists on the issue, and they can go right ahead and say that those are not scientists because they have this thing that they are calling us the religious fanatics, even though we are the ones that bring math to the table. But yeah.
The truth,
So
the truth is both. Oh, can you guys hear me?
yeah. Welcome back, bro.
I Yeah, I just got a portion of what you said, brother. But yeah, I know what you're referring to. Yeah, the truth is both parties, atheist or Christian, we interpret the evidence based on our own bias. That's just the way it is. Um, and so to try to discredit somebody because they're a Christian, I could do the same thing by saying an atheist interprets their own way. So it's a moot point whenever they use that fallacy.
Right. And I will say that to that I agree to a degree because I was not a Christian when I was discovering that there has to be a God. And when I
Yeah,
bring in,
that's true.
and when I bring, right, and when I was like 20 years old, I started learning about Carl Sagan and teaching my friends about him and showing them the documentaries. And from that day on, I don't think there's been a single night I haven't watched a documentary about space, about nature, about geology. I reached the point where YouTube had nothing more to tell me. And of course, we're talking about having your cable TV and watching documentaries all day, right? So that did not relate to me studying, going from a Christian perspective. So when I say now that this universe doesn't make sense, making itself, because the Big Bang doesn't make sense, because the habitable zone of the solar system is what it is, because we haven't found life anywhere else, they don't come from a Christian perspective. They come from a scientific perspective, but they will try their best to label you as a Christian fanatic. That's why you think that. No, just follow the evidence. If you are a sincere scientist, that is your job. Your job is to follow the evidence. And the evidence says creator. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, amen. Yeah, and we were talking about this just yesterday, Achilles. The statistics that I pulled up, regarding
Mhm.
life coming from natural processes, and like I think those numbers really are condemning to any kind of naturalistic thinking, because it's just I mean, you and I talked about it. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
please describe it though. Please say it again.
Sure. So yeah. So basically, the best example is So basically, if life came about by natural processes, I would use an example of basically how many times would you have to pour alphabet soup before it spells out the word pasta perfectly, like without any upside down letters, like literally a perfectly designed word. And when you run the numbers for that, the numbers actually come out to, what was it, 1 in 10 octillion. And octillion is a number that goes far beyond billions or trillions. Octillion is way up there. That's a lot of zeros. And that right there, again, shows that even something as simple as spelling out the word pasta in your soup by just pouring a can and hoping that it'll have the right combination, it's the
Right.
same equivalent to the idea of DNA building itself on its own, or being, there's just, it's a mathematical impossibility. And that's
And
just the
for
fact
those,
of the matter.
yeah,
So, I mean,
and for those that are and for those that are calling us, the Christian fanatics that they don't understand science, this is how statistics work. Like if you throw down all the letters, oh, I lost it. If you were to throw down all the letters, you have one in the 24th chance of 1 in 10 to the 24 to have the letter P falling first. then it is 1 to the 24th of having the second letter falling again, being an L. And just to get the word plaza, it is the number that Tim described. But they're telling us that there were this is like for 24 letters. This is not for like the DNA code, which is 4 letters times 4 letters on the other side, which immediately makes us 16. So it's just dumb to say that it all happened. The one in the octillion that he described is just for the alphabet letters. So, yeah, we're just, we just read that in the Bible. The Bible tells me. No, we just, by going into understanding how the world does work, we arrived at the Bible, and that's why we are trying to show the rest. Even if they are going like crybabies, we're still trying to show them that there is no chance that this computer that we're living in that didn't have a designer. So I'll continue when Tim comes back.
Okay. Yeah. Would you ever debate Big Bad Mama over evolution?
For me, evolution is just as you asked me about the ape. I think it's like if we are to debate it, there are so many things that once you get them pinned, then they jump to the other thing, and then they jump to the other thing. So let's focus on some part of evolution. Let's go to the creation of the universe part, or the biological part, or not all of them together, because it's like it becomes a mess.
Yeah, I totally dropped out and missed what you were saying, Achilles.
Yeah, just started some stuff after you left. So we should do that discussion and have that molecular biologist find a good video that we can discuss. That would be a great show, man.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's just kind of funny to me because again, we're getting the whole Sky Daddy bullcrap that an atheist loves to talk about thrown at us. It's like if you look at the numbers, you will see that Jesus Christ fulfilling just 49 prophecies of the Old Testament scriptures about himself only comes out to, I believe, 1 in 10 to the 157th power. Those odds and those statistics are far lower than life coming about through
natural processes. He dropped out again, but I complete his statement.
Sorry about that. Crazy.
I mean, statistically speaking, it's the chances are higher to have Jesus fulfilling the prophecies than have life coming out of nowhere randomly. And again, I don't know about Tim, all right? But I didn't begin with the Bible. It wasn't my initial, my foundation. I arrived to it. I arrived to it by understanding other stuff. And that other stuff, we're talking about them all the time.
Dustin comes on here sometimes. Hi, Tim.
I miss Dustin.
Yeah, internet is so darn spotty out here. But yeah, so point being, it's statistically, the numbers say that it's more likely that Jesus Christ is who he said he is and fulfilled prophecy compared to life coming about through natural processes. You're talking about 1 in 10 to the 157th power versus 1 in 10 octillion. I think it's far more reasonable to believe in Jesus Christ and the God of the Bible than it is naturalism, evolution. Period. And if somebody's against what I just said,
Yeah,
then
but
debunk the numbers.
yeah, and they're like crybabies, you know. They will, and that's the reason that's happening, and that they will not commit to the pure science and mathematics is because they have to do anything to deny a God because it goes against their lusts, just like the Bible is telling us in Second Peter.
That's the
Like,
bottom
if
line.
there is a God, it is the bottom line. That is why they're acting like crybabies, and they will never, never, never accept it because it ruins their
That's
jive.
Yep. That's the bottom line. They want to have the freedom to use situational ethics and get away with the sins that they enjoy. Simple as that.
Yep. Well, yeah, I cheated on my wife because she was not, a good wife, and that's why I cheated on her. So
Yep.
they make up,
Yep.
their own ethics.
Yep. That's what you call situational ethics. You know, whatever is
Yep.
good for you is good for you. No perfect standard, no perfect righteousness, but you know, we're the crazy people, right?
Yep. And plus, the Bible is not asking for anything crazy, man. It's just asking you to appreciate the Father and to respect your brother and your sister and your neighbor as yourself. I mean, why is
Love
that
thy
so
neighbor as
hard?
thyself. Amen. That's the whole of
Yeah.
the law is loving people. And when you have the love of Christ in you, if you see your neighbor, even if your neighbor told you off the day before, if you see your neighbor in trouble, you are going to go over there and help them. Bottom line.
And this extends to today. I think this world is suffering from a lot of stuff, but one of the things that I want to mention now is how some professionals are stealing from you, and they are calling it business. They're like, I have mouths to feed. So if Tim doesn't understand computers as much as I do, then I can tell him that to remove that virus, I need to format his computer, and it's gonna take me like 3 days, and I can get like $300 for it because I have children to feed. It's business, and that is violating that law, which is to love them as yourself. And people think they're not guilty of this, and they do it all the time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the law is concluded all
So,
under sin. It's very simple.
so we'll go on telling them the truth that we discovered, because we didn't start by the premise that the Bible is true. We arrived to it,
Yeah.
and let them deny that they have a creator for as long as they want. And the thing is, there is this point that Ken Hovind has made, and I love it. You either have a designer that created what exists in your head, or it is a random um, soup, that created all that. And in your head, it's like a random thing of chemicals. How can you trust it if that's the case? How can you trust your view? Like, why are you so certain? It's a random bunch of chemicals in your head. So why do you trust them that much? And you're so sure that what you think is right. I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
like I was saying, it's unreasonable. It is absolutely unreasonable to believe that life came about by natural processes. There is a design. It's as simple as that. And the numbers prove it. Again, we're talking about statistics and numbers, which nobody ever seems to want to talk about. Like, if we're going to get down to brass tacks and the origin of life, if you're going to tell me that you believe in that of something that could happen in 1 in 10 octillion, and that's just for freaking a can of alphabet soup. If we're talking about DNA that's more complex than a thing of alphabet soup, yeah, the odds are truly stacked against you. It's not
And do you
reasonable to
know?
believe in naturalism.
Do you know, my brother, what they've come up to escape this corner, this dead end?
Huh?
Multiverses. Multiverses. They're like, how do you know you are not in that universe that it happened? And there are like 8 billion other universes that it hasn't happened. So they
Well,
have to
now we're in
step
science
into that
fiction. We're in, yeah, that's
right,
where we get into
metaphysical
science
trunk.
fiction and pseudoscience. Yeah.
Right. Right. And they call themselves the scientific side also. They go
But
into
Now,
like, yeah, they go into the Woodstock, Woodstock, was it Woodstock where they were those festivals? Woodstock, right? They go into the Woodstock realm and they call themselves scientists.
oh, I don't know. Oh, is that have to do with the rock and roll music? Or the
Well,
Gannon Green song?
I don't know. I'm looking at I have my hands full of foams and I'm cleaning some bolts here and I'm not paying attention to the comments so much. Oh,
Mr.
Wildheart says, can anyone see my comments? So wait. Okay, Wildheart, come in and tell me why they are not random chemicals. Like, if they are not random chemicals, who put them in order? They ordered themselves. If they didn't order their own selves, then they are random.
and I
And
don't
here
care.
comes.
Refute the numbers. I'm gonna just stick that in your face from now on. Refute the numbers. Refute 1 in 10 octillion until you can show from that data, from that simple mathematical formula, how it's wrong. You're a fart in the wind.
Yeah. And Mr. Logo says, look, two people not knowing what they are talking about. Right. We just put some numbers down. I don't know if you missed them. Might want to go back and check them out.
I'll put a link in there in case they want to join.
And if you
It's
want,
I mean it's just called
you can read.
analytics. It's how a business can forecast whether or not it's going to make money for the year.
Yeah. And you can go on and call anything you want on us to do your ad hominem and strawman, but it's the math that you should address, not who we are and whether we don't know what we're talking about. If you are such a hotshot, deal with that math. Hotshot, Mr. Logo.
Yeah, Mr. Logo. No, he's from Germany. I think he's living in Sweden.
Oh, is he a friend of Devian?
They talk to each other on here, but I'm not sure they know each other in person. Oh, what is that?
Who is Dunning-Kruger? I mean, I know Fred. What was his name?
Freddy Krueger?
Freddy Krueger. Yeah, I know that one. And I don't want to see that one. Dude, I loved that film when I was growing up. I loved it. I've watched it like 100 times. Each
Hi.
episode.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Hey, Wildheart.
Hi, Wildheart.
Yeah.
Hey, what up? What's going on?
Sorry? How's it going?
All good. Just chilling.
What happened?
Wildheart's in here. Hi, Wildheart.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Gigi.
Isn't that a video
How are
game?
you? Wildheart? I'm not
No,
sure.
no.
Wildheart.
It's a user. I don't know. Why is it Wildheart Resurrected 2?
That's a long story. It's Wildheart because that's my favourite band. It's a band from England.
Okay.
And it's Wildheart Resurrected 2 because I'm on my 12th YouTube channel.
Oh.
I've had 10 Wildheart channels and then I started Resurrected, so I'm on Wildheart Resurrected 2.
So if they take down this one, the next one would be
Yeah.
Wildheart Resurrected 2B. right?
Only because only because I do a lot of karaoke and they do all the copyright stuff as well.
And
Wildheart.
why do they go down? Copyright strikes.
Yeah. I do the karaoke, but I do the actual videos for them because I'm lazy. So
Okay.
they always take my channels now.
One of my two favorite bands is from the UK, and it's Radiohead.
Guys, this
Oh,
is gonna be hilarious.
Radiohead, man. I love them.
Guys,
What up, Tim?
can you guys hear me? I'm about to get raptured in just a minute. Watch for it. I'm about to get raptured here in just a second.
By the cop?
Huh?
By the cops.
Wait for it. Let's rapture somebody.
Oh, it's easy. So they put your gun point. Step out of your car, sir. It's not hard.
Rapture. Come on.
I don't know about.
Oh my God.
Your signal starts getting ruptured. Well, he's gone.
See, he's been raptured.
He's been raptured.
Oh, Wildheart. Next year I'm going to the UK to visit my friend.
Oh yeah. I understand.
Yeah, in London. Where the bridges are falling down.
Yeah, the best place to go, I would say, London. Yeah.
If you want to share that, where are you in London? Wildheart?
Oh no, I'm
in
London. No, I'm in Manchester. But I'm saying if you go into the UK, probably London is the best place to go.
Okay.
Is it true the letters like your sister say is one master, one Manchester, Womanchester?
Oh no, there is no woman Chester. We're very sexist in this country.
I've been to the UK like 4 or 5 times. London, I think more than 4. And I was going there for your nightlife. For the parties like Cream, Ministry of Sound. That was like my favorite journey to go to. But I've also been to Liverpool a couple of times.
Yeah, me too actually, but yeah, I'll not mention that.
Kent for a friend, and I love how in the UK you can find a soccer field like every half a kilometer.
Yeah,
like there's a football field. That's why you have so many stars.
Yeah, there's one in literally like every town. Sometimes 2 or 3 in every town. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it is good.
Great nature, man.
Yeah.
Oh, and one of my idols is from the UK too. I'm a enduro rider, but I do extreme enduro.
Oh,
and the best rider in the world, the king of King Enduro, is Graham Jarvis. Have you heard of him?
Yeah. No, I'm not into it. I know the sport, but I'm not really into it. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a star. Like nobody can catch up to him, and now he's like reaching his 40s. No, he's reaching his 50s, and he's still the king.
Yeah, cool.
It
does look cool, but yeah, I've never tried it or never done it.
Can I say something? How those chemicals are not random?
Sorry?
You said those chemicals are not random?
Oh, yeah, that's what I came in for. Forgot. Yeah, what I mean by they're not random, I mean the amount of chemicals and the kind of chemicals that exist in the universe are determined by the laws of physics. They're not random. Do you know what I mean? There's not like, there are certain types of chemicals in the human body, and the amount of them are due to the laws of physics. They're in no way random. That just makes sense.
The thing is that they were either put there so they can be of use, or it happened, it coincided for them to be there. That's what the point was.
Coincide. Let me think about that. I think that's a false dichotomy.
Why? Like, what is the other option? Like, if
I'm just trying to think. Coincided. No,
yeah, like, let me show you what I mean. Some chemicals got together, nothing happened. Some other chemicals got together, nothing happened. Some other chemicals got together and something happened. So then more chemicals got together there and something more happened to that something. So that is a random process.
I get what you mean, but the times when they got together and things didn't happen, and the times when they got together and things did happen, wasn't random. It wasn't coincidence. There was a reason why things happened when they got together. There was a reason behind it. It wasn't like there was no reason. They just stayed together.
Okay, so I like that. I like that. So if there was a reason, who determined that reason? The chemicals themselves? Was it like one of them said, I must get closer to the other one so I can get its electron and change and become another heavier element? How does that happen?
It's just due to the laws of physics.
So it is random.
Did you refute the numbers?
It is a random process, isn't it?
No, the laws of physics aren't random. It's just
okay. But wait, Tim, wait up. Yeah, but you said that they did it for a reason. So who determined that reason? The chemicals themselves?
The reason is the laws of physics. There are certain laws in this universe. There are certain laws of physics that all chemicals, go by. They react and they do because of the laws of physics. The reason they act the way they act is because of the laws of physics. That is the reason.
Oh yeah, we don't disagree on that. But you're saying that is it the laws of physics that determined that life had to be created?
No, life
because
didn't.
The law of physics by themselves, they don't have a reason. They don't think.
Life didn't have to happen. You could imagine a universe where life doesn't exist.
Exactly my point. That now we need to resort to alternative universes.
But you're putting a cause before. You're saying life exists, therefore it must have been planned that life exists. No, it doesn't. Life exists because in this universe it happens that life exists because of the laws of physics. If there was a different universe where life didn't exist, then life wouldn't exist.
Okay, so
planned beforehand that life exists.
So I have a telescope and I can look with it and see my universe, or I mean your universe. I mean I don't want to take ownership, but where is the evidence for the other universes? Where have you seen any of that?
I'm not saying there is another universe. I'm saying you can imagine, just as a thought experiment, you can imagine a different universe with different laws of physics, or the same laws of physics, but like the planet. If this planet is the only planet in the universe with life, if this planet is in a different place,
I can imagine that.
Universe. I'm not saying that other universe exists. I'm just saying it's possible.
I can imagine that if you admit to me that this is the realm of imagination, because this is not something we can see.
It is, but I said it to point out, you're saying that because life happened in this universe, life had to happen, and it was planned that life would happen. And I'm saying no. It's possible that this universe existed and life didn't happen. You're putting the cart before the horse. Life happened in this universe. We know that. But you're saying that, like, from the dawn of time, it had to be that life would happen. And I'm saying
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
That's not my argument, though. My argument is that it's far more reasonable to believe in God and believe in Jesus Christ than it is to believe in natural processes producing the universe. That's my argument.
Right,
And
so
the statistics from the example that I provided earlier, by natural processes, you're looking at 1 in 10 octillion, and that's just based on a simple example of alphabet soup. Versus
if I
not
can stop,
even 40.
if I can
Not
stop
even.
you there, just to cut the whole argument off.
Go
Do
ahead.
you have a method for demonstrating that anything supernatural exists? Because as far as I'm aware, no one has one. So
Okay, but now you're evading.
I'm having trouble.
You are evading the mathematics.
Do you have a method for demonstrating the supernatural?
Yeah, but you are evading the mathematics, and you are going into where is your proof? Where is your proof that God exists?
I'm saying if you can't demonstrate the supernatural exists, then there is no possible way that you can work out how likely it is that God exists and God created life. I'm saying the first thing you have to do is to demonstrate that the supernatural exists before you can work out any calculations about it. Can you demonstrate that the supernatural exists?
Tim, I'm gonna let you answer.
Can you?
Because a friend called. I gotta pick up the phone.
Again,
as far as I know, no one can. That's what I'm saying.
I'll be right back,
Then
guys.
how did life come about if the chances of it are 1 in 10 octillion?
No. My question is how did you work out the probabilities of life starting supernaturally if you don't have a method for demonstrating that the supernatural even exists? It's impossible.
I'm talking about the prophecies that came true about Jesus Christ. He fulfilled well over 100 prophecies about himself. If you work out the numbers for that, even 49 prophecies. Hold on.
How the hell do you work out statistics and likelihoods of
the odds? It's quite simple. The odds of one man coming about 1,000 years after the Old Testament was written and fulfilling the prophecies in the Old Testament about the Messiah to a T. That's how you work out those statistics, and that comes out to let me see here. It's about 1 in 10 to the 157th power, and that's just for 49 prophecies. Your model, hold on. Your model that relies on natural processes that created life, that relies on the odds of 1 in 10 octillion, which is far higher than the odds of Jesus Christ being here and doing what he said he was going to do. So it's far more reasonable to believe in Jesus Christ and believe in God than it is to believe in natural processes creating life.
So going back to this, right, I'll grant you that every prophecy in the Bible came true the way that it was written. Can you demonstrate that the reason the prophecies came true was due to a supernatural cause?
Jesus Christ being born of a virgin?
Demonstrate that.
He's recorded in history?
Demonstrate that that was caused by something supernatural.
Define what you mean by demonstration.
Someone predicted something, Jesus being born. Jesus was born. I grant you that. I do actually believe that. But you know what I'm saying. I'll grant you that someone predicted something. It happened. Now you have to demonstrate that the reason it happened was due to a supernatural cause. How do you do that?
Well, how would I demonstrate that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a demonstration.
Then how the hell can you work out the probabilities that it happened by a supernatural cause? You can't demonstrate that it happened by a supernatural cause.
Well, again, I can demonstrate that Jesus, regardless of him being virgin born, I can demonstrate that he fulfilled Old Testament prophecies.
Yeah,
because it's recorded.
Can you demonstrate the reason why he fulfilled Old Testament?
Because he's the Messiah.
That's just a blind assertion. Can you demonstrate that?
I can't hear you over Achilles.
I'm here for you.
What I'm saying is, even if Jesus fulfilled every Bible prophecy, can you demonstrate the reason why he fulfilled them was due to a supernatural cause? Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, he fulfilled the law. He was sinless. I mean, the Bible says he was without fault.
How did he fulfill them?
by fulfilling them. I mean,
I'll give you just several options. Someone guessed something would happen, and it just coincidence it happened. Someone said something would happen, and people worked towards making it happen. That's why the prophecy happened. We've got several different options as to how the prophecies came true. You have to demonstrate that it was a supernatural cause that caused it to come true.
And you have to demonstrate to me you have to demonstrate to me how the natural cause of life came true.
No, I don't have to demonstrate anything.
Yes,
I'm not making a claim. No, I'm not making a claim. You are claiming that it happened by a supernatural reason. I'm not saying that it didn't. I'm just saying, can you demonstrate that it did? Because that is what you're claiming. I'm not making any claim whatsoever.
I'm claiming that it's reasonable. I'm claiming that the numbers, when you look at the numbers, it's far more reasonable to believe in the Bible and Jesus Christ than it is to believe that life came about through natural processes. This goes back to the math I was giving you, and that's my argument. Which is more reasonable?
Which you still haven't explained. How can you calculate the probabilities of life coming about by supernatural cause if you have no method to demonstrate that anything supernatural has ever happened, which you said that you can't? How do you work out the probabilities on something that you can't demonstrate has happened in the first place?
If you want a demonstration, it's in the Bible. It's written down in Scripture. So what do I need to do? Does Jesus need to come back and do miracles for you? Is that what you're saying?
It would have to be. You would have to come up with a method. Currently, scientifically, we have no method of demonstrating supernatural causation for anything. No one has ever demonstrated supernatural causation for anything. You would have to come up with a method to do that in order to work out any calculations or any probabilities.
Do you have a method to demonstrate how life came about through natural processes?
Sorry?
Do you have a demonstration to show how life came about through natural processes?
I don't have to. I'm not saying it did.
Why don't you have to? I mean, why would you stick this on me but not put it on yourself?
Because you're claiming that it did come about through supernatural processes. I'm not
saying it came
through natural causes or supernatural causes. I'm not making a claim. You are making the claim that it definitely did come about through supernatural
by your own
causes.
position. So what do you believe? How do you believe
therefore, you have taken on the burden of
Wildheart,
proof.
How do you believe the universe started? How do you believe that the universe started? Let's start there.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I think.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does.
No,
how do you think it started?
No, it doesn't.
How do you
You've made the claim that it came about through supernatural.
How do you think it started?
Can you let me finish the
your claim. What's your claim?
Can you let me? I've not made a claim.
Well, then why are we talking? What are you arguing against? What is your claim against
I'm arguing against your positive claim that it came about through supernatural causes. You have made the positive claim
the Bible actually says
the universe. You have made the positive claim that the universe came about through supernatural causes. I'm not saying whether it did or didn't. I'm not saying anything.
Well, then how am I supposed to respond properly? Wildheart, how am I supposed to respond properly when I don't even know your position?
You don't need to know my position.
Yes, I do. That's a part of the argument, dude. What are you doing?
How arguments work? In order to demonstrate,
you don't. I mean, what are we arguing if I have nothing? What is your opposition? What is your opposition? Define your opposition, or we're done talking.
I don't need an opposition.
All right, we're done talking.
You don't know how arguments work.
We're done talking.
You don't know how logical arguments work. You don't need another
Define
person.
your position and where you're coming from.
You don't need
define your position.
Can I explain?
No, you already did. Define your position.
If you make a positive claim
your position.
that something is true,
Wildheart, define your
position.
You
have to demonstrate it. You don't need another person.
Define your position.
You don't need to talk to another person.
Define your position.
You don't need to know
define your position.
I'm not making a claim.
Yes, you do.
What claim have I made?
I don't know. What are we arguing about then if I don't know your position?
Then I'm not. You just said that I've made the claim. What claim have I made?
Make a claim. I don't know. What is your position? This is ridiculous.
Right, you're gonna have to go away and think about it. if you make a positive claim that something is true,
Define your position.
then you take on. Then
Define
you take
the
on
position, Wildheart.
Why
How am I supposed to argue against? How am I supposed to argue against you when I don't know your position?
If you
you're moving the goalpost, dude. This is typical of what you people do.
If you make a positive claim,
and you're moving the goalpost. Tell me your position. I would love to know your position.
If you make a positive
I would love to know your position.
If you make a positive
what is your position?
Are you going to let me explain?
What is your position?
You don't need...
What is your position?
If you would let me finish the sentence, I would explain to you why you
you're going to tell me what your position is, what's the point?
Do you want me to explain to you why I don't...
Tell me your position. That's all I'm asking for.
You don't need to know my position.
Yes, I do.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
Where are you arguing from?
If you would let me get a sentence...
It's clear to me that you came in here because I was talking about how life could not come about because the probability of that is so ridiculously high. It's not going to come about through natural processes. That's the fact. So you're arguing against that. So I am to assume that you're arguing from naturalism. And if that's true, then you believe in the most ridiculous 1 in 10 octillion. And that's just an example of pasta soup. You have to deal with all the strands of DNA, all the things that make up that, and that could multiply out even further.
This is really
so what is your argument?
This is really simple. You don't need a counter argument. You have to demonstrate that your argument is correct.
Define your position.
You don't need anyone else's position.
If you're making your position, have you ever watched a debate? Have you ever watched a debate?
Can I just have like 3-4 sentences?
Well, have you ever watched a debate?
Just to explain to
Have you ever watched a debate?
This is going nowhere.
Answer my question real quick. Have you ever watched a debate? Have you ever watched a real formal debate?
I watched thousands of them, yeah.
Okay, both parties always define their position so they understand each other. So you refusing to tell me your position, that's dishonest, dude. So tell me your position.
Okay,
that's a debate.
Hold on.
You came in here to argue. So it has to be a formal debate for you to tell me your position. That's kind of ridiculous.
No, that's not what I said.
That is exactly what you're saying. Otherwise, you would tell me your position.
Hold on.
It's not a debate. It's a claim that you have made that you are claiming.
And where are you arguing from? Do you believe the universe came about by natural processes? What do you believe?
Hold on.
How am I supposed to have a conversation with you if you can't tell me what your position is?
Hold on, everyone. Mute, Tim, and then you say what you're saying, and then mute you, and he say what he says. Okay, start now.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Wow.
Yeah. We're not having a debate. You have made a positive...
Hey, both of you, on both sides, Gangster Ghost has been trying to say something. No, listen, Gangster Ghost has been trying to say something several times, and both of you have been over-talking him, so shut up and let Gangster Ghost talk.
That's true, and I apologize. That's true.
I was just saying, that's what I was trying to say. Mute Tim, let Wildheart says his piece, and then let mute Tim, and then let Tim says piece. Okay.
So let's try to conduct this somewhat cordially moving forward, but in being cordial, you have to respect the host. Both of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can't overtalk the host. That's unacceptable behavior. Poor etiquette. Really bad.
Thank you. Go ahead, Wildheart. What are you going to say? What's your position?
Yeah, all I'm saying is I'm not having a debate. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I can't say it, but whoever it is, he has made a positive claim that what he's saying is true. He has made the claim that the universe came about through supernatural causation. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm just saying if you are going to make that positive claim, then you take on the burden of proof of proving that you are right. Therefore, you have to provide evidence for that. You don't need to know my position. You don't need to know what I think. You have made the positive claim. You have to demonstrate that what you're saying is true. Otherwise, you can't expect anyone to agree with you or believe you. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's not a debate.
Okay. You go, Tim.
Okay, so Wildheart, you're not understanding me. I said that my position is it's far more reasonable to believe in the God of the Bible and Jesus Christ, because statistically, Jesus fulfilling the prophecies from the Old Testament to the New Testament is has far lower odds than the statistics of life coming about through natural processes. That is my claim. I didn't make the claim that the universe was created through. I mean, my position is God created the heaven and the earth, sure, but I'm saying it's far more reasonable to believe in the Bible and believe in Jesus Christ, God the Father, than it is to say that life came about through natural processes. That's my claim.
You can both talk now.
Yeah, all I will say to that is all you've done is change your claim. You've changed your claim from.
That's what I said before. What are you talking about?
Can we carry on just one at a
That's
time?
what I said earlier.
All you've done is change your claim, so it's much more likely.
It's more reasonable. No, it's more. Stop putting words in my mouth. It's more reasonable to believe in Jesus Christ and God than it is to believe that the universe came about through natural processes. That's all I said.
Likely is the same as reasonable. Right, so you've now made the claim that it's much more reasonable that life came about through supernatural causation.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's far more reasonable to believe in Jesus Christ and God than it is to believe that the universe came about through natural processes. That was my claim.
Right, so that is now your claim. Can you demonstrate that that claim is true?
Through the numbers, the statistics I just gave.
Exactly. So going back to the numbers, can you demonstrate that anything supernatural has ever happened?
Why do I need to demonstrate that considering the numbers?
Do you have a method for doing that?
Why do I need to demonstrate that?
Isn't statistics a naturalistic claim?
I'm saying, as far as I know, and I'm pretty sure about this, no one has even come up with a methodology for demonstrating that the supernatural exists.
But why do I have to demonstrate that to you? I'm just simply talking about numbers.
You made a supernatural claim. You've said that it is more reasonable that the universe came about through supernatural causes.
No, I did not say that.
Yes,
no,
Jesus Christ being the Son of God is an inherently supernatural claim.
Yeah.
That's a supernatural claim that you're making.
Okay, well, the claim is it's far more reasonable to believe in Jesus Christ and God, creation through that, than it would be to believe in natural processes.
So what you're saying then is that it's more reasonable for the universe to come about through supernatural causes than it is through natural causes. And when Wildheart logically follows that up by asking, okay, well then can you demonstrate me a supernatural thing occurring? Your response saying, well, I just gave you a whole bunch of numbers and I gave you statistics. Those are appeals to naturalistic things, Tim.
Yeah. If you can't demonstrate the supernatural even exists, then you can't calculate any probabilities to do with the supernatural.
No,
what I would like for Tim to support is his claim that the probability of life coming about by natural causes is 1 in 10 octillion, if I'm quoting you right. I'd like you to support that claim. Where did you get those numbers from?
That's just based off an example of pouring out a can of pasta soup to get the word pasta spelt perfectly without letters being upside down, things like that.
Is that supernatural soup or natural soup?
Where did you get the 1 in 10 octillion from?
Because that's statistically, that's how many times it would take for you to pour out those and get a perfectly spelled word of pasta.
What numbers are you citing for that? You're saying that statistic. Like what study has produced that?
It would take.
My claim.
That would be a hard study. It'd be a long study.
I mean, what variables do you have for that experiment? Are we talking about Earth gravity? Where on Earth are we pouring out the soup? What environmental conditions are the soup being subjected to? I mean, there's variables to any statistical claim, and those variables have to be factored in if we're talking about that claim. So I think Mark's right for asking where you're making that claim from, besides just saying that to try and advance an argument based off of rhetoric.
So say that again, Aiden. Just so
I'm saying that unless you can substantiate the claim that is 1 in octillion the chances of pouring out a thing of soup and having that spell what you're talking about, that's you have to produce actual evidence for that claim. You can't just say that, because if you just say that without providing any actual further substantiation to that, it just comes across as empty rhetoric. I'm sorry.
So that is a good point. That is a good point.
An example.
But even if he gave the backup for that, he would then have to give the backup for the supernatural statistics, which he can't produce. He would have to compare the natural statistics with the supernatural statistics. Even if he produced the natural statistics, he cannot produce the supernatural statistics. So it still wouldn't work. But it is a good point, to be fair.
Somebody said in the chat.
I'm not really sure.
Sorry, Tim, go ahead.
I'm not really sure what you're getting at, because my argument was, again, it's far more reasonable to believe in Jesus Christ and God, because the odds of Jesus Christ being here and fulfilling those prophecies are far lower than even pouring a can of alphabet soup to spell out pasta at some point. Perfect.
But how do you calculate these odds? You're making a claim based on your...
It's just one example, but I mean, I don't know.
But it's not an example.
Do you want to multiply? Mark, are you a Christian or not, dude? Like,
why do you feel
the need to
anyone
be
can use logic?
You're using a bad argument, Tim. You're saying it's
okay, what would you argue
statistically
then? I'd like to hear
more
you argue
probable,
something,
but
Mark.
how are you're misapplying the probability theory and statistics. It's not about that. There's no probability or statistical analysis for how the prophecies were fulfilled. There's no statistical analysis of how the theory of abiogenesis works. You're misusing statistics to make your claim, and you're making that number up anyway.
Well, again, if you want to divide 1 in 10 octillion by all the strands of DNA that we've observed, it would go even further than octillion.
Where are you getting the number 1 in 10 octillion? Like,
that's just based
what
on
do you
an
mean
example.
For what to happen? It's a 1
You
in
keep
10
saying it's based on an
octillion
example, but it's
chance.
not based on an example if you don't have actual variables within the example, Tim. There's no example being fronted except your claim.
You're right. I meant it's a prediction of an example. It's a prediction.
Okay, well, I don't know why you threw out there. Are you a Christian, Mark? I mean, like, he's under no obligation to just inherently agree with you here, Tim. He's not.
I just see you using the bad argument. I mean, if you want to make a argument for God, like a philosophical argument would be reasonable, but to throw statistics in there, it's like using a yardstick to measure the ocean. Like, it's just not the right tool. We're talking about a supernatural being, and we're trying to measure him with empirical numbers. It's just not.
No, but it's perfectly fine to make a prediction that based on something as simple as trying to pour out a can of alphabet soup to spell out pasta at some point, that can come out to, again, 1 in 10 octillion. So then you have all the strands of DNA that we've observed.
I don't believe that.
And the idea.
I don't believe it's 1 in 10 octillion.
Well, again, so then again, but multiply that example number by the amount of DNA that we have, and then you have an even bigger problem. It goes on forever.
What do you mean, the DNA that we have in its totality right now as compared to what other point in history, Tim? I mean, like, the amount of DNA that we have now is certainly not the amount of DNA that was posited to have existed at the time of abiogenesis, and certainly wasn't the amount that existed at the time of, like, say, the Precambrian period, before we had an event like the Cambrian explosion introduce a huge amount of genetic variation to the species we observe on Earth within a very short period of time. So let's not forget, though, that what you had originally said, the premise of your entire argument here, Tim, was you saying that it is more reasonable that Jesus Christ and God forming the universe, that is a more reasonable thing than measuring things through naturalistic causes. But you keep citing naturalism to try and explain the supernatural, and I'm just it doesn't seem compatible.
So now you're saying that we can't
I can solve this. Honestly, just give me 2 seconds.
Right. Well, let's let Tim respond though as well. Let's not just steamroll him.
It's just before I forget. I've got a bad memory. That's all. Carry on.
Go ahead, Tim.
Well, the point I'm making is that again, I could also use the example of how many times would you spin a a safe, before you actually figure out the combination. You would have to spin, if you don't know the combination to a safe and all you can do is spin the dial. How many times would you have to spin it before you actually get the proper numbers and actually get the safe to open? And obviously we wouldn't know those numbers now, would we? We'd have to take a guess and probably say, one couple thousand, or case in point, the example I gave earlier, the pasta soup, 1 in 10 octillion. So again, the point is that if life came about through natural processes, there's a high amount of odds that would happen on its own.
But what you're committing there is the fallacy of assigning post hoc probabilities.
Let's let Wildheart talk as well.
So can just say, the problem is all the examples you're trying to come up with are natural examples. All you have to do is to just name one supernatural event that has ever happened, and then give your methodology for coming up with the statistics that go with that supernatural event. Just do that. You have to do at least that, because you can come up with as many spaghetti soup and as many natural things as you want. Your claim was about the probabilities of a supernatural event. So you have to demonstrate how you can come up with the statistics for a supernatural event. Can you do that?
What does supernatural mean to you?
It doesn't matter what does it mean to you. You've made the claim again. It's you who's made the claim.
Well, I mean, if you want to give supernatural, if you want to give supernatural examples, what would be something acceptable to you? Because again, I could name off a couple of things, but you probably wouldn't even accept it.
Well, try me. You made the claim that there's something supernatural caused the universe. So what is your definition of supernatural?
Maybe Wildheart won't give you one, but I'll give you one. All right. Supernatural means that it's outside of any kind of naturalistic explanation.
I will go with that, but again, if he doesn't agree, we need his definition, because it's him making the claim that something supernatural. So we need his definition of supernatural, not ours. Ours doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's a fair point, Wildheart.
Well, I just want to point out that Tim's, even if his 10 octillion number is real, which I think he just made up, he's still committing the fallacy of assigning post hoc probabilities. It's like claiming or calculating the odds of like a poker hand after it's already been dealt. Like, we observe life because it did arise, but to use probability to argue against a known outcome, like you're just conflating statistical reasoning with evidence-based science. You don't know what you're talking about.
The probability is 1 in 1 because life did happen, and as far as we know, we don't know the supernatural even exists. So as far as we know, it can only have happened naturally. So the probability of life happening naturally is 1 in 1 as far as we know, until someone can demonstrate that the supernatural exists. If you can do that, that's fine.
The thing is I'm using
supernatural exists.
Well, I don't think your conclusion follows either. Braveheart.
Wildheart, but let's
Wildheart. My bad.
Tim, that's all good.
I have something to say. I heard that before what Tim said. I remember it was a while ago. A lot of intelligent design and stuff talked about the odds against life happening by itself. They said it's like winning the lottery every time you play it or something. I know it's been a long time. Is that right, Tim?
Yeah, that's another example that they've used.
But it's pointless because life exists. It
we're here.
Out. Yeah, the odds are 1 to 1. Like to throw post hoc probabilities.
We have two different explanations. We have either God or natural causes.
But yeah, I'm not arguing that. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing
that's not true either.
Your fallacious claim because you're assigning post hoc probabilities to an event that has already occurred.
We know for definite that the natural exists. Unless you can show that the supernatural exists, then you don't even get to put it forward as an explanation.
Well,
because if you can't demonstrate the supernatural exists, then it can't be the cause for anything, can it? So that's the first thing you have to do.
I want Tim to respond, but I want to say something really quickly before that. Tim, you said that the paradigm that's kind of exists here in this conversation is either it's the God of the Bible or it was a naturalistic explanation. And for the sake of this particular conversation, maybe I could grant you that because that's the main two positions being posited here. But let's not act like that's just the totality of the debate that's going on here. There's a Hindu creation myth. There's a Zoroastrian creation myth. There's a Buddhist creation myth. There's all sorts of different varying creation myths that are all competing for one another as far as a supernaturalistic explanation is concerned. So it's not just a matter of a monopolization. But
yeah, but
like I said, for the sake of this
conversation, it is a false dichotomy. The God of the Bible or natural. It's just a false dichotomy. There are loads of other options.
Aiden, I didn't know Buddhists believe in a creation myth. I thought they're more like a different type of religion that anyone can be atheist.
I could have swore that there is a beginning. There is like it's all in an infinite loop ultimately, but there is like there was some kind of beginning to the Earth as we know it right now, even though it's a part of that cycle within Buddhist creation myths. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong about that. Please don't take my word for that.
There are atheist Buddhists, so I'm presuming that they don't believe in like anything supernatural.
Well, there's some Buddhists that are more hardline. There's like Theravada and Mahayana Buddhism. You know, Theravada tends to be a bit more hardline in like the theological aspects of things compared to more like Mahayana Buddhism. But like I said, I'm not as well read on that as perhaps I should be to be even mentioning it.
What about Big Bad Mama Buddhism? I just joking.
He seems to kind of be more like a Taoist kind of Buddhist, to my understanding. Maybe I could be wrong about that. Maybe I've heard him talk about Zen Buddhism, and there's a lot of overlap between Taoism and Zen Buddhism, from my understanding.
What are you going to say, Tim?
I was just going. Well, the only problem with other religions is that none of them attempt prophecy, so therefore, I mean, I wouldn't even count any of those.
That's just not true.
Yes, it is.
Muhammad is literally known as a prophet.
False prophecies. I mean, you can look in the. Yeah, Muhammad was a false prophet.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
All of our prophecies are real, but all those prophecies are just fake.
It's provable through the Quran. The Quran also says that the sun sets in a pile of mud. Do you believe that?
I mean, the Bible says the earth rests on pillars. Do you believe that?
Well, how would you interpret that?
Well, it depends. How would an Islamic imam interpret the passage you just cited? I mean, there's nuance within Islamic scholarship as well, so don't act like that's just their universal belief.
You actually literally have recorded failed prophecies from the Quran in both history and in the Quran itself.
Can I just go? A Muslim will say the exact opposite of you. They say, oh yeah, all the Christians have their prophecies, but they're all false prophecies. All their prophecies are true. That's all you're doing. They will
no,
say,
but it's actually provable and demonstrable through history and the Quran.
Way of demonstrating
it's actually provable and demonstrable through the history and Quran.
What all the prophecies are called?
Yes.
Right. And can you demonstrate that any of your prophecies are true due to supernatural causes?
Wait, what'd you say?
Can you demonstrate that any of the Christian prophecies are true due to supernatural causes?
I mean, what would you want for a demonstration?
Oh my goodness.
That's not
no, he's asking you to cite something. You can't go back and then be like, no, you cite something. No. He's asking you to cite something, Tim.
You tell me how to prove it. I made the claim, but you tell me how to prove it. That's not how it works, Paul. Sorry.
No, you're losing me. Wait, what are you saying, Wildheart?
You made a claim that the prophecies of the Bible came true due to supernatural causes. You have to back that up. You have to demonstrate that. It's not up to me to tell you how to do it. You have to do it because you made the claim.
It would be recorded in Scripture.
Oh man.
I give up.
Okay.
Well, obviously, you're asking for a demonstration that I don't necessarily know how to give you. I mean, I have different things I can point to, but
you can't make the claim that it's true until you can demonstrate it. Unless you can demonstrate.
That's true, Wildheart.
Again, the issue is that you believe in a miracle just as much as I do.
That's not true,
Yes,
because
it is.
what we quote unquote believe
Just
in, as you said
That's the
earlier,
whole.
as you literally admitted earlier, Tim, we rely on naturalistic explanations for the world. The naturalism hinges on things that we can scientifically observe and understand about the reality and world that we live in. That's not true. We're not on an equal playing field here, Tim, no matter how much you insist that we are.
Again, it comes back to burden of proof. If you make a positive claim, then you have to demonstrate that that claim is true. It's not up to us to help you. We don't have to help you. Either don't make the claim or make the claim and then demonstrate it. It's one or the other. We don't have to do anything. Either demonstrate the claim is true or don't make the claim. Those are the two
Look, it's
options.
funny. It's really funny that this got brought up because, or you know what, Tim, go ahead. No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I do have examples that I could point to as far as like what is supernatural, but I don't think you'll accept them. I think you'll just find a reason to explain them away. How do you explain the radical change in a Christian whenever they get saved? How do you explain the fact that I've seen Christians who kick heroin, kick different drugs without having to go to a 12-step program?
Are you saying that no one has ever kicked heroin or drugs without it being due to Christianity?
No, I wouldn't say that, but they do have to go to meetings. I mean, you'll see a lot of
Can you
addicts.
demonstrate that it's due to Christianity then? If it happens
See,
outside
I told
of
you you wouldn't accept
Christianity.
it.
Yeah, because it's a shit reason. That's why. You can't give
Come
me a
on,
shit
come on,
reason
hey.
and you won't accept it.
We're trying to limit the cussing. We're trying to limit the cussing on Gangster Ghost Show. I gave Achilles crap for that earlier when he used that very same words. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't say it to you.
Sorry, I use it all the time. I didn't mean it.
One more thing, Wildheart.
You know what? I'd also like, Mark, what would you provide for a supernatural example or demonstration?
Oh, I love this one. So, when Jesus said this generation will not pass away till all these things take place, strangely enough, within that generation, all those things took place.
And can you demonstrate that happened because of supernatural?
Oh yeah, well, Jesus said in Matthew 24:2, he predicted that the temple would be destroyed with not one stone left upon another, and that prophecy was filled in precise detail in AD 70 when Roman forces under General Titus laid siege to Jerusalem. They set the temple ablaze.
I'll grant you all that. Now, why did it come true? Jesus made a prophecy, and the prophecy came true to the exact detail. Now, can you describe the method and explain why it came true?
Because I believe that Titus was the human embodiment of the man of lawlessness that was prophesied. And
yeah, it was prophesied.
That was prophesied all the way back in Daniel chapter 9, which was thousands of years before.
I'll grant you that. And I'll grant you that
the timing and the nature of the fulfillment of these prophecies that were made thousands of years before is just it's a lot to ignore.
Well, the destruction of the temple is also mentioned in the Olivet Discourse.
And I'll grant you that it came true. Now, can you demonstrate why it came true? And that was due to supernatural causation.
I believe. I can't demonstrate a supernatural cause to you. I believe that the prophecies...
Then I have no reason to believe you.
That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to believe me, but I'm just defending what the Bible predicted and how it was fulfilled in history.
I'm not even saying you're
Whether
wrong.
or not you want to accept that was a supernatural cause or just pure coincidence, that's on you. I don't care. But I am trying to provide for you some prophetic things and statements that were made in the Bible that did come true in reality.
Oh wow!
Tim tagged Mark in, and Mark came in, and he's doing his thing. You know,
Wildheart. I have something to say.
Ahead.
Sometimes, just like my friend in the UK, you kind of sound Irish.
Everyone says that. I've been called Irish, Scottish, Welsh, which is particularly depressing. But no, I'm from Manchester. Yeah. It's really annoying to be called Irish, to be honest.
Oh my goodness, that's funny. That's funny.
No, I don't mind.
I'm pretty sure I saw an IRA membership in the background in one of Wildheart's videos at one point. I'm pretty sure. I saw that.
I assure you didn't.
That's right.
They blew up half of Manchester in the 80s. No. I am in
Come
no way.
out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. I could hear it in the background in one of your videos, I could swear. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
Sorry about that, Tim.
I won't shut up. I'm just kidding.
Tim, what you have to say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to change the subject.
Well, there was something I was going to say earlier when I was when I did let Tim talk. And what I was going to say was, it's funny that this topic about like naturalism versus supernaturalism kind of came up because Gangster Ghost was playing a clip from an Amish guy earlier. And he was talking about like literally this exact same subject. And I've just got to be totally real. I respect that guy's position on that debate more than I respect a Christian that tries to use naturalistic explanations to try and explain the supernatural. I really do. Because that guy basically says, look, you're trying to find a naturalistic explanation for this. There is no naturalistic explanation for this. All right? This is a supernatural force. It's a divine mystery. And you can't comprehend that until you come to the message and you come to believe in what we believe in. And look, I don't agree with that message. I think it's fundamentally a little silly to say, well, if you believe in what we believe, then everything will be revealed to you. I mean, you could say that about any set of beliefs. But you know what? It is ultimately more internally consistent, in my opinion, to say that, well, there is no naturalistic means or explanation for any of this. It is all just totally outside of our purview of understanding, and you can't come to that same level of understanding. You can't even approach that kind of understanding until you believe what we believe. I just think that that's ultimately more consistent. And, people like Father Charles, who talked about like, the divine mysteries and orthodoxy and things like that. There's people that would always like mock him and deride him. Even other Christians would mock and deride him and say, oh, you just say everything's a mystery, Chuck. But the thing is that church fathers understood that they lived in a yeah, you kind of did a little bit.
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, that's all. The truth is that is all we really have right now. We're not in the dispensation where miracles are happening right now. It talks about the Bible, the just shall live by faith. So, yeah.
Well, and what is faith but the hope of? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Aiden, go ahead and finish that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I've nothing against the supernatural. If the supernatural exists, that's fine. Just someone demonstrate it. I don't mind. It doesn't matter to me. If God exists, then I want to know. It will be in my best interest to know. Just someone demonstrate it. Someone show me that he exists. Demonstrate he exists, and I'll believe that God exists. I'm not atheist because I want to know what's true because it's in my best interest. If God is going to burn me forever or send me to heaven and he exists, and I want to know he fucking exists. So,
that's really.
I want to know he exists. I've nothing against that. It's just until someone demonstrates it, I've no reason to believe it.
Well, that's kind of the problem, Wilder. If you're relying on like a demonstration, man. I mean, I gotta level with you that it's really the point of being. I mean, especially for us Christians, I know Mark would agree. It's not always about arguing evidence. It's about salvation, getting you saved. And at the end of the day, that's simply you accepting that you're a sinner before God. You will go to hell when you die, and you have to put your faith in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ for your personal sins against God. That's the point. And if you keep rejecting the evidence, I don't know. Sadly, I don't really know how to reach you.
Right. I'm not trying to be harsh, but I would just say you have a bad epistemology. I want someone to demonstrate to me that something is true before I believe it is true.
Well,
you should.
Well, here's the thing. One second, buddy.
Sorry,
no, I'm not. I just want to say something.
For a long time.
Wildheart.
Can I just finish what I was saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. What I was saying was, I think things should be demonstrated to be true before you believe they are true. You seem to be saying, I'm going to believe that it's true, even though it can't be demonstrated, and I admit it can't be demonstrated, just in case it's true, because it might end up better off if it is true. That's just a bad epistemology. That's not how you should do things, in my opinion.
What about this guy? This is a Jesuit priest.
You know, you made Mark kind of fat in that picture.
Oh,
He's
you okay with that,
Jesuit
Mark?
priest.
Are you okay with that potbelly, dude?
It's true to life. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I love you, Mark. I'm joking. Look,
sorry, Mark.
I totally forgot what I was going to say. Okay, yeah, no, I was just going to, you know, I have no problem with humility. I mean, I'm just, these are not things that I actually debate. I'm more focused in the area of theology, things like that. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm still learning, and what I learn, you know, I just try to keep going, so to speak. You know, I may not have necessarily a good answer now, but that doesn't mean later I won't.
I'm going to be paraphrasing. I'm going to be paraphrasing here. Here, just real quick, Wildheart. Just real quick, I just need to say something here. So, the Bible establishes, and I'm going to be paraphrasing here because I'm on my phone and I can't pull the specific scripture up. But in the book of Acts, when Christ comes back from his resurrection after he's gone to, whether you think it's hell or Abraham's bosom or whatever it might be, when he returns from that, and you know the apostles go to meet him, and Thomas doubts that it's really Christ, you know, and he tells him to put his finger through the hole in his hand and the hand in his side, and he does that, and he falls to his knees and he says, "My Lord, my God." What Christ says afterwards, and like I said, I'm paraphrasing, but he says something along the lines of, "Blessed be you for seeing me and believing, but more blessed are those who do not see me and still do believe." So while the Bible, but it's important to make the distinction though with that the Bible doesn't just say that God doesn't reveal himself to everybody, that there is no possibility that God won't give you that evidence. But he's saying to you very clearly that more blessed are those that don't require that push in order to be saved. Those people are ultimately viewed with more favor by God than those that do require that push. But I'm with Wildheart. I am a doubting Thomas. I do require that push. And according to the Bible, there is space made for people like me that do require that push. It isn't just a matter of, well, you just need to have a leap of faith. It's true that those that do make that leap of faith without that push are more favored in God's eyes, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't make space for people like us, as he did with Thomas.
You're actually, I mean, I would not, I would actually agree with you.
on that point,
I really appreciate you for that. Go ahead, Wildheart.
Yeah, and on that point, I would just say, it just seems suspicious to me that a God would want you to believe without evidence rather than believe with evidence. That's like a used car salesman would want you to believe without evidence. An estate agent would want you to believe without evidence rather than with evidence.
Well, I'm going to appeal to what Aiden just said. Aiden made a pretty good point.
Look, I exist. I'm here. I exist. Look, me, God.
Come on, let him respond. Let him respond.
No, I really appreciate that, Aiden. That was really so dude, can I pray for you guys? Like, that was really cool, Aiden, what you just said.
I appreciate that. I just keep that in mind when you think that I'm a filthy heathen that can't say anything of worth. You know, just keep that in mind.
No, I really appreciate what you just said, man. That was great.
Thank you. I don't think that there's so many Christians out there that say it's one or the other, right? Like, there is hardline evidence for God out there, and you're just ignorant of it, and you just hate God, and you don't believe in him because you hate him and all that. And then there's Christians that say, oh, well, you know, you just got to believe, and there's no way that there's going to be any space made for you whatsoever. If you have any kind of doubts, you just need to have faith. And it's clear that there's space for both afforded in the scripture. If your heart truly is open, as Thomas's was in that moment, to believing, he will make that space for you, and he will give you that sign that you require. But you need to, at the end of the day, still have that openness to be able to receive that. If he had known that Thomas would have done that, and then he would have just said, oh, well, this is just some illusion, or this is just some sort of trick, he would have never told him to do it in the first place.
That was great, Aiden. That was awesome, man. I really, I mean, you really do listen. I appreciate you for that.
And I would kind of agree with that as well. I think personal revelation, like, you know, like God coming down to someone and even if they're the only one, I think that's the only kind of half decent reason you can have for believing. If that happens to someone, I can't argue with that. I can't dispute someone's like personal revelation. That's, you know what I mean? I'm not. That could be a good reason for someone to believe in God, but unless that happens to me personally or anyone, then my point is you shouldn't believe until something like that happens to you. But then you run into the problems of, well, was it delusion? Was it hallucination? You run into all that. But I'm saying that's at least as far as I know the only like half decent reason to kind of believe in God. I don't know the problem with that.
Yeah. Again, I would really like, if you guys want to, real quick, I would really actually love to pray for you because God has to reveal this to you. I can't. It's just as simple as that. So if you guys want to do a quick prayer, I would love to go ahead with that.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Lord Jesus, I do pray, Father. I really, Lord, this conversation has actually been really fantastic, and I really appreciate Aiden's heart and Wildheart here for his questions and everything. But at the end of the day, Lord, I can't do this as a man, but they require you to reach them. And Lord, I would just pray, Father, that you would reach them and reveal yourself to them, and that their hearts would be open to it, and that you would reach their souls and help them to believe on you and put their faith in the death, burial, and resurrection that you went through for them to go to heaven if they believe on that. And in Jesus' name, I just pray and ask all these things. Amen.
Cheers.
Well, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Very welcome.
Mark, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how Tim can justify praying that God will change somebody's heart. How he rectifies that with this position that we have the free will to choose or reject God on our own volition.
What, you don't... I'm not going to argue with that.
No, I agree. I believe God can change people's hearts. I believe it's his job to change their hearts. I just don't see how you can rationalize asking God to change someone's heart when you pontificate that people have the free will to choose God on their own volition, and yet you're asking God to intervene.
Did you not hear it when Aiden said that the heart has to be open? So if their hearts are open, then it's up to God.
Well, is it not God that opens their eyes, their ears, their hearts, etc.? Does that not seem like a contradiction when saying it's...
Is that not what we just what I just prayed? I mean, why do you have a problem with this, dude? It's kind of
I'm just pointing out a contradiction in your philosophy on, free will and everything.
Okay, what's the more
This is a beautiful prayer, and I don't disagree with any of it. I hope God does open their hearts and minds and leads them to the truth. Only he can do that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah,
they're not going to do it on their own free will.
That was the prayer. So.
Oh, sorry, Mark.
No need to apologize.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a gathering of Christians here because the scripture says if two of you or more are gathered in my name. And according to some, Mark Stoney isn't a Christian. And according to Bruce, Gangster Ghost isn't a Christian. So we've only got one actual Christian among us. We need one more. Achilles, can you come back?
I've heard instead of you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to lighten the mood here a little bit.
Aiden, you're a closet Christian.
I'm sure someone will disagree that the true Christian is a true Christian as well. I don't think there's a true Christian on the planet because everyone seems to disagree on which one that true Christian is. So.
I don't know if Tim appreciated it, but I was trying to lighten the mood.
Yeah, no, all good, man.
I've got to go because I've got to go take care of some stuff here, but I did mainly come in just because Gangster Ghost was being overtalked. Thank you guys for kind of dialing that back a little bit. I do appreciate that. It's just Gangster Ghost can be a little meek at times when he's trying to express that, and that's nothing against him. It's just it's important to keep that in mind when you're having these kind of discourses on his platform is all. So with that being said, you guys take care.
You too,
Guess
Aiden.
who's-
Good
I
conversation, man.
don't miss you. But guess who's here, everybody? The great and the one and the only Mr. Azel.
Yep, they
Hi.
wanted another Christian, so I got on stage.
Oh. Are you anything like this guy?
Does anybody know who the Man of Manning is?
Sounds
I think that's
Muslim to
Dan.
me.
That's Dan. That makes sense.
I think it's Dan. What do you say, Gassel?
I think it's a Muslim,
Oh.
a Jesuit Muslim.
Like this guy?
No, that's just Jesse Witt.
I'm sorry, Mark. Keep on showing that guy. Right, Tim?
What's up?
You said predatism leads to this.
Right.
It's a scary, scary image.
Tim's just wondering what's underneath that.
Couple donuts there. There's, you know, that'd be, look at that. Pull up that picture again. Look at that thing. You know, that's a few donuts right there.
Maybe he's got back problems.
True.
Or front problems, maybe. I don't know.
Got one word for that. Keto.
Remember
Ew.
this. Fire truck says, behave yourself.
Then who's going to tell Upchuck to behave?
Oh, GG wins the prize. I did! I guess who it was.
Good guess.
Mark, what's it like being a closet Jesuit? That was
Dang.
I was going to say, what the hell is a Jesuit? And
Well, I'm not Catholic,
I've got a clue
so
what it is.
it'd be kind of hard for me to be a Jesuit.
I'm just joking, Mark. That's what Lupin says you are.
I've been to a couple of Catholic churches before, but no, I'm not a Jesuit.
Oh, are you sure?
I'm positive.
Okay. Are you sure? I did see it.
I think being a Jesuit is something that would be known to the person that is one.
Oh, okay. What about
Kind of like pregnancy? If you're pregnant, you probably would think you would know.
Yeah.
A Jesuit is a kind of Catholic.
Yeah,
it's a
priest order.
Order of priests.
Okay.
Good. And they
Tim
were
would take
founded in
them
like
all.
the 1500s or something like that.
Right, Tim?
What, Jesuit priests?
Yeah, you could.
Oh yeah, bring it. Bring it.
Oh, Azel, this guy up here, his name is Wildheart. I met him on Brett King's show.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
Yeah.
He's very wild.
Nice to meet you.
He's a wild heart of flesh.
Because usually he's the one that comes in just as Mod is shutting down the stream.
Yeah.
More times than not.
Every time.
Tim. Tim.
Yes.
What if they had a Jesuit priest? Would you debate them over doctrine?
Sure. I don't think Jesuit priests believe anything different than Roman Catholics, so yeah.
What about...
They are Catholic.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just a different, sect or whatever.
Oh, more like an order of priests, I think.
They have like their own, they have like the Black Pope, which is like a Jesuit over the Jesuits.
At
least they're not racist then.
Well, if you want to get conspiratorial about it, they're basically, people would say they're the group trying to take over the world right now.
Do you think this is the Pope? Sorry.
The Pope wearing shades?
Yeah.
Be an interesting Pope, wouldn't it?
I'm just joking, Mark. I'm sorry about that.
You forgot the fish hat, though.
Oh, yeah.
We need the fish hat.
This is the face you make when you see that picture.
Oh, goodness.
Sorry, I'm not all right today.
Gigi, you said Jesuit, not a dumbwit.
I get it now. Restream, the chat goes up. It doesn't go down. That's what. Okay.
Yeah, it's backwards.
Okay.
Oh, Tim.
Hmm.
Yeah, I would love to see you versus Father Chuck in the ultimate debate of ultimate debates.
An ultimate debate debates.
Yeah. Yeah, you debate him on standing for truth. What about standing down for truth? Or laying down for truth? Would you debate him on there?
A rolling over for Kent Bovine.
Bending over for truth.
Like
that too.
What do you think? Take my time.
laying down for truth, like what? Like laying down on the floor, because that would hurt.
Yeah, it would. I did joke around with him.
Unless you
before.
got carpet. Unless you got carpet.
I joked around with him before, and he said, "I do work out for truth."
Work out for truth. That's a good one.
Yeah. I did. See,
How about jogging for truth?
Yeah, that'd be good. What did it say?
Squatting for truth. Squatting for truth.
There you go.
I can imagine Hazel being a Jesuit. Would you like to be a Jesuit priest like this guy?
Mark, I got a question for you, man.
All right.
What do you think of those shirts that they have out there where it's got like a picture of Jesus, and he's like looks like he's on steroids, and it says reps for Jesus. Do you think that's blasphemous? I kind of think it is, but
yeah, I think making any images of God in any way is a violation of the second commandment.
Definitely.
You like wearing crosses?
Dolphins.
I remember at church one time I saw this younger man wearing it, and like I didn't say anything, but it just bothered me. I was like, why would that's so weird?
I don't think I would pass a judgment on somebody for wearing that shirt because they may not understand the implications of that being a second commandment violation.
Right.
I would probably educate them, but I wouldn't try to fight them on it or anything.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it just bothered me personally. I was just like, I didn't know a shirt like that existed. Yeah. Go ahead, Gigi.
Cole talked about he did like that picture they have of Jesus on the PG show. He said they put him on a woman's body or something. It was weird.
What is it? What happened?
This is what he said. He sent me a link.
Mm-hmm.
Said the image of Jesus. Oh, it looked like they stuck his head on a female body to me. I want to ask you for your opinion. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, if there's a Jesus' head is on a female's body, that's blasphemous.
This what do you think of that? Do you think that's true?
Oh well, oh wait, I don't know if that looks like a woman though. It looks like an AI image. Yeah, it looks like it was made by AI.
It does have kind of a effeminate form.
What do you think?
I don't necessarily have a problem with that per se. I think that was made by AI personally.
You know
looks
what?
Like it.
They made an AI of Kent. It looked like he had an arm coming out of his chest. The lady was weird.
Was that like a parody of Alien or something?
No, that was on their documentary.
An arm coming out of his chest.
Yeah, it was weird.
Sounds interesting.
I got a couple questions for Tim. You there?
What's
Tim?
up, Chuck?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah.
Pretty good.
What year was the Jesuit order founded? Why was it founded? Can you give me them answers?
I think it was.
Be
go ahead,
careful
Mark.
before you answer, because I know. Go ahead. Never ask the question you don't know the answer to. Go ahead.
I believe it was what is it? I think they were founded in the 1600s, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
and they were
wrong.
Is it? Was it?
Yeah, it's 1540.
1540. Okay, that's
which was
Yeah,
the
why
16th
were they?
century.
Now, why were they
16th
founded?
century to be fair.
They were founded as part of the Counter Reformation.
No.
Or no, the Counter Reformation became their goal later on. Why were they founded, Chuck?
Well, they were a teaching and missionary order. That's why they were founded.
And
They
can I just
taught
say,
in universities, and they were the first Christians to reach the American continent.
and just on a slightly different point before I forget, if you never asked a question that you didn't know the answer to, how would you learn anything?
I asked him.
Sorry,
tough crowd. Tough crowd.
So tell me all about the Jesuits, Tim.
Well, what do you
Because
want to know?
over on Proverb, guys, you seem to have a vast knowledge of Jesuits.
I haven't said one thing about the Jesuits on Proverbs, guys.
I could upload videos of it. How about it, Mark?
Yeah, they're pretty
Where?
rough on the Jesuits. Well, you claimed earlier they were trying to take over the world.
Well,
I don't
that's
think there's any evidence for that. Their goal was
to conspiracy. That's what I said.
Well, that's conspiracy theory. But the founding of the Jesuits was not just a reaction to Protestantism, but it was more of a broader effort to kind of reform the Catholic Church from within.
Very good, Mark. Good. Keep going, brother.
Well, they focused on like schools and mission work. Like they kind of the goal was to reform the church through education. So that's why they were doing schools and mission work and stuff. But I wouldn't say they're trying to take over the world, but try to educate the world more than anything. And yeah, they're Catholic, so they're going to have a Catholic bent on their education. But I have a Catholic school right here in Walla Walla, and I don't know if there's any Jesuits there, but I can certainly say it exists due to the efforts of the Jesuit order.
Can you just say I've got a question, but it's a totally different topic. Once you finish, just
no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, how much religion do you think is due to indoctrination? Like if we made a law across the world that you couldn't teach children about religion until they were 21, and then teach them about it. How less religion do you think there'd be in the world? Like if you didn't teach people about the Bible or the Quran or anything until they were 21.
Well, as a parent, the Bible instructs us to train up our children in the way they should go, and we as Christians understand that to mean to teach them the Bible. So we wouldn't really be doing our own religion justice if we didn't raise up our children the way we believe.
Yeah, I understand that, and I'm not saying we should do it. I'm just saying, like in a hypothetical world where there was a law where you couldn't teach children about religion till they was 21. Do you think there'd be more religion, less religion? Do you think more people would believe? How do you think that would work? Just a weird thought out.
Well, the gospel is spread through teaching, through preaching, and it's kind of the same thing. And that's it's kind of a ridiculous question to say, well, we wouldn't do that. Would there be more religion? Obviously, if we didn't preach the gospel, there would be less people who believe it.
I get what you're saying.
Like
I'm
the primary mechanism through which our religion operates is spreading the gospel and the love of Jesus Christ.
I'm saying, given the same number of people, so everyone lived till they're 80, but we didn't teach anyone about religion until they was 21. So there's the same number of people, like statistically, just they didn't learn about religion. Do you think more people would believe? Or do you think you have to teach them? Basically, do you believe in indoctrination, and how much effect do you think that has? Do you think people are more likely to become religious if they learn about it when they're like a child rather than an adult?
No, I think people are not naturally inclined towards religion, so without being taught, how would they know?
Oh no, they won't be taught. Just.
Right. No, obviously. I mean, that's like saying if we didn't teach children about engineering, then there'd be less engineers. I mean, it's an obvious outcome. If we didn't teach people about the gospel, there'd be less Christians.
Well,
no,
anyway,
well, technically,
let's
oh,
go back
if we
to the
moved it down
church
to like
for a minute.
16, then like
I mean, am I missing the point of your question?
engineers, because you know what I mean. It's just.
Am I misunderstanding your question? I don't want to frame your question wrong, but I mean, I think it's obvious that if you don't indoctrinate children in any field or aspect of education, then they're not going to generally trend towards that field.
Yeah, I get it. I'll see if I can frame it better.
Anyway,
like,
I have more questions for Tim.
Yeah, carry on. So,
Tim, who started the first hospitals and schools?
Christians.
Catholics. It's a historical fact, my friend. Look it up. These horrible Catholics started the first hospitals and schools.
How dare you make people live longer, Chuck? Repent.
But to be fair, almost everyone was Christian. That's why that is. Christians started almost everything because almost everyone was Christian.
An angel of light, so that doesn't really make any sense.
But if you look into history, it was the Roman Catholic Church that founded the first hospitals and schools.
Okay,
to start
big deal.
teaching the illiterate society how to read and write.
What's the point you're making?
They're so evil. Tim, I hear you saying how the Catholics are so evil.
You do realize that Scripture talks about wolves in sheep's clothing, Satan being transformed into an angel of light. So it's no wonder that his ministers should also be transformed into the ministers of righteousness.
And it also makes no difference whatsoever.
Who fed the poor in the Middle Ages, Tim? And not only the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages. Who
was also killing Christians in the Dark Ages, Chuck?
Catholics.
Who was performing the Inquisition?
Catholics.
Yeah.
No.
Good job with your example there, buddy.
No, Tim. See,
oh man, these great Catholics, Catholics who were cutting Christians in half.
You want to let him keep
and stringing them
me?
up.
Hang on, let's do one at a time. I mean, here, if I could interject for a second, I don't think the Roman Catholic Church is perfect, but then again, I don't think the church established in Acts was perfect either. If it was, then Paul wouldn't have needed to write epistles to them correcting them for their behavior. I think ultimately, Corinthians especially, ultimately, we have to realize that any organization of man is going to have influences of man, and we're flawed, we're corrupt. But that's
Absolutely, Mark.
That's why we point to Scripture.
But
and not
the point I'm making here, Mark,
to traditions, and that's not to discount traditions, but just like the Reformers cried sola scriptura, our ultimate authority comes from the words in that book.
Amen.
What it all boils down to it.
Well said, Mark. But I'm not talking about theology here.
Just for full disclosure, I was.
I'm talking about someone understanding church history. This guy don't understand church history. It's obvious. Just the 4 questions I've asked. 5. I'm not talking about
very broad
theology.
Subject, Chuck.
I'm not talking theology. I'm talking history.
And and you're saying I don't understand church history because what? I don't know
who
how.
Who put together the first canon of the Bible, Tim? It wasn't King James. I'll tell you that.
Which in your opinion is the first canon of the Bible?
Okay. If we're going to go there, I'm talking historically now, not theologically.
No. I'm talking about manuscripts. Which manuscripts do you consider to be the first canon?
Not the TR.
Wasn't it like 400 AD? What was it? What was it called?
I get accused of not knowing church history, and then he makes this claim, and he can't even come up with an answer.
Because it's not worth answering.
No, because you don't know.
Oh no, I
don't
do
try
know.
to pull a gotcha on me when I can do this exact same thing.
No, you ain't going to gotcha me on.
I just gotcha. Tell me which one do you think was the first canon?
Tim.
Chuck.
Oh, it's doing me. I didn't know.
Where
what was it called? The one 400 where they got together and decided which books will be in the Bible.
Council of Nicaea 325 or the
That's
Trent?
right. Yeah, I don't know whether that's right or not, but
Oh wait, an atheist knows church history? Oh my God!
It was the Council of Nicaea. That's right.
Council of Carthage in 397. That's where we came up with the 27 books of the New Testament. The Old Testament had already been established by, the Hebrew Bible that's not. That was their canon.
Right.
That didn't have to be established. It was the New Testament that was, established. And really, the New Testament writings, they were circulated among the Christian communities. It wasn't like they didn't know what this was. It was what they were reading. It just wasn't formally recognized officially until the Council of Carthage. And yes, the Council of Nicaea had a lot to do with it too.
Right.
But more so at the Council of Carthage in 397.
Well, it was finalized in Nicaea, Mark. Anyway.
Yeah.
And Revelation almost didn't get in because some people thought it was like so crazy.
That's crazy.
Actually, I think it was Hebrews was the only one that was almost not let in.
Yeah.
Revelation was widely accepted.
Oh.
And they still couldn't figure it out, considering that they had the Apocrypha as part of the Old Testament canon.
Well, the Apocrypha didn't come along as canonized until the Council of Trent in 1546.
But I do find it ironic that most American Christians don't consider Catholics Christians when they were Christians for almost thousands of years before Protestants.
The only time they accept Catholics is when they have to make it look impressive, Wildheart, and say, look, we've got X a billion, believers that are Christian. Without that argument, then the Catholics are pushed to the side. I've heard many conversations like that from Christians. And really, I don't understand how history isn't important when it comes to theology. I mean, especially like how the Bible came about.
Yeah.
To me, that would be very important.
Well,
it's like
you can
saying,
you can separate theology from history.
No, I understand that, but how can you?
I hear you.
Not you, but I'm saying, how can somebody say, like the King James, the 1611, without knowing its history? It's garbage. Serious.
And my last question to Tim, please explain how the Catholic Church is so evil.
Where do I begin? The Inquisition that they carried out on Bible-believing Christians.
You want me to bring up
the fact that they withheld? I thought, am I going to answer the question? Am I going to answer the question or what? You asked me a question that you talk over me.
I'll let you carry on. 1 point. Should I bring up when the Protestants were killing thousands of Christians in Europe? Should we look there? Because it was much worse than the Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition.
Are you done?
So should we go there?
I would just say don't forget the Crusades as well. I know that's Muslims, but you did kill an awful lot.
So if you want to go with
and that was
persecution, Tim, we can go there, brother. We can go there.
It's not just that.
The Protestants
I thought you were going to make a statement and let me carry on.
What?
I thought you were going to make a statement and let me carry on. You seem to just want to talk.
Well, I made the statement, but you see, you don't want to bring up, and then I'll let you.
Are you going to let me carry on,
the Protestants killing the Catholics.
Are you going to let me carry on?
Yeah, now go ahead, but you won't even.
Okay, so anyways, we have the
Inquisition.
We have the Inquisition. We have the Catholics withholding the Bible from the common people. Only the priest was allowed to read it to the common people. They wrote it in Latin, which was not even the native tongue. Let me see. They were controlling governments, having influence over kings. What we would call all the atheists in this room would agree there should be separation between church and state because of that reason. There's quite a bit. They had influence over a lot of people, and they carried out a lot of murder, which the Bible forbids.
Okay, I've set the stage, Tim. Now I got to go. But I will debate you on church history. I will mop the floor with you. I don't mean to sound like Muhammad Ali. Of course, I'm dating myself now, but
And not to, just to bring it a bit more up to date, there is the fact that the Catholic Church is now like criminal ring of pedophiles shuffling priests around the world to stop them being prosecuted.
Oh, yeah, that's a great. Thank you, Wildheart. By the way, the Bible talks about doctrines of devils forbidding to marry and commanding to abstain from meats. Did you know that the priest being forbid to marry somebody is a doctrine of devils, and the Catholic Church does it?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Hello.
How do you explain that one?
Can you hear Furniture?
I would love to hear you make excuses. Oh, he left.
Sorry, I guess his connection fell on him.
Oh,
Sorry.
and so GG for saying that word. Sorry.
What happened?
No, it's okay. I just said a word that I might not should have.
But yeah, that'd be a good debate. Tim versus Fur Chuck. And the debates of debates. The greatest debate ever debate.
Well, the one point I think Tim's a little off on is with them withholding the Bible. It wasn't like back then they would have had the money to be able to afford, a Bible.
The problem with that is I have in the catechism, I have the catechism of the Catholic Church, and it says quite clearly in I don't have the section obviously, but it talks about that the common person should not be allowed to read the scriptures without a priest present.
Hello.
They need
That's
the priest.
a lot of different religions.
Hold on, everyone. Fur Chuck, can you hear us?
I'm sorry. Yeah, somehow I got kicked. I just wanted to say, Tim, nice talking to you.
Can you explain to me why? Can you explain to me why it's right for the Catholics to forbid priests to marry?
We'll do
the Bible calls that a doctrine of devils. How do you explain that?
We'll do church history.
No, I mean it should be a pretty simple answer, right?
Will you be quiet for a minute?
No, I mean you came in here
If
trying
you
to
want
pull
to
a
debate
gotcha.
church history, I'll do that on Gigi's channel.
Well,
you're
kind of a hard person to read because you talk about church history, but then you're just defending the Catholic Church.
Shut up.
So which is it? Do you want to debate defense of the Catholic Church or church history? Which is it?
Well, church history is all about the Catholic Church. When did the Orthodox and Catholic Church split, Tim? What year?
I don't have the reference in front of me.
No, of course not, because you know nothing about it. So I will debate you on church history on Gigi's channel or Mod's channel. If you don't want to debate, that's fine.
If you really wanted to do a debate, it would be on Standing for Truth, and it would be formal.
No, it'll be on Missing Mod's channel.
No, it would be on Standing for Truth's channel. It would be on Standing for Truth's channel.
But Ken just said that's very unfair asking someone to pick out a specific year, I think that's very unfair. No, I can't say no.
Kind of important.
It's important. I mean, what aspect are we talking about? That's the other thing too, Chuck. What aspect are we talking about? This is my problem with you. Like you come in, let's debate church history, and then you run to the Jesuits. Now you're running to defending the Catholic Church. Like, what aspect of church history do you want to talk about?
Church history, dude. Church history.
What aspect? Church history spans that's a broad subject. I mean, what aspect do you want to argue? Are you? Okay, I mean, I thought you were Orthodox too. So why would you?
The Catholic Church? If you shut up, I'd give you a topic. Oh, you're quiet now. Jesus.
And then you just blasphemed. You're a fake man. Yeah. How could you just blaspheme like that?
No, when I say Jesus. It wasn't blasphemy.
You're using Jesus' name as a cuss word. It's blasphemy.
I didn't cuss. Mark, did I cuss?
No.
You're you're using Jesus' name in vain.
No, I said in love. I was saying, Jesus, please give me patience with this idiot.
I heard take the wheel after
that. You said, oh, Jesus.
I said, oh, Jesus. And in my heart, I was saying, give me patience with this idiot.
Yep. Cover up for your sin.
Okay.
Can you say Claude Balls in the side chat says Ken Hovind protected pedos and he's a Protestant? That's true, to be fair to both sides. Very many Protestants are pedophiles as well. Sorry, I've said it again. Sorry.
Were Christians always Catholic? That's what we can do. Why not?
Do you see any of those traditions in the scriptures?
I thought we were going to debate church history, and that's what I'll debate. That in history, it shows that Christians were always Catholic. Yes or no, Tim?
No, it doesn't.
Well, that's why we're going to debate it. You ready?
If we're gonna do a debate, it'll be a formal debate on Standing for Truth's channel.
Well, that's fine.
We're gonna be.
If you want to go there, that's that's
We're gonna
fine.
do. We would do a proper format.
I'd rather
everything.
destroy you on a broader audience anyway, so that's fine. I'll email Donnie. I've debated on Standing for Truth before. I'll email Donnie. You have to email him too if you have it. If not, I'll email him and well, I'll have him set it up. Okay? Hey, Mark, have a great day, GG. Of course.
Hey, Nick. Good boy.
And Hart. Did I miss
Yes, sir.
anyone?
Nothing.
All right. See you guys later. Take care.
See you later.
Fuck that.
Bye, Fire Charles. Thank you for joining. Tim, when do you want to do that debate?
I don't know. I guess it'll be a little while.
Would you ever debate Mark over predestination preterism that leads to being Catholic?
And specifically a Jesuit priest.
Yeah.
Let's be specific, GG. Come on.
Here's our proof. Joking.
Tonight's debate is Tim and the Jesuit priest Mark Stoney.
I can only imagine you being a priest, Mark. In that picture, I can imagine you being a priest. Not Mark?
I don't think I could be a priest.
Why? But you make a good priest. You look like a priest.
Nah.
You make a good Jesuit.
Good Jesuit, huh? I think my lack of a Catholic background would hinder my attempts to become a Jesuit.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah. Wait, Wildheart. What do you do to find out you're a Jesuit priest?
I'd be very shocked, to be honest. Yeah.
Tim,
I'd be surprised.
Tim, are you there?
Although, did the Jesuits use pointy hats like the Pope?
No,
I do like those pointy hats.
Pope. I think that's
Is that just the Pope? Yeah.
Yeah, I think. What do you think, Mark?
I have no idea.
Okay. Tim.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll ask. What do you think about? What do you say to someone who say, "What is God? Like, what is He made of?"
There's no answer.
Because that's what that Tim guy said last time. Remember?
Sorry, there has to be an answer. Either he doesn't exist or he's made of something. Those are the only two options.
Well, he doesn't. I mean,
to be an answer.
Technically speaking, he's outside of space and time, so there is no
Which
way
makes-
to measure.
which
There is no
makes
way
no
to measure
sense.
God. I think that's one of the worst
Yeah.
things somebody can ask. That's just an
Then
unfair
how does
question.
something outside of time and space interact with something inside time or space? That doesn't make sense.
Well, there's a
Miracles.
difference.
And
There's a
also, I'm still waiting for somebody out there in I guess the Christian world to show me a verse that says that God is outside of space, time, and matter. Not an interpretation of a verse, but a verse that clearly says this.
Can you just say there's a difference between us knowing what God is made of and God being made of something. If God isn't made of anything, then He literally doesn't exist. He's either made of something or He doesn't exist. That's different to whether we know what He's made of or not.
Well, Wildheart, you seem to forget. We already put up a prayer earlier that God would reveal Himself to you. So that's something He's gonna have to do for you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like on a logical basis, He's either made of something or He doesn't exist. Those are the. It's a dichotomy. Those are the only two options.
Well, but you're basing that on naturalistic means.
No, if He's made of literally nothing, then He literally doesn't exist. He is made of. If He's made of nothing, He
Well,
cannot.
Wildheart, the real question is, do you have an open heart about it, or are you dead set that
Oh
you're not
no,
going to believe in God?
yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing like whether he's.
You know,
gay
that's
or
one thing I
whatever.
appreciate Aiden for. He actually said that he has an open heart and he wants God to reveal himself to him. But I don't know if the same is true for you or not.
No, I'm not arguing that he doesn't exist. It's not even a religious thing. I'm just saying, like, just based on logic, he's either made of something or he doesn't exist. Something that is not made of anything literally cannot exist. It's just a logic thing. It's not even a theological thing or a religious thing.
Oh, I asked something, Tim. He has a wild heart for it.
I was going to say that. He doesn't have an open heart. It's a wild heart. Read.
Sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, all I can say is Wildheart, I hope you're willing, because again, if that's your logic, I don't see how logically you would be able to be open to God revealing himself to you if that's what you need. I mean, you would just reject anything you see at that point, I would think.
No, I have a good answer. I don't know what will convince me that a God exists, but if an all-knowing God exists, then he definitely would know what will convince me, and he hasn't done it yet. So he either doesn't want me to know that he exists, or he doesn't exist. Again, those are the only two options.
Okay, yeah. I mean, take that up with him, and I just pray that you do have an open heart about it.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that those are literally the only two options. If he's all powerful and he wants me to know he exists and I don't, then he doesn't want me to exist. Sorry. He doesn't want me to know he exists or he doesn't exist.
My prayer just is that you really mean it when you say you have an open heart, because you could lie to my face right now, and
no, I do, and I appreciate the prayer. Again, most of my arguments aren't based on, like I say, God exists. I want to know. It's not arguing against God existing. It's just based on logic. A lot of people make a lot of statements that just can't logically be true. If God's not made of anything, then literally he doesn't exist. If you're not made of anything, you can't exist. It's not even a religious.
Well, but that's kind of a straw man, because God's not made in the first place. He's
amen.
To be made implies physical attributes.
I don't mean made like created. I mean like the substance of him. You know, not made like created. I agree he wasn't created, but you know what I mean. Like there must be some kind of substance to him, or else he literally.
Well, Moses saw his backside. Jacob wrestled with him. You know, people have talked face to face with him. He's got to be made of something. If they've seen something that turned Moses' hair white. That's all I got.
Well, there is a theological term that tries to address God's existence in that sense. It's called aseity, or his self-existence and self-sufficiency. I'd refer to when God told Moses, "I am who I am." That kind of reveals himself. He revealed himself as I am, and he's declaring his eternal and self-existent nature.
Sorry,
I mean,
there's a problem with that as well. Saying I am what I am, it's a tautology. It doesn't tell you anything. I am what I am. Well, yeah, everything is what it is. It doesn't actually give you any information about
Wasn't Popeye the same thing?
Wildheart.
But God's not dependent on anything outside of himself. I mean, he said that was his name, and it's a reflection of his independence and uncaused existence.
Yeah, I'm just saying. God saying "I am what I am" doesn't actually give you any information about what he is.
He said, "I am who I am."
Yeah, everything is what it is. It's a tautology. I'm just saying it doesn't give you any information about what he actually is. This cigarette is this cigarette. This jumper is this jumper. God is God. God is what he is. Everything is what it is. It doesn't actually give you any information. That's all I'm saying.
God is spirit. That still doesn't clear it up.
Well, we've already established you. Asa, what about you, man? Do you have an open heart to God, or I mean, are you closed off?
No, see, I find that term kind of humorous to a point, because I mean, especially I had a buddy that I worked with. I wouldn't say a buddy, a guy I worked with that and he was COC, and he had this little pamphlet. And the very first question is, can somebody learn something with a closed heart? I replied to him, absolutely. It depends what your heart, supposedly, whatever that means, is closed to. I mean, can I learn to tie my shoe if I didn't know, if I had a closed heart to say God? Yes, I can still learn to do many things. So I just find that term kind of
maybe a
better term.
That it's a tautology. I mean, a tautology is repeating the same idea without adding new context or content. But to say I am who I am carries theological depth. I mean, God is revealing His nature as self-existent and eternal and independent. It's a profound statement about the nature of existence itself. He's identifying, His nature beyond what we can really comprehend.
Right. Okay.
It's a lot more than just a tautology. I mean,
no. Can I argue with that as well? When he says, "I am what I am," you're saying
I am who I am.
Yeah, it says something about him being eternal. It doesn't say anything about him being eternal. God saying, "I am what I am." What if he wasn't eternal? He will still be what he was. It doesn't tell you anything about his attributes or anything about him. It just says, "I am what I am," which everything is. It tells you absolutely nothing about God.
I mean, it says he's identifying himself as self-existent.
As himself, yeah. It's a tautology.
You can't talk to an atheist or most atheists like that. I mean, at least me and the ones that I usually talk to in our little inner group, the Bible's the claim, it's not the proof. So you'd almost have to be a pre-supper to get to that point.
Yeah.
Just to say, oh, God exists, or God is, I am, or ego me. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
But he's also jealous. It says that his name's jealous. He has so many names and titles to begin with, not just one, according to the Bible, But yeah, that's the problem I would have is first you'd have to prove to me, and maybe I'd have an open heart then, but first prove the Bible is what the Bible claims to be without using the Bible. Otherwise, it's circular reasoning. Yeah, look here. The Bible says it's true. Okay. And?
Yeah, you can use that for any other book, right. Any other religious book. You can use that.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm not trying to be belligerent by any means, for the discussion purpose to get the atheist side, at least my side of it. But I couldn't have an open heart first without, if that's what you want to call,
God exists because
as I'm telling you, is an open heart and, anything else is being stubborn. No, that's not what it is. But I'm a hard atheist.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a possibility of God.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess a better question for you, Azo, is just would you really be open and be honest?
I've been open for probably at least 50 years. I've tried to fake it till I make it.
Yes,
I can honestly say I cannot claim that I was ever a born again Christian. I thought I was,
right. Okay.
And it just finally that one day when I finally said, for me, the last straw was trying to get rid of that fear of hell, even though I didn't believe in any of it. There's still in the back of your head, what if hell is real?
Of course.
Once you get past that, then you're home free.
I'm slightly different. I've never believed in God, but again, I'm not against.
Neither have I. I thought I did, but
if God exists, it's in my best interest to know it. If God exists, I want to know. I'm nothing against God existing. I just don't believe He does. I'm not convinced He does. That's all.
Well,
I'm nothing against Him. I could believe that God exists and reject Him and not worship Him. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to know what's true. That's all.
Well, everybody.
Sorry, go ahead. You probably heard the prayer earlier, but would you like me to pray with you as well, that God would reveal Himself to you?
No, because to me that was the same thing, and I don't mean no disrespect. I appreciate it. But to me, it'd be similar to when I talk to a Mormon. Well, let's pray. We're going to feel a burning in the bosom. Would you let a Mormon pray for you, Tim?
Well, what's the context of the prayer?
Well, they're going to have you to open up your heart to Mormonism. So you can have that burning in the bosom. And maybe that's what, where you can see where I'm coming from, not being belligerent. Just like yesterday, we got into this thing where some about prayer, and I just shut it down right then and there, because it was one of these, what if it's true? to me, it'd be no different yesterday. And this is what I told Maud, because I think she was a little upset about that. It'd be like me asking her to pray to Satan just in case, he might be real or he might be God. She would reject that in a heartbeat, right?
Well, I mean, but Satan is called the adversary. Like Satan is associated with evil.
But I don't
God
believe
is,
in Satan. I belong to the Satanic Temple, and it has nothing to do with the worship of Satan whatsoever. Most Satanists don't even think Satan is real or worship him.
Okay.
Yeah, most Satanists are actually atheists with a sense of humor, to be honest.
Everybody, I just want to say hi to Miss Outcast and.
Oh, Deviant, I didn't see her come in. Sorry.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
Well, Azo, just so you know, man, you will be in my prayers. I will pray that the Lord will.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Just as to me, it's just kind of like going an extra step just to get to right where I'm at right now. Because it's not like I haven't studied. I mean, matter of fact, before I finally decided, my last step was, because I thought I knew what the Trinity was and all these other doctrines growing up, but I really never paid attention because it never stuck. So what I did is I took the Bible, tried to prove, some sort of, belief in there, and I just couldn't do it. Not on a consistent basis where God is an all, and really the one that really nailed me down was Second Kings, was it Second Kings? Gosh, I forget what it is now. 2:23 through the she bears. Then I started all over, and then I realized all the other stuff that I missed prior to that. So yeah, I've read through the Bible probably 6 or 7 times from cover to cover, and then
that's good
in my personal study. So it's not like I haven't, say, quote unquote, searched or seeked.
Yeah, I've read the whole Bible as well, and they've actually done studies, and it turns out atheists know more about the Bible than most Christians do.
That's just not true.
No, that is true.
I mean,
that is true. That is true.
I mean, Wildheart, give me an example of what you mean.
I just gave you one.
Well, not you guys, but like majority of atheists. I highly doubt that.
Can I inject something?
I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I think Aiden has the best level of knowledge.
Deviant was speaking. Have some respect.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Miss Outcast.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Gangster Ghost. Yeah, I just want to say that personally, for me, because I'm an atheist, as you all know, I just want to sin.
She wants that ass smacked, is what she's saying.
Who's this guy right here? I forgot your name.
We already know my response to that.
Yeah,
Richard.
Everyone who knows me knows I'm joking.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Tim, this is going to make me sound like a complete jerk, but I mean, I think your biblical knowledge is way lacking compared to people like Aiden and Deviant and others that I have shared conversations with about the scripture. I think your understanding's flawed. And if that makes me a jerk to you, I'm sorry, but it's just how I feel.
I mean, I think your understanding's flawed too, so we're in the same boat.
Yeah, but you make it clear, Tim.
But I'm a believer, I'm admitting that what I'm saying is rude. And I'm okay with that because I have my opinion, and I do think that your understanding is deeply flawed. But I have spoken to atheists whose understanding is a lot more clear than yours.
Can I just read this just to get it out of there? Among religious nuns, atheists, and agnostics know the most about religion. This is from Pew Research, by the way. I'm sure you've heard of. Atheists, agnostics, and those who describe their religion as nothing in particular all fit into the broad category religiously unaffiliated. But there are differences among them. Atheists and agnostics, for instance, know more about religion than those in the nothing in particular group, according to a recent Pew Research Center survey designed to measure the U.S. public's. Also, this is just the U.S. Knowledge about.
I gotta hop off here. I gotta go pick up my daughter. So you'll have a good afternoon. If you're still on, I'll rejoin.
What's the source of this article?
Care, Mark.
Be safe, Mark.
Yep.
Missed you.
Sorry, nice to meet you. Sorry. It's Pew Research.
Yeah, which is reputable.
Yeah. Atheists and agnostics know more about religion than most of the religious groups, while people who identify as nothing in particular are among the least knowledgeable. Out of 32 multiple choice questions on the survey, atheists and agnostics get more than half right on average. 17.9, 17 questions correct. While those who say their religion is nothing in particular. Oh, sorry, I might have got this wrong. Is this saying atheists and nothing in particular, or atheists and religious people?
Oh, I think the religious none is people that don't choose any sort of religion, I think.
Right.
Oh,
They
yeah.
don't identify as religious or
Sorry about
doesn't mean
that.
that they're not. They
That's
just
all
don't
right, we forgive you.
a religion.
Yeah. But I have seen polls, and it is atheists who tend to generally know more about religion
Yeah,
than
Tim.
religion.
The thing about it is, a lot of atheists, put it that way, do a lot of research before they just walk away, just to make sure they're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
So they spend the time and the effort, like I did. Like I said, I grabbed the Bible alone, read it to try to prove all this stuff, and I didn't see Jesus anywhere in the Old Testament. I don't see where the Trinity is biblical, on and on and on, sort of thing. Yeah, but that's me, the dirty atheist.
Well, that
Then you need to take it back.
but that's a problem right there. I mean, so what? You said you read the Bible and you don't see the Trinity or Jesus in the Old Testament anywhere?
No,
absolutely not.
Well, that right there. I mean,
so the Jews are wrong too. That I studied with the rabbis.
Yeah, the Jews are wrong. Oh yeah.
Wow, that ain't
They're
anti-Semitic.
wrong.
That's God's chosen people.
They're God's chosen people. They rejected their Messiah. That's part
No,
of.
they didn't reject it. They're expecting a totally different Messiah than you're pushing, Tim. I can give you the verses.
I know what verses you were referring to, and I also know the verses that talk about him being scourged and beaten and killed.
How can you tell him?
Like I said, let's put Isaiah
and then tell him that the
7:14,
Jews
not
are wrong?
Jesus. Isaiah 53, not Jesus. Let's keep on going. There's not a single verse in the New Testament that is a prophecy of Jesus, your Messiah, anywhere.
Yes, there is.
Anywhere.
Yeah, yes, there is. I mean,
there are verses that Christianity that wants to interpret as being that, but let's watch some, Rabbi Tova Singer videos. He'll tear, your prophecies apart. Among probably 20 or 30 other rabbis just on YouTube alone.
What kind of interpretation of Scripture does he use? That's the
He's
real question.
Jewish.
Yeah, what kind of interpretation does he use?
Well, he doesn't believe in the Old Testament, that's for sure, and he destroys that.
He doesn't believe in the Old Testament? Then why are you listening to him?
Or, excuse me, the New Testament, my bad. You just got me so aggravated with...
far Chuck's back.
Chuck!
Sorry, can I say that Jesus doesn't fulfill any of the Jewish messianic prophecies?
Well, no, Jesus
Yes, he does.
Out of the six,
he honestly doesn't. He
if
was
he
supposed to be a
existed-
warlord who takes back the Holy Land, kicks out all the invaders. He does none of that. He fulfills
do we have world
absolutely
peace?
none of the Jewish
do we
messianic.
have world peace right now? Since Jesus has been here. The Messiah, one of the prophecy is the Messiah will bring peace worldwide. Has that happened yet?
Yeah.
No, it has not. It will happen in the future.
It's not will. It should have already happened. That's the sign
No,
of the Messiah. So
you're not rightly dividing.
Jewish prophecy.
Oh,
that will be.
You need to rightly divide.
Jesus, it will be a
You need to
Christian
rightly
prophecy,
divide
not
the
a Jewish
scriptures. There are gaps in scripture. There are gaps in prophecy, and that's very evident.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of mundane prophecies that, if anybody that was there at the time could have written. Oh, look at a building fell.
That was actually one of the best. I watched a debate with Robert Price and Bart Ehrman about mythicism, and that was the best argument.
I mean,
Isaiah. Sorry, can I finish? That was one of the best arguments for Jesus existing, because he fulfilled. He was nothing like what the Jewish people were expecting from a Messiah, Jesus. He was killed by the Romans. He was supposed to be this brilliant warlord.
Let's stay on one subject at a time, because I'm trying to help out Asa a little bit.
Still not finished a sentence. Still not finished a sentence. That is one of the best things for Jesus existing, because he didn't actually fulfill any of the Jewish messianic prophecies. Why would you make up a Messiah who didn't fulfill any of the prophecies, which he didn't?
Isaiah 53:12. Therefore will I divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he hath poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with the transgressors, and he bare the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. The New Testament says that Jesus bared the sin of the world, and he is the intercessor for Christians.
Well, of course, the New Testament's going to say that. They had access to the Old Testament. They knew what some of this stuff was.
It's not all in one shot. It appears literally in different verses.
Then answer this one.
It's not like they went to Isaiah 53 and said, "Ooh, let me write a whole passage that reflects this, so we can prove."
And I noticed that you jump right over Isaiah 53:10. How does Jesus have descendants or offspring? Oh,
say that again.
Read Isaiah 53:10, and you tell me how Jesus, if this is referring to Jesus, how he had offspring. Was he married? Did he have kids? And another thing that disqualifies Jesus right off the bat here, because I've got it right here. He must be Jewish. Deuteronomy 17:15, Numbers 24:17, number 2. He must be a member of the tribe of Judah, Genesis 49:10, and a direct male descendant of both David, or King David, 1 Chronicles 17:13, Psalms 89:29 through 38, Jeremiah 33:17, 2 Samuel, on and on and on, sort of thing. Which tribe was Jesus part of? Oh, wait, he wasn't, because he didn't have a earthly father according to the story. So you can't use Mary, you can't use Joseph.
What are you talking about? Of course you can use Mary. He's in the genealogy of Mary.
You don't go by the genealogy of the female. You go by the father when it comes to that.
Exactly.
Let me just finish it just real quick.
That's
he must
gather
the Jewish people from exile and return them to Israel. Isaiah 27:12 and 13. Isaiah.
You're taking that from a rabbi,
12.
right?
Okay.
He must rebuild the Jewish temple in Jerusalem. Micah 4:1. He must bring world peace. Isaiah 2:4. Isaiah.
So why are you jumping all over the place? Are we going to deal with one thing at a time, or what?
And the other stupid thing is that they use Joseph's genealogy. Joseph had nothing to do with Jesus.
Right.
It was God and Mary, and they used Joseph's. That's just stupid.
Agreed. And also, whoever, I don't know who it was that said.
Yeah, Isaiah 53:10 is not talking about Jesus having children.
Excuse me.
Talking about it says yet it pleased the Lord
Tim.
to bruise him.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am,
What's
we
up?
can hear you. They're just speaking over you rudely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for acknowledging. I was going to say, when it comes to genealogy, in ancient times, the mother, and I'm saying ancient times, but the truth is, it's in part true to this day, actually, but especially in the time when the Bible was written and the time of these events, the mother was completely inconsequential to the genealogy of the individual. Only the father were. This was a highly, extremely patriarchal society that we are speaking about. So, trying to argue otherwise and asking whether or not it was a rabbi asking, and if they believe in which part of the Bible, it has no effect on this discussion at all. It's inconsequential.
Anyways, to go back to Isaiah 53:10, yet it pleased the Lord being God, to bruise him. He hath put him to grief. When thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. Whose seed? God's seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. That's what it's saying. It's not saying Jesus has children. It's saying that he's the Son of God. That's the context.
That's not has nothing to do with Jesus.
Both Mary and Joseph were both from the tribe of Judah, so Jesus was from the tribe of Judah.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you too.
Well, he was from the tribe of Judah. He literally was. Mary was. Joseph was. If you think that what makes him not from the tribe of Judah? There's that.
Because
there's the fact that
Joseph
he's called the son
was
of David.
not his biological father.
Right, but Mary.
You don't count his genealogy for Jesus, and you can't count Mary's because that's not the way that they did the begets and the begats.
Exactly.
They called him
Yeah,
from the tribe of
exactly.
Judah because that's the closest human connection that he has, because he was born of a human body according to the Bible.
Well, argue with the
That's the
rabbis
point.
and the
The
Jews.
genealogies are irrelevant at that point.
Yeah.
If it's God and Mary, they don't count the woman, and it's God. Then
Well,
just don't bother with the genealogies; they're irrelevant.
I am curious. Part of the Isaiah prophecy is that he will be, well, concerning Jesus. Well, you say it's not Jesus. You say it's the nation Israel, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It is.
It's in one of the parts. Well, a nation didn't exist in the time of the Bible. That is like a concept just didn't exist. So that couldn't be about the nation of Israel because that didn't exist at any level. But anyways, with that in mind, there's part of the prophecy that states that he'll be persecuted and he won't say anything in his defense. How can a country say anything or not say anything in its defense while it's being persecuted?
Hold on, let me see.
And during that pause, peace and respect to you all. How you guys doing?
Hi, how's it going?
Hi,
Richard?
hi.
What's
Pretty
your
good.
name?
Well,
Hi, Richard. Good to see you.
Is your name
Yeah,
Richard?
just Richard is fine.
Okay, hi Richard. How are you today?
I'm better than I deserve. Thanks for letting me on your channel.
You're welcome. You're always welcome. How you been and so?
Well, I've been wanting a conversation that you guys are having right here, but and I appreciate the zeal, and I'm waiting my turn. Two gentlemen going back and forth seemed rather busy.
Well, what do you have to say about it?
Well, I'm going to call you angry for now, until you say otherwise. To his point, if one accepts doctrinal Christianity, that's going to cause incoherence within the Bible itself. And I've yet to find any Christian sect of the who knows how many that actually don't ignore some part of the text that they say is fundamental to their belief system. So that is not defeating of the Bible, however. And that's what it seems most people will do, is they'll accept Christian doctrine, use it to read the Bible, then they'll say the Bible is inconsistent, and then they'll reject the Bible on top of that, which really is throwing out the baby with the bathwater and can't be justified.
What do you think,
After all, if I said something like, I'm an atheist, Christians say nonsense, I dismiss Christians based on their nonsense, well, in order to be consistent, I have to also say I reject their reading frame of the story because they're obviously bad at thinking.
What?
It makes no sense to reject Christianity and then use that view to read the text.
Wow. That's all I gotta say is wow.
well, you kind of have to look. You kind of have to look at the Bible and have an understanding of Scripture in order to talk Scripture with Christians, right? Like,
I have to have an idea of their doctrines and their dogmatic views about the text in order to speak their language, but I don't need Christianity to read the Bible. That's just ridiculous.
Well, of course you don't need Christianity to read the Bible. That's inherently true.
The only problem is that's how most people read it by default. I'm not saying they're doing it on purpose. I'm just saying they grow up in such a culture. It's been inundated into their brains. They have no choices to think of it that way. I mean, ask Wildheart how much he's had arguments with me and can actually argue, logically against anything that I'm saying from within the text of the Bible. It's just that you have to reject Christianity first.
Yeah, even though I've always been an atheist, I was kind of indoctrinated into Catholicism and Christianity. And Richard, we've had many, many arguments, and he normally turns out to be right. It's just that I've been indoctrinated in such a way that I read the Bible in such a way that I have, like preconsiderations of what it means, and yeah, I'll let Richard explain. But he's right, yeah.
So if I say something like, I know nothing about mathematics, I grew up in a culture that uses mathematics, so I've heard a lot about it. So I hire myself a tutor. And everything the tutor says, I start checking it out, and none of it makes any sense. Do I get to throw away the math book or only fire the tutor?
What do you think, Aiden?
But that's the problem. There are so many different
I've been raptured
again. Yeah,
see you when I get there, Aiden.
Interpretations that, like you said, like 45,000 different denominations of Christianity. So, although Richard's right, I don't know how you work out, even if one is correct, if one version of Christianity is correct, I have not got a clue how you would work out which one it was.
I personally can't find one.
Yeah. That's a problem.
For instance, a believer will freak out if I say that Jesus becomes the everlasting Father. But that's literally a line in the Bible, that he does become everlasting Father. Then you could, of course, ask interesting questions like, what happens to the old everlasting Father? Why does Jesus change and become something if he's God? I mean, the repercussions of just that one line, greatly ignored by Christians, is immense.
Yeah, I mean, you could spend an entire lifetime just going over just like the Trinity or something, just discussing the Trinity and trying to work out who's right about that, and that's just one point. Do you know what I mean? And you will still never even come close to working out who's right about it. I don't think.
Well, let's instead of trying to figure out which church is right, just stay to an internal critique, and then see if that internal critique is coherent within itself, and then on top of that, it should comport with reality. And if something doesn't comport with reality, then it's obviously not true.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good starting point. Yeah. But even then, even if it's internally consistent, like you said, that has to be true for it to be true. But even if that is true, that still doesn't tell you whether it's actually true or not, if you know what I mean.
Hey, real quick, guys. I was just gonna say I'm jumping off here, but I really did enjoy talking with you guys, Azo, Wildheart, Aiden, Demolished Doctrine. You just got in here, so I don't know you very well, but it was just great talking to all you guys.
Thank you for joining, Tim.
Yeah.
Take care, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys too.
Cheers,
Take care.
Thanks for recognizing me as a human. Appreciate it.
Well, that we might have to change that in a second here, Demolished Doctrine, because I have a very important question for you.
Okay.
Anything I can do at all, ma'am.
Is your name Richard Madsen?
Well, it's Richard Curtis Madsen, but I don't usually write the Curtis part because people don't care.
So, am I correct if I say that you are Danish?
I am part Danish.
I knew
yes,
it.
that is true.
I knew it.
Oh,
You're
no.
only part Danish, though.
Okay.
Yeah, well, my mom's name wasn't also Madsen.
Alströmer.
Yeah, she started out as a
Swedish.
an embryano.
Oh, no, be
Well,
careful.
most of us do.
Damage her mortal enemy. I'm joking, Miss Atlas.
I know.
I'm gonna be really uncharitable to Tim and say that he ran away, even though I just got back and don't know the context why Tim left. You ran, Tim. Pull the runner.
Okay, maybe I should explain.
I know why
myself.
you ran. This guy.
I know why he ran, because of the Quran. That's why.
This guy. A
Nice.
desert priest.
Well, fuck with that.
The hard.
Oh, snap. It's the hard priest. It's true.
Angry Azel's a hard atheist. This guy's a hard priest.
Oh my
And they're gonna fight it out.
And I hope he keeps that
Celestial
robe on because I don't
battle.
want to see him being a hard priest. It's
No,
gonna be
but,
hard to be debating a Jesuit and laughing because his little pee-pee showing.
So you don't know if it's little.
peanuts. It's peanuts.
The Richard, the
Richard Deviant's like, all right, let's just move right along to the next conversation.
No, yeah, or not the next one, but I feel because I haven't met him before, so it might be a good thing for me to. I mean, at this point, maybe we will become mortal enemies or anything like that, but I hope not, because that's not.
Yeah, no, everyone hates Richard. Don't worry about it. Everyone hates Richard.
Okay. Because I have kind of a running joke here about the Danes because I'm Swedish and in Sweden.
Do they have the Danish muffin?
There's a fight there somewhere.
Yes, there is a fight there. There is about over 1,000 years of fighting there. But we, yeah.
Do you ever had a Danish muffin?
No, but I had a lemon muffin just now. Actually, I just gulped the last little piece of it. And if I'm even more jumbled than usual, it's because I recently woke up with a massive panic attack, anxiety. I have taken my chill pills, but I'm still trying to find footing in the world.
Are you all right?
I am.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that sucks. I've suffered from that.
Yeah.
I hope you're all right. Soon I'm gonna shut it down because at 7:30, Murder Pike's having a show.
But it was about to heat up.
Oh, what happened?
We just got the Vikings in. We just got the Vikings fight.
Right.
If anybody wants to remain off air for a private conversation, the Bible is totally valid in reality, just not within Christian doctrine. I'd love to have that conversation.
Oh,
that's
Mr.
awesome.
Richard, would you like to join us for Richard Murder Pike show? He's having one at 7:30 about a Bible study about the character of the devil, I think.
If you want to use this moniker, which is an actual email address, I'd be happy to have access to join if you would just send me a link.
Okay, I have to see.
I'm going to say I could do with the link as well. I'm not sure I'm subscribed, so.
Okay.
At least I can.
Yeah, if Wildheart Resurrected, Wildheart and Richard, if you write in the private chat here in Restream, if you write your email addresses there, then Gangster Ghost can see them and email it to you, but no one else can see your email.
That's good, solid information and true, but I'm not shy about it. This is my YouTube email address.
Thank you.
So demolish_doctrine space YouTube space.
Wait, how'd that YouTube get there? Oh my gosh, it's wrong.
What you say?
I knew it. Always
with I might as well tell you mine as well. It's dr.hibbard@gmail.com. Just got The Simpsons. Hibbard.
Are you
part of the email me? I don't know why you would. But I'll put it in the private chat as well.
Oh, thank you. Uh-oh.
Ta-da! Now it's right.
Awesome. Awesome. Who is the man of the...
I think that's Dan.
Of course. I actually thought it was, but I didn't want to presume or assume or resume.
Got it. I'm gonna send you a link to it. You too, Wildheart.
Appreciate it, man.
Nice to meet the two of you. I think you and me, Wildheart, might have been in a...
Yeah, I think we've been in a couple. Yeah.
Yeah.
See you again. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're gonna learn to like David Wildheart here. He's actually a very nice, brilliant man with no good arguments against Christianity. I'm sorry, no good arguments against the Bible.
Yeah. Don't make promises you can't keep, bro.
No, he seems like a fine young man.
I've just got to go through all my 200 emails now and find out which one. Yeah. I'm just going. I'll be right back.
Outcast, would you happen to be single?
No.
Aw, got a nice voice.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm not. I'm fooling you all with my terrible Swedish accent. Dan represent the total. Chuck is in the comments slaying the prolapse boys.
Okay, what did I miss? Here, the petty boys.
Yeah. Claude Bells. But Claude, why have you not...
Where Stephanie said this. Oh, okay.
Prolapse boys, the prolapse boys.
Okay, ma'am and gentlemen, thanks for letting me on.
Oops, sorry.
Thanks for the conversation. Thanks for adding to my experience, and we'll see you over there on the other show.
Okay.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Take care.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, I've had enough of Tim for one day.
Yeah, I'll get going too. Thanks a lot, GG, and nice seeing everyone. I'll probably see you over there.
And get out. Stay out, Wildheart.
Actually, ideally, yeah, I'm just trying to. Cheers.
Is Gigi shutting down?
No.
Okay, make sure.
Mark,
If you were, I'd bounce out. I was gone. I'll see what Mom was doing. She just got home.
Oh, thank you for joining. I just want to show this one thing for Brother Mark. He said, show this.
Hello?
All right. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, hang on. I got to, it's trying to not play through my headphones again. I got to disconnect them and reconnect them or something. It's being stupid.
Awesome.
I can hear it.
All right. And I'm going to send you the link to YouTube now, just like...
He's not on Facebook anymore. I looked and his Facebook's gone. Isaac? What happened?
You might have hit it. You might have been getting a lot of hate messages and just decided to either shut it down or hide it. You can hide your profile where no one can see it.
Yeah. Well, but out of all Steve Anderson kids, the way he acts and talks, he's the most like Steve Anderson. Just the way he talks. Do you think so?
Yeah.
What do you think, Gazo?
Yeah.
But I, as I said before, I do agree with that. But if he does come on the channel for an interview, don't bring that up because
I won't.
no, good. I didn't think you would, but just to make sure.
Let you know, I went ahead and I went live, so we just gone live. I'm hearing your audio fine. And
No, that's because I'm trying. Okay, I can hear it now. Perfect. How's the
Yeah.
angle looking? Because for some reason it's not seeing. I'm not seeing my own feed here.
Your angle looks great.
Perfect. Send me that link real quick just so I can post it. Let me take down my phone.
All right.
Actually,
okay.
We're not live yet, right? We're still backstage.
No, we just went live. It automatic counted us down. So we've been live for 13 seconds, and I just sent you the link to your YouTube, or sorry, Facebook.
Awesome. Let me send this out real quick. Thank you.
What are you doing, Eddie? Eddie.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I think we're ready to begin.
Hey, no problem, man. I appreciate you giving me your time this evening.
Of course.
All right, so if you're ready, we can go ahead and get started.
Hang on, I'm trying to adjust my camera here. Give me 2 seconds. All right, I think that's good. All right.
All right, so if you're ready, we'll go ahead and begin now. My name is Steven. I run Proverbs Guys Ministries. We're a Christian Young Earth Creation Ministry. Obviously.
Know what Mark wanted to see? Is that right, Mark? But what do you think of that, Ansel? Are you there?
Whoop! I was so muted. Oh, that was funny. I don't think I'm going to replicate it, but I'm going to try. So I'm kind of mad at Steven now because I run the old Earth creationists.
What about the Middle Age creationists?
They're all heretics.
What? But I run the Middle Age.
You run the cat Earth, girl.
Yes.
The underworld.
Boom, Mark. Boom, Dan. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Marcus said.
Cat, go.
Mark wanted to show. But how you been, Ansel? Everything all right?
Yep.
You need to do something?
No, my mom was gone today, so I had the house to myself with the dogs and the cat, and she's home. So now it's like, oh, I gotta put boxers back on. No, I was dressed. I was dressed already.
Okay, good.
I do wear heretical shorts though, no jorts.
Oh, don't let Bird Pike know that.
He said he's gonna bring the holy water next time he sees me.
Bless you, my child.
Gonna make me repent.
We have to. Go ahead, Miss Lisa.
No, I'm just laughing at that dang picture of Kent.
Okay. Yeah, I need to shut it down because about an hour and a half, Bird Pike's having a show.
I'll tell you, you need to rest up.
Okay.
The devil.
Will you be joining us, Aso?
Yeah.
Yes, I will be.
I'll make sure to send the link to you.
Unless
guys.
I'm doing a study on Isaiah 53 again.
Okay.
I don't have to. I already know who it is.
Okay. Can I talk to you after the show real quick?